A Cold and Heartless Lullaby, Part 1, Awakening. Chapter 1, 56 years after the collapse. Leper challenged the screaming winds, his metal body ignorant of the ruthless cold. Rigid joints creaked, working to traverse the treacherous frozen ravine as his aging hydraulics pumped with an endless rhythm. Frost formed on the edges of his glass oval faceplate. Snow and ice suffocated the landscape. Leper persisted. Deep in the bottom of the ravine, where the last remnants of civilization had crumpled and bowed to the weight of time, and once great towers now withered in heaps of contorted steel and broken glass, only Leper still stood, a distant memory from the time before the afterworld. Even as the wind and snow came to claim him, he remained. He was numb to it all. Draped in a tattered cloak and carrying a makeshift rebar spear, Leper navigated the precarious mounds of scrap and ruin, a task his old feet found as easy as walking. It didn't take long for his instincts to awaken. Soon he was on the prowl again. With a hand at the dial on his temple, Leper tuned the sensitivity of his hearing, amplifying the howl of the wind until it overwhelmed him. It screamed in his receivers, but he let it rage on, listening for something else, something alive. Somewhere, drowning in oceans of wind, he heard it, a chittering sound. There you are. Leper decreased the amplification, and clutching his spear in both hands, he slammed it down on a sheet of metal below him. For a moment, it seemed that the wind grew quiet as the impact echoed throughout the ravine. He struck again, and the sound rang out loud and clear. Snow swirled as he waited in anticipation, a dangerous thrill rising within him. Very few species had adapted fast enough to survive a planetary collapse. Only fools dared to hunt them. An enormous orange beetle, taller than Leper, smashed out of its scrap nest, chunks of concrete raining down as it chittered wildly, searching for the source of the clanging. Leper faltered, and as he stepped back in alarm, the thin hairs along the beetle's legs fluttered, sensing vibrations. Antennae twitched in his direction. Quick to evade, Leper dodged backwards as tusk-like mandibles snapped together in front of him. Too close. The beetle clambered after its prey, pounding into the ground with legs as thick as pillars. It reared up, preparing to strike. Leper jabbed his spear at the beetle's hairy underside and tipped it onto its back. 6 legs flailed. Leper waited for a chance to strike as the insect fought to right itself. Rolling over, it turned away and raised its elytra to uncover its wings. Oh, no, you don't. By instinct, Leper jammed his spear deep into the beetle's abdomen, but he was quick to regret it. His soul throbbed with fear as he felt his feet lift from the ground. Membrane wings pounded a hair's width from his face. Leper clutched desperately to his spear as the creature tried to shake him off. They shot up out of the ravine and into open sky. The horizon revolved around them as the beetle spiraled out of control, careening towards a tower on the edge of the ravine. Leper braced for impact. Glass splintered as they burst into the top floor, and he lost his grip on the spear. Leper hit the concrete floor with a crack, tumbling before he could catch his bearings. Phantom pain flared at impact, like 1,000 burning needles. The beetle landed 20 strides away and shrugged off broken glass, the spear still protruding from its abdomen. It staggered, antennae twitching frantically. I'm wearing it down. Leper ignored the pain and struggled to his feet. Between him and his opponent, there was only a vacant stretch of concrete. Leper squared off. Something quivered deep in his body, his sensors picking up unusual vibrations. The building began to tremble as an earthquake rattled the broken city. Dust shook loose from the ceiling. The floor lurched beneath him. The tower was tipping into the ravine. Foundations split, structures snapped, and Leper ran for the opposite window without a second thought. The floor grew steeper with every step. He crossed his arms in front of him and smashed through the glass, the side of the building nearly horizontal as he tumbled up and out. Back on his feet, Leper sprinted as fast as his joints could cope, the building crumbling at his heels in a shower of concrete, steel, and glass. The beetle attempted to escape, but falling rubble caught it and dragged it down into the ravine. With a desperate leap, Leper cleared the side of the building and hurtled onto the edge of the cliff. Moments later, the tower hit the bottom. A dozen frightened beetles scattered from their nests and fluttered away into the city. Leper lay on the ground for a moment, the dust still settling around him as the earthquake's final tremors faded away. That was a big one, Leper thought, amused. Biggest one in a while. Straining, Leper rolled onto his back and sat up, dust sliding off of his thin metal form. Based on a quick inspection, everything appeared to be functioning. He'd gotten away without so much as a scratch, but the same could not be said about the beetle. Leper peered over the edge of the ravine, spotting the tip of an orange elytra sticking out from the remains of the tower, broken and twisted. He almost laughed to himself. How do you like your new nest? With renewed confidence, Leper rappelled down the ravine on a long, dormant electrical line. Excitement rippled through him. His metal feet crunched into the gravel as he reached the bottom, disturbing the still settling dust. It swirled, highlighted in a beam of light as he switched on the flashlight between his eyes. Now, where did it land? He swept his gaze across the rubble, and the orange of the beetle's corpse gleamed as his light flashed over it, sticking out from a pile of debris. Aha! Approaching the corpse, Leper heaved a slab of cement to the side, letting it thunder down the rest of the pile. Seizing the part of the bug that was exposed, he hauled it out from the scrap heap. The gap behind it caved in, and another chunk of the building collapsed into dust. When everything settled, the beetle lay motionless before him. Legs sprawled out, elytra bent. Leper climbed onto the beast and uprooted his spear from its abdomen, holding the weapon over his head in a swell of glory. And to the victor, Leper dropped back down. Go the spoils. With its tiny head cradled in his hand, he wriggled his fingers into the spacing between the chitin armor on its face and tore a piece loose. It ripped free with a squelch, exposing the flesh underneath. He held the petal-shaped piece of chitin to the light, inspecting it for flaws. Slightly larger than his hand, it was just the right shape. It would do nicely. He set it aside and reached in for the mirrored petal on the other side of its face. Like its twin, it was a flawless specimen. Narrow footprints followed Leper out of the ravine and through the broken city, embedded in fresh snow as he trudged onward, watching the shattered sky. Shadows swept over the streets, cast by the debris that orbited above, intermittently dimming the sun. Cloudless moments were a rare and welcome surprise. Usually, the city ruins were shrouded in gloom. In time, Leper's feet found the residential district and turned down a familiar street. Hollow towers stood in a perfect grid, each residential stack identical to the last, or at least they had been. The abusive weather had left them all with unique scars. The one Leper had claimed for himself had a signature tilt. Partially sunken in the earth, it tipped against the stack to its left, the first in a leaning string of toppled towers. The stacks to its right had turned to rubble long ago. Leper crept over to the corner of his building and pushed a chunk of cement aside, revealing a hole in the wall that Leper used as an entrance. Ducking through, Leper made sure the cement slab fell back into place behind him. The stack's two-story lobby had become a corpse, gutted and decomposing as the earth drew it in. What had once been a flat ceiling now angled steeply, forming a peak with the adjacent wall. Leper had long grown accustomed to the disorienting slant of the structure. Steel framing stood bare, forming the skeletons of rooms along one side while the concrete in the outer walls attempted to keep out the wind. Woven plastic tarps covered a grid of small empty windows at the front, staining the sunlight orange as it filtered inside. Somehow, the light made the barren room seem just a little warmer. Leper's few possessions were scattered across the firm dirt floor, and makeshift furnishings were littered sparsely throughout. He kept only the essentials. As an Andron, he had no use for a table unless it was a workbench, and the floor was as comfortable as any chair. It wasn't much to look at, but it was hidden and private, and that was a luxury as far as the afterworld was concerned. High up on the back wall, there were only 3 windows, and they rarely got any light. The corner of the highest window's tarp was flapping loosely in the wind. Leper rolled his eyes. The tarp had been a pain to secure in place, and he didn't have the patience to scale the wall and fix it again. Back on task, Leper set the chitin petals on his workbench and shrugged off his cloak, hanging it on a piece of exposed rebar near the entrance. He retrieved a large metal power pack from the corner and set it down next to the pedals. Its old red paint was chipped and faded, and he'd replaced the frayed black straps at least 7 times. It had always reminded him of those old turtle shell tactical supply packs, except for the metal arm that extended out the back to hold a wind wheel above his head. With the arm extended, he inspected the damaged pedals. One was starting to crack, and another had broken off entirely. He pulled the pieces apart with deft fingers, screw by screw. In moments, the damaged pedals were loose from the machine, and he swept them off the table into a pile of their fellow defects. With long, practiced precision, Leper drilled holes at the base of the new pedals and secured them to the wind wheel, replacing the broken ones. As usual, he gave it a test spin with his finger before greasing the joint. With the wind wheel arm retracted and the pack propped back up, Leper reviewed his handiwork. The wheel looked whole again for the first time in months, like a blossoming flower. With rising anticipation, Leper threw on his cloak and slipped his arms through the pack's straps. He reached over his shoulder and felt for the thick metal plug, tugging its retractable cord out from the top of the power pack's casing. Quivering with excitement, he clicked the plug firmly into the socket on the back of his head. Finally. Leper pushed his way outside and plunged into the swirling wind. All around him it howled, whistling through old abandoned buildings and surfing along snowdrifts. With the flick of a switch, the wind wheel snapped up into place above his head, beginning to spin, slow at first, then faster. In the next moment, it became a spinning blur, and the pack hummed with life as it generated power. Blinking his shutters closed, Leper blocked out the light and let a surge of energy wash over him. It felt like taking a deep breath of fresh air. In an instant, he felt his fatigue leave him, and all of the tension and strain in his body faded away with the pulse of the battery. Leper lifted his arms to accept the wind, and he could almost feel the air rushing between his fingers. Phantom chills swept across his body, as though he had skin with hair standing on end. He felt alive, but it wasn't enough. Despite the vitality that filled him, he could never disguise the truth. Even with the soul that pulsed within him, he was nothing more than a fabrication, an andron like the soldiers and workers from before the world collapsed. He could watch the falling rain and hear its patter upon the ground, but he could not smell the fresh, earthy scent that followed. No matter what he endured, his face bore the same manufactured blank expression as always. 2 indiscernible round eyes peeking out through holes in a mask of hazy glass. He was numb to it all. Skyscrapers, like lifeless husks, towered over him as he began to walk. Even the weight of the snow threatened their collapse. Aimless, Leper wandered. He knew that when he was fully charged, he would have to unplug, and the sense of vitality would end. Leper found himself at the ravine again, standing at its edge. After so many journeys down into it, he no longer feared its depth. He was durable, but if he fell, it could still kill him. Perhaps it would smash his central processor to pieces and leave his soul to drift in the void. Leper almost wanted to try. He leaned over the drop, imagining what it would be like to fall, completely surrendered to his fate. In that moment, he would either die or he wouldn't. Nothing he could do would slow his descent or prevent the impact. No choice he made would matter. No consequence would arrive unexpected. For just a few moments, everything would be out of his hands. He would be free. Alive. He stood, with his toes dangling over the precipice, waiting for his body to teeter forward and drift into nothing. Every second passed like a minute, but when he opened his shutters again, he was still standing on the edge, motionless. Then clarity struck. What are you doing? Soul pulsing, Leper seized the plug and yanked out his charging cord. The strange feeling inside of him vanished. He tumbled backward and sat hard in the snow, his vision swimming. This thing is starting to mess with my head. Above him, the wind wheel whirled uselessly. For minutes, Leper sat in the snow, glad for the apathy that consumed him again. It was for the best. Whatever feeling of vitality he gained by charging only brought hopeless yearning for a life that could never be attained. A yearning for a brief, volatile existence plagued by cold and injury. Humans suffered. Leper existed. Leper picked himself up off the ground and began the trek back to his hideout. The sun was low in the sky, and soon it would be time to wait out the night. With the power pack repaired, it looked like he was in for another few weeks of laying low and counting the seconds until he could charge again. A sound stopped Leper in his tracks. It was a simple beeping, echoing softly from the ravine, but it shook Leper's soul. It couldn't be. 1,000 possibilities flashed in Leper's mind, but he knew better than to hope. I've scoured this entire city and found nothing. It isn't possible. Is it? Leper ran to the edge, his soul pulsing as he listened for the sound. It was louder, closer. Without pause, he rappelled down the electrical line. With every leap downward, the beeping grew closer, closer. He hit the ground running, and clambering over piles of scrap, he found himself at the ruins of the fallen tower. The beeping was louder than ever, but it wasn't coming from the tower. Leper strained his receivers and tilted his head, trying to determine the direction of the noise. It was coming from underneath. Piece by piece, Leper removed slabs of concrete and broken glass, digging into the mound. Leper froze. He had uncovered a slight gap in the debris. The pile was hollow. How did I miss this? With newfound energy, he cleared chunks of rubble and cement, tossing them to either side in a frenzy until there was a dark, gaping hole before him. Somehow, a cavity had survived the earthquakes. It had even withstood the weight of an entire building falling on top of it. The beeping emanated from within. Dropping his power pack, Leper got down on his hands and knees and squeezed himself into the hole, suddenly wary of the structural integrity of the ruins. It's been around this long, he assured himself. With the flick of a switch, his light clicked on, illuminating gravel and scrap. Ahead there was a tunnel leading down into the darkness. Leper tried to ignore the intimacy of the walls as he pushed in, crawling on all fours. Further into the tunnel, the ceiling rose slightly and he had room to crouch. Every few steps there seemed to be a new dead end, but there was always some passage to squeeze through. Leper ducked under steel beams and clambered over mangled concrete scraps, all the while drawing nearer to the beeping. Something crunched under Leper's foot. When he looked down, color caught his eye. Scattered shards of stained glass glittered in the gravel. Impossible. Has it been here this whole time? Nearby, there was a heavy stone brick, half buried but unmistakably ancient. It looked like an old keystone with the engravings long eroded. Leper picked up his pace, desperate to get to the source of the beeping. For the first time in 50 years, there was hope that he could find it. The very thing that had once been the sole purpose of his existence. The very thing he had searched for and given up on countless times. It wasn't long before he identified the twisted steel structure that was supporting the cavity, ready to buckle at any moment. The beeping was close. It was under his feet. Leper knelt down and carefully brushed the gravel away, exposing the glint of metal behind chipped yellow paint. His soul kicked inside of him the moment he saw it. Part of him refused to believe it was real. Anxious, he brushed more gravel away, revealing a clouded glass window. It glowed, bathing the room with an eerie white light. Hands shaking, Leper heaved it out from the gravel and laid it on the ground. Although it was beaten and scarred, there was no doubt that it was the one. All of a sudden, Leper's search was over. He could hardly believe it was real. His sensors detected gentle vibrations as the pod hummed with life. It still worked. One final extended whine concluded the beeping, and the room was left in silence. A row of 8 letters rolled into place along the pod's controls in a rhythmic series of clicks. COMPLETE. Complete. The latches popped open, and the top half of the pod jumped slightly, spitting out dust and gravel that had plugged the crack. Cold white vapor pooled out from the open slit. Leper knelt, locked in place as the device invited him to open the lid. Fear racked his soul and his arms would not respond. You've been waiting for this, he thought. Do it. With nervous fingers, Leper reached down and grasped the lid. It squealed on ancient hinges and swiveled slowly upwards, unveiling its contents. For an endless moment, the inside was obscured by vapor, but as it drooled out of the pod, a small form was revealed in the dissipating fog. It was as if the hum of the pod vibrated Leper's soul and mind, mingling with the pulsing fear and anticipation as decades of waiting accumulated into one breathless second. Lying still in the pod was a 10-year-old girl. Chapter 2. 56 years after the collapse. The girl lay across the soft bed of the pod, a clouded rubber oxygen mask obscuring half her face. Leper hardly knew where to start. It was all happening so fast. Her tiny chest rose and fell in movements so subtle it could have been a trick of the light. Then she shifted in her sleep and Leper flinched. She's alive. Trembling, he released the straps and lifted the mask away from her face. The rubber edge had left a permanent indent in her delicate skin which Leper suddenly realized had become stark white, like ivory. Her hair had changed too, like white glowing fibers. But despite the way she had paled, her gentle features still spoke of the same 10-year-old girl the world had once known. Somehow, the pod had altered her over the years. But how could that matter when she was alive? Black and rot. She's alive. Fear pierced Leper's soul, and a horde of anxieties poured out of it. She could wake at any second. He needed to do something. Anything. But there were 1,000 things to do. Leper tried to calm down, forcing himself to take one step at a time. The pod had supplies for when she woke up. If he was lucky, they would still be there. Soul still pounding, Leper fumbled with the bottom compartment of the pod, finding a bag of water and navy blue one-piece pajamas inside. It wasn't much to keep out the cold, but anything would help more than the thin white hospital garment she was wearing. Leper's hands shook as he lifted her frail form, fearing she would snap as he slipped on the clothes. He laid her down and stepped away. Although she didn't shiver, frost had gathered on the metal of the pod, and Leper feared the garments weren't enough. He took off his cloak and placed it over her. She can't stay here, he thought to himself. The bugs nest near here. But I can't move her either, he argued. She's too weak. What if she wakes up during the process? Rot. I'll need to find her food. Leper knew that if rations were to be found, a journey into the outskirts was inevitable. Previous trips to the old warehouses had left Leper empty-handed, but that didn't mean that there was nothing to find. With another anxious look back, Leper thought to close the pod and keep her out of danger. But when he set a hand on the lid, he couldn't bring himself to shut it. What if it never opens again? What if she suffocates? Leper forced his fingers to release their grasp, hoping she would be fine. In his urgency, the journey out of the rubble cavern seemed quicker than the journey in, and when he emerged from the ruins, he picked up his pack and slung it over his shoulders. The old storage warehouses were on the southern side of the city, on the outskirts. Food had been discovered there before, but that was years ago. Trudging through the frozen ravine, it dawned on Leper just how dangerous his world was. Sharp metal stuck out from unstable piles of debris. Anything living that had outlasted the collapse had become monstrous and hostile. Every day, earthquakes threatened to crumple the planet even further. The cold never ceased. Factions of convicts were at war, left behind to survive on the carcass of a once thriving world. How long have I been living like this? Anxiety took hold, and Leper broke into a sprint. What are you doing? He thought to himself. Do you want her to wake up scared and alone?
I need to find her something to eat,
Leper said, his processed voice a lonely echo in the desolate ravine.
She'll starve if I don't.
Right now?
Yes.
Leper started up the ravine wall, plotting his course to the warehouses in his head as he ascended the electrical line. You're afraid of her, aren't you? Leper stopped, partway up the cliff. Am I? He glanced back at the pile of rubble. From up on the cliff, it looked like nothing more than a heap of scrap the afterworld had forgotten. Now he knew what was below it. Something about that knowledge left a dark impression on his soul, as if horrors waited beneath.
Maybe I am. But it changes nothing about our necessities.
He continued up the wall. The warehouses were just south, through the leaning tower gate. Within a minute, the two towers were above him, still barely supporting each other. A new feeling of unease gripped Leper's soul in a way it never had before. He felt as though they would collapse at any second, but by some marvel, the towers held together as they always had. Why are you afraid of her? Leper kept moving, drawing closer to the warehouses as he trudged through the snow. You were looking for her for years. Why are you running away? Leper slowed to a stop. Wind wailed through the streets, blowing snow and frost. His wind wheel whirled above his head. For a moment, Leper stood there, conflicted. His hand reached down to where his stomach would be and felt in between some metal plates, flipping a hidden latch. The tiny compartment opened, and as he groped around inside, his fingers gripped something. Decades ago, he had decided he would never take it out again. He had decided it was better left forgotten. Hesitation kept his hand suspended in place inside the compartment. Memory failed to recall exactly what it looked like. All it would take is one slight movement, and he would see it again. Leper closed his eyes, carefully removing the small object from its chamber and gathering his courage. The pulse of his soul counted the seconds before Leper opened them again. In his hands was a small plush winged jerboa. 2 rope legs dangled from the round body. The feathered wings flopped limply, and a single black bead eye peered out from underneath long, flat ears. The other eye had gone missing years ago. The toy could have been a fragment of memory, but as Leper gently squeezed, he could sense its resistance. He caressed it with his thumb, wishing he could feel the texture of the fur. Stained, matted, frayed, tangled, it didn't matter. This was his offering.
What am I doing?
Leper shoved the animal back in the compartment. Something metal clinked inside. With the compartment latched, Leper turned on his heel and sprinted back. What were you thinking? She could be waking up this very second. There was no time to answer. Leper grabbed hold of his line and flew down the ravine. Dropping his pack, he dove into the opening in the rubble and crawled into the cavern again. Everything remained exactly as Leper had left it. She still lay sleeping peacefully in the pod as if he had never left, her heavy eyelashes fixed to her face as she dreamed silently. Soon she would wake and see the terrors of her new world, a world she never deserved. Leper knelt beside her, the weight of it all pressing down on him. For a moment he considered trying to wake her up, to get it all over with. No, it was better to let her sleep. He sat back and crossed his legs. There was nothing left to do but wait. Hours passed while Leper sat. It was like time stood still. The girl barely moved. Decades of apathy had trained Leper to sit and watch the sun move across the skies. He had sat for an entire week before, but somehow this felt longer. With every fleeting second, tension built up inside of him. Leper was sitting, staring absently at the base of the pod when she coughed violently. Leper started, torn from his thoughts by the abrasive noise. She tried to move, leaning weakly over the bed as she hacked up fluid. Leper hurried over to her, kneeling as he arrived.
Kia, you're awake.
Father?
She groaned, suppressing further coughs. She struggled to sit up, her weakened muscles giving out.
I'm not your father. It's been a long time, Kia.
She turned her head and blinked groggily, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Leper knew the moment her vision cleared because he saw fear ignite in them. She screamed, pulling her blanket over her head and curling up into a ball. Leper stepped back, holding out his palms as if to calm her.
Kia, your father told me to watch over you when you woke up. He was a friend of mine. You've been in stasis for a long time.
Kia peeked out from under her blanket, but when she saw Leper again, she let out a squeak and ducked back under, beginning to cry.
You're not real. It's just a dream.
Sometimes I wish that were true.
Chapter 3. 164 years and 9 months before the collapse. The red evening sun skimmed across the cobbles of Market Street and gleamed off the brass trim of the broad brick buildings and street lamps, casting long shadows over the still bustling crowd. Graham sat on the curb, singing and playing his music to the few people that had gathered around him. His fingers plucked deftly at the custom-made square metal instrument in his lap, dancing along delicate strings while his song explored the nooks and crannies of the street, stealing the ears of the rich and impoverished alike. Dogmatic market-goers gave him a look of disdain as they passed. Graham had a habit of winking at them. It was the type of wink that said, "Just try and stop me." In Graham's opinion, restricting music to worship went against the very point of music itself. What was the purpose of expression if it was restricted to reverence? Monks had no rhythm anyway. A few of the braver people in the crowd tossed a chip his way. Usually a pittance, but at least it was something. He gave those people a different type of wink altogether. With his song concluded, Graham reached up past his upturned collar and scruffy chin to adjust the round glasses that were trying to slide off of his nose. It was their favorite pastime, but it was too expensive to get them adjusted. Music didn't pay quite as well as crime did, but in some ways that Graham knew all too well, crime cost more in the end. The 2 years he had spent in prison as a teenager had been a violent wake-up call. The experience still affected him even 13 years later. Back then, delinquency was a way to escape from the overbearing scrutiny of his parents. He had wanted to smite them, to make his own decisions, but in the end, the road he had chosen to walk led him astray. Freedom, he discovered, had not been its destination. Screwdriver in hand, Graham busied himself tuning his instrument for the next song. It never stayed in tune for long, but Graham was impressed by how good it sounded considering he'd built the thing himself. In his excitement over the process of figuring out how to play it, he had forgotten to give it a name, but that didn't matter. Music, Graham found, gave him the liberty he was searching for. When he let loose and sang out at the top of his lungs, he felt like a bird soaring over the city. It allowed him to forget the past he'd left behind and feel, just for a moment, that he could start over. There was a slight commotion as a young woman pushed her way to the front of the crowd, a brunette in a short green dress. She recognized the attention she had brought to herself and rubbed her arms self-consciously. Gathering her courage, she held out a chip to Graham.
"Do you take requests?"
she asked. Graham adjusted his glasses, surprised by the question.
I'm afraid I don't play anything you'd hear in church. It's only originals from me.
Oh, I know. I've seen you around here a lot. Well, I guess I've heard you around here a lot. I really like that song you sing about the second plane.
She continued to hold out the chip, seemingly committed to the awkward posture. Graham couldn't help but find it endearing.
Very well.
He kicked himself internally for what he was about to say.
But I won't do it for that chip.
A look of panic flashed across her eyes and she lowered the coin, her hand reaching instinctively to her purse. Graham interrupted her before she could look for more.
Let me buy you a drink when I'm done, and we'll have a deal.
Really, Graham? We're trying this again? She blushed slightly, conscious of the crowd that was staring at her.
Oh, why not?
Noticing how uncomfortable she looked with her back to the crowd, Graham patted the curb next to him.
Come, have a front row seat.
He grinned. She did so bashfully, tucking her feet next to her as she sat. Graham gave her a wink, the kind reserved for his most generous patrons, and struck a chord as he began to sing.
Take me to a place beyond this place.
Her whole posture relaxed when he started singing, and to Graham's surprise, he could faintly hear her singing along. How often has she been listening?
Take my soul right in your hands, in the place where our lives began. Take me to a place beyond this plane.
Eventually, Graham forgot the crowd was even there. Hours later, she sat across from Graham at a tiny round table nestled against the mossy outer wall of a bustling tavern, her dark curly hair bouncing lightly across her shoulders as she blathered on excitedly. Her wide, almond-shaped eyes sparkled green as they rested among her delicate, rounded features, and when she smiled, her dimples moved in the most fascinating way. The sun had sped across the sky and was already mingling with the pale blue waylight. The city nightlife's clamorous harmony was distant and muted. Jalen. That was her name. Graham had already forgotten when she mentioned it. She looked at him expectantly with her captivating eyes, and it dawned on him that he hadn't been paying attention for the past 5 minutes. She was waiting for him to respond. In a slight panic, he looked for something to say.
You said you worked at the Discovery Council?
Graham said, backtracking the conversation. Somehow, the crickets seemed louder than before.
Yes, only as an intern so far, but I think they really like me there.
What do they have you do there?
Graham relaxed a little.
Oh, I mostly just help the scientists, bringing them what they need while learning what I can from them.
I guess it's better than mopping the floors. Let me tell you, I've spent approximately 3 minutes of my life in that building, and I already know I would rather die than become a janitor there.
Yeah, there's a lot of floor.
I've never seen a building that had so much unnecessary open space. Probably get a workout just walking around the place.
What about you? What do you do?
Well, obviously, I'm a musician.
Graham grinned, bringing his drink to his parted lips in a suave motion. The bitter, fizzy liquid burned down his throat.
Do you do gigs outside of the market?
She leaned her elbows on the table.
I'm pretty sure if I tried to make people pay to listen to me, the reverends would stone me.
Well, where I'm from, the church isn't so strict about music. We had concerts all the time when I was a kid.
Well, who knows?
Graham said, taking another sip.
With Grand Leader What's-His-Face the Lesser stifling things, maybe I could eventually hold a concert. But let me tell you, the reverends around here are insane. If they could make us pay to go to service, they would.
Don't say that. You'll get excommunicated,
she said, holding back giggles with a smile.
Oh, they'd love that.
I assume you don't get away with your music without running into trouble, do you?
A few particularly angry reverends had interrupted his music before. It always created quite the scene.
Luckily, they don't have quite enough power to sue me. Waylight knows they have enough money already.
Graham tilted his head back for another swig of his drink. Jalen was starting to get uncomfortable, so he changed the subject.
You haven't touched your drink. Is there something wrong with it?
You never asked me if I drink or not.
Do you?
Only on special occasions.
I would say meeting you is a special enough occasion.
Graham replied with a smirk. Jalen tried to hide her smile by rubbing her knuckle under her nose.
I am great, aren't I?
She picked up her drink and took a playful sip. Rot, she's cute. By the time the star lines appeared in the sky, Graham was standing in the street looking up at Jalen's doorstep. She looked down on him with an awkward smile, one hand on the doorknob.
Thanks for the drink.
I think I enjoyed the conversation a little bit more.
Graham said, his hands in his pockets.
And thanks for walking me home. I still have trouble finding my way around.
It was my pleasure.
Graham smirked. There was a pause before Jalen spoke again.
Well, good evening.
Graham gave her a nod as she closed the door behind her, and suddenly he was alone, staring at a yellow door. A cool night breeze wove through the neighborhood as he turned to head back home. Only a few treads still rattled along the streets so late in the evening. Everyone was at home, relaxing and preparing for the next day. It had started to rain by the time he reached the park, droplets drumming on the ash tree canopy. Graham wandered the empty stone paths alone, letting the rain fall on his hunched shoulders. He was only careful to keep his instrument dry under his coat. Soon a stone statue loomed over him, high on its pedestal as it peered over the trees. Ragnar the Lesser stood with a stoic expression, his iron fist clutching a ship's helm. It was coated in graffiti, but his soldiers didn't seem to care. Graham ducked under the pedestal's metal stairs and made himself comfortable. The rain pattered loudly above him as he retrieved his savings from its hiding place under a rock and emptied the day's meager earnings into it. With a sigh, he settled back into the corner, preparing for another night of rain. You should have taken the chip. Chapter 4, 56 years after the collapse. Leper watched Kia cower at his metal form with a gnawing sense of regret. For 50 years he had searched for the pod, not even sure if it would still be intact, let alone functioning. And all that time, he never considered what he would do if he found it. Trembling before him was a little girl, and waiting behind him was a world woefully unsuited for her. She would be living a waking nightmare, confused and in many ways alone. It was no life for a child. Regardless, she was awake, and this was her reality. There was nothing else he could do.
Kia?
She just curled up tighter.
Kia, open your eyes. Kia, I won't hurt you.
Go away!
Leper sat 4 strides away from the pod, giving her space.
Listen to me. I can help you. I'm the only thing that can.
Kia didn't respond.
Things have changed since you went to sleep. You were sick. It was the only thing we could do. But you're okay now.
Kia slowly peeked out from under her blanket, staring wide-eyed at the andron before her.
You're metal.
As I said, it's been a long time. The world has changed since you were last awake.
She hid again at the sight of his movement. You know what to do. Leper closed his shutters, and switching the latch near his stomach, he flipped open the compartment, carefully extracting the plush jerboa. He held it in his hand, stroking its fur with his thumb. He had held onto it for so long, it almost felt like a part of him. His fingers were reluctant to hold it out.
Some things haven't changed.
Kia peeked out from under the blanket. When she saw the jerboa, she poked her head out, her long hair falling over one eye.
Derby?
It's yours.
Kia crawled cautiously out of the pod, the blanket wrapped around her as she approached. She kept a wary eye on the metal andron before her, but once she was close enough, her attention locked onto the toy. She grabbed it hastily, as if expecting Leper to attack, but when she had it in her hands, she relaxed.
Derby!
She exclaimed, hugging it tightly. The tiny thing disappeared into her arms.
Kia,
She peered fearfully back up at him, her lips gently parted.
the afterworld is a dangerous place. And if I'm to keep you safe, I need you to trust me.
Kia met his gaze.
Who are you?
My name is Leper. I'm an andron, and like I said, your father entrusted me to keep you safe. Only I could wait long enough for you to wake.
How long have I been asleep?
Leper stopped himself before he could answer.
Kia, it's been a very long time.
She looked down at the ground.
Oh,
How do you feel?
weird.
Do you think you could travel?
Where are we going?
We can't stay here. It's not stable.
Kia registered her surroundings for the first time.
Where are we?
Inside a scrap pile. I have a hideout not far from here, but we're gonna have to take the long way up the ravine.
Kia nodded, but Leper knew she was still clueless. At least she wasn't cowering under a blanket anymore. Keeping her distance, she followed Leper through the passage to the outside world. It was a long journey. He kept checking over his shoulder to make sure she was still there, but she always was, cloak bunched up over her shoulders and jerboa in her arms. She had no trouble fitting under the low ceilings. Sunlight was absent when he reached the exit, and Leper cursed to himself.
Rot.
He could see the golden star lines glimmering above the ravine, briefly visible between passing clusters of orbiting debris. More time had passed than he had expected.
Whoa,
Kia said, appearing behind Leper.
why are there so many star lines?
Leper had forgotten how sparse they had been. Kia would recognize only a few of the constellations. I guess more changed than I thought. Despite the starlight, the ground at the bottom of the ravine was engulfed in shadow. Keeping his head down, Leper navigated the rubble and Kia stumbled after him. the ground beneath her dimly illuminated by the strange glow of her hair. The mutilated head of the beetle corpse appeared in the boundaries of her light, and she let out a shrill scream. Leper snatched her away from it.
It's dead. But the rest of them aren't, so keep quiet.
She hid under the cloak, breathing heavily. Leper grabbed her by the shoulder and lifted the hood from her face.
Look at me.
She avoided his gaze.
Look at me.
She glanced up at him with teary eyes.
Pull yourself together. You're fine. We still have a long way to go.
She nodded reluctantly, eyeing the darkness where she had seen the beetle. There was a narrow pathway up the ravine that Leper had found years ago. It was the slowest way up, but also the least treacherous. Keeping close against the rocky wall, Kia followed tentatively behind him. For Kia's sake, he was glad the height of the ravine was obscured by darkness. Leper couldn't tell what she was feeling, but walking barefoot in the snow, she didn't seem as cold as he would have thought. Perhaps it was a side effect of the pod, same as the glow, or perhaps she was simply good at hiding her discomfort. Regardless, Leper wanted to get her to shelter. Without warning, a tremor shook the ground. Dust rained down on them, and the rending of metal squealed out from the ravine as a pile of rubble collapsed somewhere within the darkness. A swarm of beetles popped out from their nests, fluttering away into the dark sky, red spots in their abdomens glowing. Kia screamed, muting herself with the blanket as the bugs scattered. Leper watched them fly away in pairs, their red glows fluctuating. Good, he thought. It's mating season. They won't be very interested in us.
Keep moving.
The tremors diminished, and Leper pushed forward through the snow. They were almost to the top. Kia kept quiet as they made their way out. Desolate skyscrapers towered over them as they left the ravine behind, forming silhouettes against the night sky. The golden star lines reflected in the dull metals of Leper's body, wrapping around the curvature of limbs and curving across the clouded glass of his faceplate. He slogged through the snow, forging a path for Kia to walk in as they trudged towards his hideout. With every step, his anxiety grew. Every shadow was a bug. Every tower was tipping over. He kept wondering how he had managed to live in such a hazardous city for so long. It felt like hours had passed when they finally reached his hideout. Leper pushed the chunk of concrete away from the entrance and motioned for Kia to step inside. She eyed the pitch-black interior with a look of trepidation and did not move.
Go.
Kia flinched at his voice and forced herself to enter. Leper followed after her, letting the concrete fall back into place behind him. The darkness quickly subsided as his apertures opened wider. In such minimal light, Kia's glow reached all four corners of the room. She stood in the center, hugging herself, her gaze darting about wildly.
Leper, are you there?
Leper switched on his light.
I'm still here.
He said, realizing her eyes would take a while to adjust. Kia squinted at him, wrapping herself tighter in her blanket.
It's so dark.
There's nothing I can do. The lights don't turn on anymore.
He surveyed the barren room. There wasn't even a place to sit.
Listen, I'm gonna head back and see if I can get your pod. You stay here.
Kia cried out as he reached for the door.
No!
Leper stopped and glanced back at her.
Please don't leave me here all by myself. I'm scared.
You'll be fine. As long as you stay here, you will be safe.
Without looking back, he pushed open the entrance. He could still hear her protests as he closed it behind him, but he ignored her. One foot after another, he kept his pace towards the ravine, leaving her further and further behind. Part of him stayed with her. Like a cord, it tied him to her, and with every step, it became harder to keep going. Leper stopped.
This is for our own good.
He gazed at the shimmer of the snow in his flashlight's beam. It cast long, dark shadows from the tallest resting flakes. For a moment, the shadows seemed to grow longer. She will hate you for this.
I don't care.
Leper said, taking another step.
She needs to face the darkness. There are far worse things for her to worry about.
He began walking again, slowly. The cord holding him back slackened a little and he picked up his pace. You never learn. Leper once again rappelled into the ravine. He stumbled over the scrap heaps until he found the beetle corpse and he knew he was close. When his flashlight passed over the entrance to the pile, his soul seized. It was gone. The entire pile had collapsed in on itself. It was nothing more than a flattened heap. Leper stood locked in place, dread seeping into his soul. If they had left only a moment later, they would have been crushed. Part 2. Blossoming. Chapter 5. 164 years and 8 months before the collapse. Pink cherry blossom petals fluttered in salty winds, littering the foaming crystal waves as the endless ocean gently caressed the shore. A white, sandy beach stretched lazily along the length of the cliff, the strip of serenity merely a footstool to a sheer and rocky face. Graham led Jalen along it, barely able to contain his excitement.
Where are we going?
She asked again, half jogging to keep up. Graham smirked.
You'll see. It's a surprise.
The two of them had been spending many evenings together. It seemed that every day, once Graham had finished his set, Jalen was there to say hello. He suspected she just liked his companionship, or perhaps she was fascinated by his lifestyle. Graham was the only person she really knew in the city, and she seemed to be the kind of person who thrived on social interaction. But every time she stood close to him, he could feel his heart beat faster. When he was with Jalen, it was like something else took hold of him. Something that was drawn out by her presence, but Graham restrained himself. He didn't want their relationship to end like all his others had, even if that meant nothing truly began at all.
Hey, Graham, look at the shell.
Graham turned, surprised to see her standing in the wake, her dress tied up at her knees. Crazy girl. He kicked off his shoes and stepped in after her, the cool spring waves washing over his ankles.
What is it?
Jalen bent over and dipped it in the water, scrubbing it with her thumb.
It looks just like you.
Skeptical, Graham eyed the white dripping clamshell, his eyebrow raised.
And how does that look like me?
Graham cast a sideways glance. Jalen smiled childishly.
Look closer.
Humoring her, Graham obliged, leaning forward to scrutinize the shell. But he saw nothing unusual. Salt water blasted into his face. He reeled back in surprise and shook droplets from his hair.
See? You're both all wet.
Oh, is that how it is?
Kicked water at Jalen. She recoiled with a scream.
My dress! No.
Graham took his chance and made a break for it, splashing along the shore. Jalen attempted to make chase, only to trip and fall headlong into the water. A moment passed before Graham's concern overtook him, and he turned to check on her. She hadn't gotten back up. Panic flashed through him as he jogged back to her.
Jalen?
She shot out of the water and pushed him over. Both of them tumbled back into the waves. Graham burst out with a gasp, dripping wet. Jalen popped up next to him with her soaked hair draped across her face. She met his eyes and burst into boisterous laughter, surprising herself with a snort. At that, Graham couldn't help but laugh, and she covered her face in embarrassment.
Where are we going again?
She said through her fingers. They were still drying off by the time they got to their destination. Jalen's dress all wrinkled and Graham's jacket soaked.
Are we there yet?
She asked, rubbing her arms.
Actually,
Graham flourished.
we are.
He stepped back to present a small sandy nook, tucked into the corner of the cliff. Two stumps sat next to each other among the petals in the sand, and Graham's instrument lay on top of one.
It's the perfect place to practice. Far away from anyone in the city, a beautiful view, and
He clapped his hands together, listening for their traveling echo.
cool acoustics.
Jalen smiled warmly.
And it only takes a 15-minute ride down the cliff in a tram.
Exactly.
Graham picked up his instrument and took a seat.
Now, do you want to help me practice?
Jalen graced the seat next to him.
What song are you going to sing?
Blossoming?
That one's my favorite.
I know.
Graham took his screwdriver, tuned his instrument, and began to sing.
The rain, oh, it's falling. The birds, they're still calling. Then in the ashen forest, where silence is a chorus, there grew a gentle flower, changing by the hour, blossoming, blossoming, blossoming into something new. It's my love for you. Meet me right here, every day, dear. We'll make the occasion a declaration with beauty unrivaled and sunshine divine. We'll talk and we'll laugh like we're dormant in time. And if I leave like dust in the day wind, my darling, don't worry, a soldier you'll find, my fair and sweet girl. For her battles I'd fight, and one look in her eyes, won't you stay for the night? When the rain, oh, it's falling, the birds, they're still calling. Then in the ashen forest, where silence is a chorus, there grew a gentle flower, changing by the hour, blossoming, blossoming, blossoming into something new. It's my love for you.
The sun hovered on a glassy horizon as the song's final echoes drifted away, and Jalen leaned in towards him, eyes lost in the vibrant sunset. Her proximity pressed heavily on him, like the weight of the sky on the ocean. In a glance, her eyes found him, their green brilliance striking a hole in his soul. Something inside of him fluttered up, and chills swept across his skin. He could only feel his heartbeat. He could only see her gently parted lips. Every warning in his mind echoed into obscurity, and it was like he was drawn closer by a new kind of gravity. He kissed her. The ocean crashed into the shore, and Graham pulled away, suddenly aware of what he had just done. He stood abruptly, shaking.
I'm sorry,
He blathered, turning to leave.
I don't know what came over me.
She grabbed his hand. His heart stopped. Graham turned reluctantly to face her, but she was already waiting with a pair of radiant eyes. Something had changed inside of them, like a silent spark. Jalen stepped closer.
Why did you stop?
Graham tried to sputter out a response, but before he could, she had put her hand on his cheek and kissed him. First, there was nothing. Then there was warmth. Their souls combined into one, dancing slowly in infinite, sparkling sunlight. The world faded around them, the feeling of sand beneath their feet forgotten, and the murmurs of the sea without meaning. Any semblance of time was lost, and their brief moment dragged on in blissful ignorance. Graham wished it would last forever. Chapter 6, 164 years and 6 months before the collapse. Graham looked back at himself from between the cracks of his apartment's dusty mirror. With a fingernail between his teeth, he picked uselessly at the bit of lettuce he'd already gotten out minutes ago. Even though he couldn't see it, he could still feel it. Maybe he was just overthinking it. He had spent so long in front of the mirror that he hardly recognized himself anymore, and he was going to be late. Graham gave himself another once-over, absent-mindedly rubbing the prison number that was tattooed on the back of his neck. He flipped up his collar. With any luck, she wouldn't see it. Jalen was a good girl, the kind that had never cursed in her life. If she found out Graham had been to prison, she would likely run away screaming. It didn't matter if he was different now. The mark they gave him in prison would continue to define who he was for the rest of his life. With a final swat at the loose strand of hair dangling in front of his face, Graham took 2 steps across his apartment and was out the door, picnic basket in one hand and umbrella in the other. He unfolded it, and rain tapped lightly on the canopy. On his way, Graham forgot his worries. He took a deep breath of the fresh, earthy air and practically danced down the street, kicking water from puddles as he passed. For the first time in his life, he loved someone. And most unexpectedly of all, she loved him back. It felt like seconds before he was at her door, pulling the ringer cord. She opened the door to reveal a wide smile on her face and a breezy white dress billowing from her freckled shoulders.
Graham, you're 20 minutes late.
Graham gave her an overdramatic bow.
And every minute without you was as excruciating as the last.
She laughed, stepping under his umbrella and planting a kiss on his cheek.
Well, I only finished getting ready a few minutes ago, so you're good.
She took the picnic basket from his hand and linked her arm with his.
So where are we going this time?
You shall soon see,
Graham said, a sly smile across his face. He didn't normally care where they went, as long as he was with her, but this time he had something special in mind. Arm in arm, they traversed the damp streets of the city, watching raindrops sprinkle ripples across the river's surface. Graham didn't stop when they reached the perimeter of the city. Despite Jalen's confusion, he kept on straight into the ash forest. Tall, thin, blackened trunks stuck out from the gray, ashy ground like executioner's spikes, lifeless and quiet, as they had been for centuries. Graham was told as a kid that the forest had always been dead. He never believed it. Jalen shifted her grip on his arm nervously.
Graham, if I'd known we were going out here, I wouldn't have worn something so nice.
Don't worry. We're almost there.
Jalen clutched him tighter, keeping a wary eye on the barren forest. Graham kept his focus. There's the gnarled tree, so I need to turn 40 degrees towards the split tree. Soon the rain let up, the final drops splashing uselessly into the unyielding soil. They passed through a cluster of trees and Jalen gasped. There, in the middle of a clearing, was a bright green patch of grass, flourishing with beautiful white flowers.
Wind's breath! I can't believe it!
See? I told you I'd pick a good spot.
To think, the ash forest has been holding on to this the whole time. I mean, we know so little about how the forest formed, but this?
She could hardly find the words.
This complicates everything. Why this one spot? Are there more like this?
This is the only one I've found. It's an ironic spot for a picnic, surrounded by death and all.
Jalen twirled in place, her skirt flaring outwards and twisting back around her.
I love it.
Graham grabbed the picnic basket from her and took a seat in the grass. She sat next to him, leaning into his side. With a contented sigh, Graham plucked a flower and placed it lazily in her hair. A chill breeze fluttered through and Jalen shivered a little. A gentleman would have offered his jacket, but Graham was too aware of the tattoo on his neck. Instead, he put his arm around her. She grasped his hand and rested her head on his shoulder.
It's kind of beautiful,
she said, staring out at the ashen landscape.
in its own way.
Without much thought, Graham responded.
Sounds like somebody I know.
Jalen gave him a sideways glance.
In its own way?
You know what I meant?
Graham reached into the picnic basket and took a bite of sausage. The wind blew through and knocked his collar down. He unwound his arm from Jalen and flipped it up hastily, his heart skipping a beat. Her smile faded. She laid back in the grass with a sigh. Was that too obvious? Did she notice? Aware that she could see his back, Graham lay beside her. For minutes, they watched the gray clouds pass lethargically over the blackened branches.
You know I've already seen it, right? Your number?
Shame crawled over Graham's skin, her words sinking into him like a weight on his chest. He couldn't respond. He couldn't move his lips.
I've been waiting for you to tell me about it.
I wanted to.
Graham stuttered, sitting up.
I didn't know how you'd react.
Jalen sat up next to him, placing a hand on his shoulder.
I know who you are, Graham. You're a good guy. That's all I care about.
Graham reached up and put his hand on hers, squeezing it gently as if to express how much it meant.
So what did you do?
Jalen grinned.
Kill someone?
Yeah. They don't exactly let a murderer out for good behavior. I was a delinquent child, stole a few too many apples.
Oh, really?
I grew up as a single child with oppressive parents. They had a vision for me that I was obligated to fill, but I didn't like it, so... You know.
You stole apples?
Jalen said, eyebrow raised.
I stole apples.
Well, I had 3 brothers and an overworked mom, so I can't relate.
What'd you do?
Graham said, grinning at her.
To cope, I mean.
I read way too many books.
Maybe I should have tried that.
Jalen kissed him on the cheek.
Now can I wear your jacket?
Chapter 7. 56 years after the collapse. Spear in hand, Leper perched atop a tower he'd been avoiding for weeks. He surveyed the desolate city landscape below as gloom choked the skies. With his hearing cranked and his shutters closed, he listened carefully, waiting. Somewhere between the whistling winds and groaning structures, Leper expected signs of life. Weeks ago, he had been on the hunt, seeking thrill in a stretch of apathy. But while he was tracking, he had heard something unexpected from an old residential stack near his hideout. Someone had coughed. Stopping to listen, Leper had heard shuffling steps and labored breathing, and he knew there was a scavenger inside. Out of principle, Leper had steered clear. Those without a faction roamed the world alone, scavenging anything they could find. If any two met, both would pretend the other didn't exist. It was an unwritten rule. But this time, the circumstances were different. Leper needed food, and where there were scavengers, there was always something. With the wind drowning out all other sounds, it was impossible to tell if anyone was inside. Regardless, Leper turned down his hearing, dropped through a gap in the roof, and switched on his light. Countless barren corridors and half-crumbled concrete rooms populated every floor. Anything that might have once been organic had turned to dust long ago. The sounds of his metal footsteps were loud in Leper's ears, echoing endlessly in the barren halls. Somewhere in that building, a scavenger had taken refuge. Whether he remained was still unknown. Several floors down, Leper noticed something odd about some of the rubble. Following instinct, he investigated, entering a dark, narrow hallway. The other end had been plugged up with debris, and the only light came from an open doorway near it. Ordinarily, an orange glow would have turned Leper away, but then he looked at the rubble on the floor. It was unmistakable. A path had been cleared. Signs of a burrow were often slim, but Leper knew them well. In a world of chaos, one only needed to find signs of order. Without a doubt, the scavenger had been there. Leper flicked off his light, stepping forward as quietly as he could. Within him, his soul pulsed, anxiety building. Cornered scavengers were dangerous, but he needed the food. I don't have a choice. Leper almost didn't see it in time. His apertures open wide in the dim light. He glimpsed a thin cord stretched taut across the hall by his feet. He had nearly tripped it. Tracing the line with his gaze, Leper found that it was rigged to drop empty cans if disturbed. A rudimentary alarm. The scavenger has definitely been here. Careful, Leper stepped over and continued down the hall, silent as a shadow. The doorway was closer, and the orange light gave Leper a sense of unease. Something was wrong. He approached with caution, flattening himself against the adjacent wall as he peeked inside. The scavenger was still there, all right. His mutilated corpse was propped up in the corner, lying in a stain of blood. Above him, clustered up the walls and along the ceiling, were 30 throbbing beetle eggs, each the size of Leper's head. The glowing orange orbs drooled with translucent ooze, hideous larvae wriggling audibly inside. Leper clutched his spear a little tighter. The stakes had just changed. Glancing in all directions, Leper found no sign of the mother. His soul pounded. There has to be something. He stepped inside. Belongings were strewn across the tall room. A small cylindrical burner puck had been turned upside down in the corner, with a pot, can opener, and utensils scattered around it. There had been a struggle. Leper gathered what he could in his arms. A ratty bedroll lay crumpled in the opposite corner, soiled with beetle slime. Aha! Leper spotted a ration kit. It was the type the Reverends distributed, a square black duffel bag with food and cooking supplies. He could have guessed. The Reverends were probably the only ones who had food anymore. The only problem was that the bag was sitting in a pool of the scavenger's blood. Leper had been giving the eggs a wide berth, but he had to risk it. He crouched low and stretched towards it, the strap just out of reach. The eggs wriggled above him, and for once, Leper was glad he couldn't smell. Just as he snagged the strap, a wretched squelch sounded above him. Ooze splattered down on the floor, raining from the ceiling. Ration bag in hand, Leper jumped back, only to witness the birth of 3 more larvae. They were bloated and pink, with tiny hard black heads and sharp pincers. All at once, eggs popped open, and in seconds the larvae were wriggling over each other to get at the corpse their mother had provided. Leper stood, locked in place as they tore the body to shreds. He dared not make a sound. All too quickly, the last of the eggs had released their captives, and a cacophony of wet, chittering noises filled the room. The ravenous grubs made quick work of the corpse, and Leper stepped backward as slowly as he could, feeling blindly for the doorway. He froze as 6 of them turned towards him, their fronts coated in viscera. Blood dripped from Leper's bag. Larva advanced. Leper made a break for it. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, he sprinted down the hall, but he didn't get far. Leper tripped and slammed into the concrete. A cord snapped and empty cans clattered across the ground in a deafening cacophony. The chittering swelled. In a panic, Leper scrambled to collect the cooking supplies he had spilled and shoved them into the bag, a wary eye over his shoulder. The larvae swarmed from the doorway, crowding the walls and clambering across the ceiling with surprising speed. Leper had only just snatched a can opener from the ground when they were upon him. He had to leave a few things behind. Leper ran. In the adjacent hallway, most rooms were dark, but the rest glowed orange. Leper had a sickening realization. This is a nest. He rounded the corner and found a corridor coated with eggs, even across the floor. The larvae were catching up. Eggs were hatching. With a running start, Leper slammed his spear into the concrete and vaulted through, the glowing orbs on all sides before he hit dry ground. The grubs were relentless. Leper picked himself up and kept moving. Larvae were wriggling in through cracks in the ceiling. There must have been hundreds. One latched onto the bag. There wasn't time to stop. Leper gained ground, a fat grub dragging behind him as it nibbled the duffel bag. Sunlight gleamed ahead and he made a break for it. The light grew closer and the larva held on tight. When Leper arrived, his soul shrank. Dead end. The outer wall had crumbled away, leaving a wide-open view of the adjacent building and blowing snow. Leper skidded to a stop, grabbing his parasite by its horrible bloated flesh and tearing it from the bag. Fabric ripped. Cans rolled out onto the floor as the larva writhed in his grip. He tossed it as hard as he could down the hall. It curled into a ball and bounced. Without a moment to lose, Leper bent over to snatch up as many of the wayward cans as he could, but more spilled out. The swarm rounded the corner, and he was out of time. Leper, turning towards the light, did the only thing he could. He sailed through the air, arms and legs flailing as he left the 16th story and plummeted towards the building across the street. With a soul-shaking crash, Leper fell through the window of the next building and hit the cement, phantom pain flashing across his body. Gathering his strength, he sat up slowly, making sure his limbs were still attached and functional. The beetle grubs in the other building picked hungrily at the cans that were left behind. Still dazed, Leper attempted to take inventory of what had survived. There was a pot, some rice, beans, non-perishable loaves, a burner puck, and some water. It was barely a third of what he had started with, but he was lucky he had kept anything at all. Leper stood shakily. His legs felt like rubber, and his side was on fire. He knew better than anyone. There weren't many benefits to having a soul. Kia didn't acknowledge Leper when he returned. She simply turned over in her blanket, deliberately facing away. All she had for a bed was a section of dirt floor, slightly softer than the rest. Leper had spent hours digging for the pod, but it was buried too deep.
Kia, I found some food for you.
She didn't respond. Leper set the bag down on his workbench and sorted the contents, estimating that it would last her a few days, assuming he could even get her to eat it. Somehow, he would have to find her more. She must have been starving. She hadn't eaten at all yet. It was her own stubbornness that kept her from complaining. She had refused to talk to him ever since he left her in the dark. Regardless, Leper set himself to work, cooking her a meal. He took the flat cylindrical burner puck and twisted the crank at the bottom, watching the liquid bubble through the transparent underside. Turning it over, he realized the top of the puck had turned from opaque black to red hot as the liquid boiled. Burning pain flared out in his fingers and he dropped it hastily. Kicking himself internally, Leper set it back upright with a stick of rebar he had lying around. Don't hold it while it's boiling, idiot. There was no real damage to his hand, but his soul was convinced there was. Pain came with the soul, and no matter how much Leper tried, he could never get over the instinct to flinch. For a time, he had attempted to overcome it, and the pain had eventually lessened. But he could never fully convince his soul that it belonged to a metal body incapable of sensation. Next, he grabbed a small cooking pot, and filling it with water, he set it on the puck. He waited for it to boil before emptying a bag of rice into it. It felt strange to be cooking food. Leper was surprised he could still remember how. The smell of the rice eventually reached Kia, and as Leper had suspected, she came shuffling across the room, blanket wrapped around her and Jerby poking out the top. She wandered over to the pot and took a seat on the floor across from Leper, watching him remove the pot from the puck to let the rice cool.
Rice. Just be careful. I don't have any bowls and the pot will be hot.
I don't like rice.
Leper stopped. What did she just say? Does she not realize the situation we're in?
You need to eat.
Can't you make something else?
I already made you rice.
Leper was getting angry.
If I make you something else, the rice will go to waste.
That's okay.
Are you kidding me? Leper thought. He stood, towering over her.
No, it is not okay. You saw what it's like out there. You have no idea what I went through to get you this food.
Why can't you just go to the market?
Kia asked, furrowing her brow.
Give me my cloak.
What?
Kia brought it closer around her.
I'll give it back. I only need it for a second.
Kia stared at him blankly. Leper stepped closer and she held it out, cowering under it. With a sigh, he grabbed it, rolling it into a cylinder and bending it into a donut.
This is the world you grew up in. Do you understand? This was Taurus.
Kia nodded. Leper took the blanket and crumpled it violently into a ball.
And this is what happened to it. Understand?
Kia stared at him, unblinking. He tossed the blanket back to her.
That means there is no market, no city streets for them to meet on, and unless you want to starve, we cannot waste a single grain of rice.
Leper sighed, sitting back down and rubbing uselessly at his throbbing temples. He had let himself get angry. For a minute, there was silence, and Kia stared absently at the rice before she could bring words to her lips.
How long was I asleep?
Leper looked up at her. She hadn't wrapped the blanket back around herself. She was simply hugging it in front of her, her eyes wide. She was scared. Leper looked her in the eye.
Kia, I want you to understand that there was no other way to heal you.
How long was I asleep?
She asked, tears welling up in her eyes. It seemed the scope of the situation was finally catching up with her.
I lost count along the way. But it's been close to 200 years.
Kia nodded silently, still staring at the rice with teary eyes. She had probably already guessed. She was a smart kid, like her mother in many ways.
Is that why I'm different?
She lifted her albino arms to examine them.
I can't say for sure what that pod did to you, but you were in there for a while. It was meant to alter your biology. But I guess we didn't know how much it would.
Biology?
She tilted her head, sounding out the unfamiliar word.
Biology. It's what you're made of, the state of your being. Like how I am made of metal and glass.
She nodded.
Kia, look at me.
Kia looked reluctantly up at him.
The liquid in my hydraulic lines, can you see it?
Leper lifted his palms upwards, indicating the hydraulic line that ran down his arm.
It's my blood. These pistons are my muscles. These lenses are my eyes. And their shutters, my eyelids. My skeleton is a metal frame. Although we're made of different things, you can see that we're the same.
Kia looked on, and Leper could almost see the gears turning behind her inquisitive gaze.
I know you don't trust me. I know you're scared and disoriented. Just know I am here to help you. And I'm the only one who can. A misstep in the afterworld can cost you your life. Take everything I say from now on as law. Do you understand?
Kia nodded again.
Kia, I want you to say it.
I understand.
Good. Now eat your rice.
Chapter 8. 163 years and 6 months before the collapse. The heat of the summer bore down on a gathering crowd as Jalen towed Graham eagerly towards the stage. Velvet rope fences outlined the area, containing the chattering throng. One of the tallest and most impressive buildings in the city, the Discovery Council, towered over the stage, its intricate brick patterns bordering the sculptures of famous scientists and philosophers. 3 of them, which Jalen probably knew the name of, were larger than life and resided in their own arched enclaves over the main entrance, clearly figures of importance. Banners were strung in the spaces between them, proclaiming the conference event in bold letters. Science conferences at the council always brought a lot of attention, and it felt like half the city had shown up, eager to get a glimpse at the future.
Who are we here to see again?
He already knew the answer, but he wanted to see her explain it again. Her childlike passion was endearing.
Andron is the greatest etherologist of our time. His research of souls in the second plane is revolutionary. I can't believe we're going to meet him in person. I have read all of his works. He's like a modern-day Aramaeus.
In her excitement, Jalen nearly forgot to breathe. Graham chuckled.
Don't you work with the guy?
Jalen shot him a glance.
What? Andron? Of course not. Sure, he works in the building, but a lowly intern isn't going to interact with the head scientist. Don't be ludicrous.
She struggled her way to the front of the crowd, dragging Graham behind her, but her effort couldn't get them past the bickering reporters. Graham fingered his pocket, feeling the cold metal of the betrothal necklace inside. He took a deep breath, nerves spiking up inside of him. It's okay, Graham. You worked hard for this. Of course she'll say yes. Months of work at a dangerous labor job had barely provided the funds for a necklace that wasn't even particularly impressive. But it was the best he could do. Every minute he had worked 30 stories up on scaffolding had been spent engrossed in wistful dreams about the moment he would ask her. But now, as the time finally came, Graham was beginning to doubt. For the first time, the thought occurred to him that she might say no. What if it's too soon? Enthusiastic jabs on Graham's shoulder disrupted his thoughts, and thunderous applause broke out around them. Andron was walking across the stage. I didn't realize he was so young, Graham thought, watching the young 30-something man take his place at the microphone at the front of the stage. His keen eyes and narrow, clean-shaven face were an abrupt contrast to the statues of broad, shaggy old men that loomed behind him. Square glasses were clipped to the bridge of his hooked nose, and he ran a hand through his long, slicked black hair.
We have much to learn about souls,
He began, arresting the audience's attention effortlessly. His rich, deep voice juxtaposed the slim form that produced it, but his confident stage presence justified it.
They define us. They are all around us, in everything. In you, in me, in the ants, in the clouds, even the lifeless rocks.
Jalen leaned over, whispering excitedly in Graham's ear.
He's quoting from Dust and Souls.
Dust and Souls?
Jalen shushed him.
From Dust and Souls. It's his book, Graham.
She turned her attention back to Andrew.
Irreducibly complex as a soul. Souls are contained in the second plane, a place once incorrectly believed to be a reflection of our reality. In truth, it is another layer, and although we cannot see it or touch it, its influence on our lives cannot be ignored. Our studies show that souls are tethered to our bodies from the second plane of reality, and when we die, that tether is severed, as our body can no longer serve as an effective vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, while most scientists study the soul or the body, I studied the tether, and it has led to a game-changing discovery.
Most of it sailed clean over Graham's head, and it was hard to focus with the betrothal necklace burning a hole in his pocket. He eyed Jalen. She was enamored. Perhaps this wasn't the best time, or maybe he was just overthinking it. Graham snapped back to reality, applause breaking out around him as Andren concluded a key statement.
We once foolishly believed that our brains produced the thoughts inside us, that brains could make decisions. But it was only when we got a closer look at souls when we figured out what was really going on. Our essence, our thoughts, our voice, our very being is contained in the soul. The brain is simply a physical processor that translates the soul to our vessel, our body. This interface system is the same for every conscious being. This discovery led me to a question. Can a soul connect to any processor, or is it limited to a brain? In other terms, can a soul be transferred to an artificial processor? That question led me to a theory, and in fact, I have already tested my theory.
Andren walked over to a small round table, the object on it draped in a white cloth.
Under this fabric is a device that represents a shift in the very foundations of soul technology. You have been gathered here today to witness a moment in scientific history.
He whipped away the tarp, revealing a small, multi-jointed cylindrical metal object in a jar. Wait, is it squirming?
This
Andren held up the jar.
is only a metal fabrication. While it uses tiny motors to move, it has no mind. Or does it? Ladies and gentlemen, this metal worm is proof of my theory. There are no wires, no controllers. It moves entirely of its own accord. This metal object has been imbued with the soul of a living, conscious worm.
The crowd gasped, erupting into applause as Graham stood fixed in place. Did he just say he imbued a machine with a soul? Is that even possible?
That's right. I have found a way to transfer a soul using the tether. Because our science never thought of the tether as something tangible, but merely a concept, we nearly missed this opportunity.
Jalen tugged on Graham's arm. She didn't say anything, but he knew she was excited. This isn't the time. Quit it, Graham. You've had the necklace for weeks. It's time to stop stalling.
And this is only the beginning. Imagine what we could create with this. Soldiers who storm into battle, nearly invincible. Laborers who work dangerous jobs without worry. Servants who don't have the capacity to question our requests, but the capability to carry them out efficiently. Once we find a way to combine intelligent souls, we could program a soul for a specific purpose. All we would have to do is identify the correct tethers to transfer.
Graham could feel the warm metal of the necklace as he clutched it in his sweaty fingers. As soon as this is over, Graham, you know what to do. Jalen kept repeating herself in excitement as they made their way out of the crowd.
Did you see that worm?
She asked, not waiting for an answer.
I can't believe he actually managed to give it a soul. I mean, the amount of tethers on an unconscious soul alone is enough to complicate a transfer process, but there has to be thousands on a conscious soul.
Graham eyed the market stalls that had moved their wares to the Discovery Plaza.
Lunch?
Please, I'm starving.
Despite herself, Jalen agreed to purchase 2 large, greasy chet wraps from a small stand at the end of the row, the smell of freshly grilled chet meat winning her over from the street. She took a seat under a nearby ash tree and Graham excused himself to get some drinks, but he had no intention of getting any. This was his chance. She was sitting and facing away from him, completely unaware. He lifted the necklace from his pocket, 3 gems dangling on its golden chain. Sapphire, emerald, and amethyst. Love, growth, and harmony. Seeing it out in the open made him feel exposed, as if every person in the plaza was looking at him. Jalen would only have to turn around and she would see it. Graham swallowed his fear and worked through the motions, walking up behind Jalen and laying the necklace over her neck. She flinched slightly at the unexpected touch.
Love, growth, and harmony become one,
Graham quoted.
Do you accept my favor?
Jalen froze. She wasn't allowed to look back until she had given him a response. Every passing second felt like an hour. He wished he could see her face. Her shoulders shook slightly and he realized she was crying, her hand over her face. Despite the rules, she stood up and faced him, joyful tears in her eyes. She flung herself at him with a hug and wordlessly accepted his favor, nearly knocking him over in the process.
You've got a mouthful of chet wrap, don't you?
Graham said, his face over her shoulder.
Uh-huh.
Elation bubbled up inside and Graham burst into laughter. I did it. Chapter 9, 56 years after the collapse. Leper pushed onwards against blustering winds, trudging through deep snow. Cold clung to his metal, forming fractal frost, but he didn't notice. He let the howl of the wind drown out his worries and willed it to become the sole subject of his thoughts. His feet kept a steady march, heading straight towards a dark spot on the horizon. Leper was running out of options. The pitiful bag of food he had procured was not enough. Furthermore, the city was dangerous. On his own, he never would have been worried, but now things were different. He had to think like a survivor. He needed to find food, shelter, and warmth. He had to choose between the safest paths and the shortest routes. Food was currency. To find wood to burn was like striking gold. Never before had Leper realized how truly desolate his world was until suddenly he had to live in it. For the greater half of 46 years, Leper had been reckless, chasing thrill and danger. While the rest of humanity lived every day fearing it was their last, he had watched the world crumble around him without concern. They slept with one eye open and a weapon in hand. Leper didn't sleep. Now as he approached the reverent fort, Leper knew their anxiety for the first time. Dark walls stretched across the horizon, stitched together from ruin and scrap. Like cliffs, they stood over him, a stretch of black space and a void of white noise. It had been years since Leper last visited the new reverence, and the walls had definitely grown bigger. He wasn't sure where the door was, or even if there was one. He approached and knocked on the wall, but there was no response. The sound echoed endlessly up the metal expanse. From his perspective, the walls reached far into the sky, scraping against the gloom. Did they still allow visitors? How did that scavenger get food? Flakes of snow trickled down around him as he walked along the wall, looking for an entrance or some guards, but there were none. Something caught Leper's ear and he turned. A dot appeared on the white tundra horizon, accompanied by the sound of a distant motor. Leper had only caught glimpses of wheelers before. It approached, the suspended chassis gliding over the uneven terrain as 4 legs bent high over the handlebars. 4 wheels rumbled over the ground, each with its own leg and its own suspension. They tilted as the rider banked to the right, approaching the wall. In some ways, it looked like a grasshopper crouched low. A small door swiveled outwards in the wall, and 2 Andron servants stepped out, waiting patiently for the rider to slow to a stop in front of them. They set to work, one taking the rider's helmet and the other mounting the wheeler and riding off into the base. The door closed again before Leper could reach it. He knocked, but the remaining Andron did not respond. Why would it? Leper looked closer and found a small eye-level slit in the wall that the Andron was looking through. It stood motionless, its tiny, unblinking eyes staring directly forward. Leper blocked its view of the tundra, waving his arms. The Andron did not respond. It might have been staring straight through him. Figures. Its stimulus is probably taken up looking for wheelers. It's not even aware of me. Leper was trying in vain to force open the door when he heard a familiar sound behind him. Another wheeler was approaching. Leper had an idea. He waited by the door like a guard, and as the wheeler approached, the door swiveled open and he ducked inside. The wheeler rolled in, its engine bubbling and boiling loudly in the small space. Without hesitation, the rider stepped off and offered the other Andron his helmet. When Leper didn't take the wheeler, he got a strange look from the rider.
Go on. Take this to the lot.
Leper stood there for a moment, eyeing the wheeler. He didn't know where the lot was.
Well, get to it. What's the deal with this thing?
Attempting to avoid suspicion, Leper mounted the wheeler, one leg at a time. He glanced down at the controls. There was a small crank in the center and steering bars above it. One of the pumps on the handles must have been gas, and the other must have been brakes. Leper chose one and squeezed it. The wheeler didn't move. That would be the brakes. The wheeler rumbled impatiently beneath him, and the rider sighed before walking away. Okay, this one then. Leper squeezed and the wheeler lurched forward. That's more like it. The small garage opened into the fort at the back, and Leper rode out with a gentle grip. In moments, he grew accustomed to the controls and he picked up speed and confidence. It was actually fairly intuitive, and it drove as smooth as glass. Dozens of identical warehouses filled the space between the wall and a curved frozen cliff. Driving past, Leper glimpsed their interiors. Some were farms, their crops growing under room-spanning lights that hung from the ceiling. Others were packed with supplies. Armed guards took patrol, marching under countless white and gold hanging flags. Like ribbons blowing in the breeze, they were almost long enough to touch the ground when the wind died. None took notice of Leper as he drove through, but it didn't stop his soul from pulsing. Every intersection looked the same, and Leper found no signs of a parking lot. He was beginning to worry that his rumbling wheeler would draw attention if he kept driving in circles. Is it in one of these warehouses? Another servant Andron rounded the corner, making his way on foot. It took no notice of Leper as it set about its task. The servants always creeped him out that way. Their narrow, metal-plated heads held nothing but little holes for eyes. It was a far cry from Leper's oval glass face and large lenses. But so far, nobody had noticed the difference. Wait, was that the same servant? Leper turned his wheeler down the alley it had come from and found himself heading towards the ice cliff. It was taller than the wall, with pillars of greenish ice formations like frozen waterfalls cascading down among hanging lights and metal scaffolding. A giant net held back falling ice chunks in the corner. Nestled beneath it, a row of wheelers was parked under a tarp. Finally. Leper pulled in and struggled to switch off the wheeler. He tried everything before twisting the crank counterclockwise. The wheeler went silent. In the sudden, deafening quiet, Leper was struck with his own helplessness. Somehow, he would have to find their leader, explain how he had managed to sneak in, apologize for sneaking in, and then ask for a bag of food with nothing to trade for it. It would not be easy. And it certainly didn't help that he was hopelessly lost. On foot, Leper continued his investigation, wary of suspicion from the guards. Androns often disappeared into the background, but Leper knew he stuck out. He poked his head into warehouses as he passed, but none appeared to have food. Some had weapons, one contained a wheeler construction line.
Hey!
A guard called.
Andron, what's your directive? There shouldn't be any androns back here.
Leper froze in place, trying to come up with a way to respond. The guard called to his colleague.
Hey! Come take a look at this. I think this andron's confused its programming.
A guard with a thick, scruffy beard appeared next to him, grabbing Leper by the shoulder and turning him around. Leper kept his eyes facing forward as he was inspected.
This isn't one of ours,
the scruffy one exclaimed.
How did it get in here?
Right now, that's the least of our concerns. What matters is what it's doing here.
We better take this to Roman.
You want to tell the boss we let it slip in?
Well, what are we gonna do? We have to report it. This is suspicious activity.
Listen to me. We found it outside, okay?
The bearded one looked confused for a second before it dawned on him.
Right, of course. It was standing out by the front gate.
He waved in Leper's face.
Do you take commands?
Leper tried to imitate the other androns' pre-recorded voices.
Accepting commands.
This is one way to get to the leader.
Follow me.
Acknowledged.
He waited until the guards were a few strides ahead before walking after them, trying to keep a consistent distance and an even gait. They led him to the largest building near the back of the fort, its large bay door yawning into the swirling snow. Sitting in the center of the wide-open warehouse was a stack of rectangular black ration bags the size of a small building. This was the place, all right. The guards led Leper up a noisy metal staircase to a catwalk that overlooked the warehouse below. The stack of bags was almost tall enough to reach them. Roman's office had access from both sides of the catwalk, his name embossed proudly on both doors. Large glass windows faced the space below. The man inside treated his small metal chair like a throne. His heavy boots rested carelessly on the steel desk in front of him as he leaned back, balancing his chair on two legs. Tight black curls were shaven on the sides of his head, giving his fierce brown face an aerodynamic quality. His artificially dyed eyes were a sharp yellow. So this is Roman. Barely giving the room his attention, Roman cleaned a scrap gun that was resting in his lap with an oily rag. Leper had seen the guns before. Spring-loaded rails along the flat top of the weapon could fire almost anything you gave it. A timely invention for a world full of scrap.
What have you brought me?
Roman said, without looking up.
We found...
Before you answer, consider this. Is what you brought me worth my time?
The two guards traded a glance before the first one spoke up.
We found this andron wandering outside the walls. We think he was trying to get in.
He's not one of ours, Your Reverence,
the scruffy one added. Roman finally looked up from his work.
Let me get this straight. There was a strange andron that wanted in, and you brought it directly to my office without any idea where it came from.
He dropped his gun heavily on the metal desk. The guards flinched at the noise.
We just thought that...
I don't want to hear it. Just bring him here. Let's see what he wants.
The scruffy guard pushed Leper up to the desk.
What is your directive, andron?
Roman placed his arms behind his head and leaned back again. Leper spoke, trying to sound like a recording.
Speak to the new Reverend Fort Director and request food.
Who is your master?
Rot. How'd they say it?
Assignment. Leper of the Split City.
Roman set his feet down and leaned forward in his chair.
That's that ruin back south, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
How did this thing get a post-collapse assignment?
It had to have been reset. I didn't know it was still possible. But then again, I've never seen this model. Maybe...
Whoa. Did it just look at me?
Leper snapped his head back to Roman. Rot.
These things could only process one input, right? Can you hear me right now?
He clapped close to Leper's audio receiver. It peaked loudly in his head, but Leper resisted the urge to react.
I think it must be on the fritz.
Doesn't matter.
Roman arrested the room.
It can be fixed. Get an engineer to confuse his assignment, and we will have him working for us in no time.
Rot, Leper thought. They have no intention of giving me anything. He needed to think fast.
Directive. Speak to the new Reverend Fort Director and request food.
Everyone in the room froze.
That was creepy. Do you think it's listening to us?
Impossible. They can only listen after they've been requested.
It must be spying on us. Take it to be torn apart. We can't take any chances.
The guards grabbed Leper's arms.
Wait,
They jumped back in surprise at his outburst.
I'm not a spy. My master needs food.
The room sat in silence, Roman glaring wide-eyed at the metal being before him. He stood slowly.
That's no spy. No, gentlemen. This is an abomination.
The bearded guard gaped.
I can't believe it. This thing has a human soul.
The first guard edged towards the door. Leper tried to speak.
I did not give you permission to speak. Your very existence is a crime against Soul's creation. By coming here, you've turned his face away from us. Whose soul did you steal, Andron? Go ahead. Tell me.
I stole no one's soul,
Leper said, adding,
Your Reverence,
with a hint of spite.
all I need is one bag of food.
Every word you say is a waste of breath. I will not release my goods to an abomination like you.
Leper couldn't help it. He began to get angry.
How am I the abomination? What are the androns that serve you? Are they not programmed from the souls of animals?
Our androns were gifts from the original Reverence.
Gifts? Your predecessors stole everything they had on the Reverence dropship.
You dare accuse my father of such things?
You wanted control, so you took everything and hoarded it, forcing anyone who wanted rations to join your cult.
Roman stepped up onto his desk, and his heavy boots strode across it before he dropped to the ground directly in front of Leper. He was half a head taller.
Surely you won't miss one bag of food.
Roman grabbed Leper by the neck, his fingers nearly touching together on the other side of the metal tube.
You don't know who you're messing with, Andron,
he threatened, yanking Leper closer. Completely unaffected, Leper looked him dead in his artificially dyed electric yellow eyes.
What are you gonna do? Choke me?
That was the final straw. With a grunt, Roman tossed the andron to the ground. Leper clattered loudly across the concrete.
Get this thing out of my sight.
The guards struggled to pick Leper up from the ground, but he shrugged out of their grip and walked away without them. He didn't need an escort. Instead, they hovered close behind, scrap guns ready. A light tremor shook the dangling lights above the catwalk, and Leper looked down at the pile of rations below with a pang of guilt. He had lost control. There was no hope of negotiation anymore. He'd failed. With a clang, the guards slammed the front gate shut, leaving Leper empty-handed in the blowing winds. He wanted to force his way back in and demand rations. He wanted to find Roman and wring his neck. Instead, Leper gave up and walked away, just as he always did. Somewhere, in the endless expanse of white, where the storm clouds gathered overhead, a speck slogged through the snow with metal legs. There was only wind. There was only isolation. This was the world Kia woke to see. Leper stopped and closed his shutters, letting himself tilt back and fall into the snow. When he opened them, all he could see was the gathering gloom and glimpses of sunlight as it was stifled and choked. Kia will die here. Part of him wished he had never found that pod. For the first time in over 50 years, Leper had been given hope, only for it to be dashed across the rocks. Now he would sit and watch her starve, slowly slipping from his fingers. It was hardly worth returning to her. There was nothing he could do. Stop. Are you really going to abandon her now? There is always another way. Leper lay there, the words lingering in his head until he couldn't stand them anymore. He picked himself up out of the snow and looked back in the direction of the Reverend Fort. It would be incredibly risky, but Leper was running out of options. You know what you need to do. Chapter 10, 162 years and 4 months before the collapse. A gradient of orange and red leaves shuddered in the crisp autumn winds, cherry blossom trees anticipating the approaching winter. Graham sat, instrument in his lap and toes in the cool sand as Jalen snuggled by his side, the sun descending upon the shimmering ocean horizon. Plucking at the strings of his instrument, Graham coaxed out a soft tune, barely aware of what he was playing as he took in his cozy surroundings. The little shack they had built was tucked into the cliff wall, its string lights dangling across to the waving trees and quivering in the breeze. He sat in a hammock next to Jalen, their weight pulling them together like magnets. Graham glanced at her, finding it hard to believe they had been married for a full year already. Time had flown by, every spare minute spent with the woman of his dreams. For the first time in his life, Graham was content with where he was. He had no desire to break free and try something else, to find the next thing.
Graham?
Something about her tone sounded off.
Yes?
What's your opinion on kids?
Graham was taken aback by the unexpected question.
Jalen, we've had this conversation before. We don't need kids. We have everything we could ever want. I mean, just look at this place we built.
Graham gestured to their spot on the beach.
We could never have built this if we had kids.
But don't you like kids?
Those obnoxious little things? Look, I can't blame them for it, but they are all snotty, loud, entitled brats. Far from the perfect little angels their parents think they are.
You do know you were a kid once, right?
Yeah, and I was a stupid little brat. See, normally I can look at someone and I can see what kind of person they are, maybe even guess what they're thinking. But whenever I look at a kid, I just see nothing. It's like they're a blank facade, unable to emote. I can't communicate with them. They don't give me anything to work with, unless it's screaming and crying for attention.
They're kids, Graham.
Yeah, exactly. They freak me out.
Well,
Jalen started to get defensive.
what if they were our children?
Graham gave her a look.
Jalen, what is this about?
She turned away, hugging herself, but she did not respond.
Jalen.
Graham reached over to put a hand on her shoulder. She spoke before his hand made contact.
I'm pregnant.
It was only 2 words, but it was enough to spike fear into his soul. Graham's mind raced, anxious thoughts chasing anxious thoughts as his body froze up and he could only utter a useless response.
What?
Jalen stepped out of the hammock and stood to face him.
I'm pregnant, Graham.
Graham didn't need to hear it again. It still echoed in his mind. How could this happen? We used protection. This wasn't supposed to happen. Jalen stood in front of him, a tear glistening on her cheek.
Graham, please say something.
Graham put his head in his hands and tried to breathe. He tried to quell the anger that was rising inside of him. Lowering his hands from his face, he pressed them together.
How long have you known?
Jalen sat in the sand, avoiding his gaze.
Since this morning. I've been trying to tell you all day.
Black and rot.
Jalen reached up to grab his hand.
I know this is sudden, but
She said, holding back tears.
this doesn't have to be bad news.
Of course it doesn't have to be bad news, Graham thought. You wanted this. He wanted to yell at her. He wanted to blame her somehow, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. She looked so scared. She couldn't look him in the eye and tears ran down her cheeks. Graham hated seeing her like this. Before him sat the only woman who had chosen him after so many had turned him away. For a moment he remembered the feeling of her gaze as it met his, how it tangled his words and drew the breath from his lungs. He remembered her touch and how it sent shivers across his skin. I can't lose this. Graham was dangling over a precipice, and the only thing that prevented him from tumbling into the abyss was the bond that he shared with Jalen. It was fraying, and if Graham wasn't careful, it could snap. He could see it in her eyes. Desperation. Don't let go. He squeezed her hand in his, making a decision.
It will be our child.
Maybe it will be different. Part 3. Regrets. Chapter 11. 56 years after the collapse. Leper squeezed his eyes shut, vitality flowing through him again as he stood in the swirling night. Above him, the wind wheel whirled, and behind him, Kia waited in the hideout. His battery was about to top off, and Leper savored every moment he could get. What he was about to do was reckless and stupid, but Leper had not waited most of his life to give up so quickly. He was running out of options. The battery pack switched off automatically, and in the quiet, Leper's vitality was lost to the wind. Back inside, Kia waited, wrapped in her blanket and watching from the corner, with her jerboa lost somewhere in the folds. She hadn't said anything for a while, but Leper chose to ignore it. He set to work, tweaking his joints and greasing his pistons. Kia watched with a curious tilt to her head. He grabbed his rebar spear and made for the front entrance. Part of him regretted leaving Kia behind again. It was hard enough to earn her trust the first time, but if he kept leaving her in the dark, it would become impossible. If only she knew what was out there, Leper thought. Then she would have a real reason to be afraid. Swarms of snowflakes glinted as they swirled through the beam of Leper's light. He could barely see 3 strides ahead in the flurry, but Leper had no choice. He clipped his spear to his back and took off running. 1 foot after another, he began to pick up speed, closing in on the perimeter of the city. At full charge, his motors were more than up to the challenge. His pistons were oiled and working well. Mechanical legs powered through the snow underneath him, plowing along like a train. Wind whistled past his sensors, and the falling snow became a blur around him. His arms pumped at his sides, mirroring the motion of his legs as he pointed himself in the direction of the reverent fort. I guess I'm really doing this. In minutes, the reverent cliffs were standing ahead, outlined by the waylight that glowed blue on the horizon. The wall was simply a darker spot in the silhouette. Leper didn't slow down as he reached it. He took 3 steps and launched himself into the air. In a smooth arc, he crashed into the wall, clinging to a crack part of the way up. Having been scrapped together from irregular metal plates, the wall offered plenty of handholds for Leper to climb with. His fingers found their way in the glow of his flashlight, hand over hand. For anyone else, it might have been strenuous, but Leper was fully charged and his pistons made quick work of it. Halfway up, Leper switched off his light and his apertures adjusted. Even with the dim waylight on the horizon, his sensors had trouble seeing any detail in the darkness, but he couldn't risk being seen. Progress slowed. When he finally reached the top, Leper proceeded cautiously. A guard passed by, patrolling along the wall walk. Leper waited, motionless, for the sound of footsteps to fade before clambering over onto the walkway. It would be impossible to avoid the patrol if he tried to find the conventional way down. Leper eyed the drop, calculating the risk. The wall was shorter than it seemed, but it would still hurt. No, let's be smart about this. In the dim light, Leper caught sight of a net dangling down the inside of the wall, similar to the one they had dangling from the cliff. He had almost missed it. Boots were approaching, and Leper threw himself off the wall, grabbing blindly. Somehow he managed to snag something, and his arms jolted painfully in their sockets. Leper ignored it and tried to get his bearings, hanging halfway down the net. Little of the fort was lit up at night. Warehouses became deep shadows, labyrinthine in the darkness as guards patrolled like fireflies with their lanterns. There weren't many patrols, but their paths seemed random. Leper didn't want to leave it to chance. He needed a plan. He just didn't know where to start. Remember the first rule of the heist. Leper climbed down the net and dropped the remaining distance into a snowdrift. Always have an exit plan. Waiting for a patrol to pass, Leper routed to the entrance in his head. It was the one the guards were kind enough to shove him out of during his last visit, a large double door undetectable from the outside. The moment the patrol's light disappeared around the corner, Leper made a break for it. In the snow, his footsteps were quiet, and he moved on his toes, creeping through the shadows with a wary eye spared for every intersection. At the entrance, he checked that it was unlocked. For good measure, he cracked it open. Hopefully, no one will notice. Idle chatter caught Leper's ear and he ducked into hiding. Another patrol passed, their scrap guns glinting in the lantern light. He needed a better way to avoid the guards. He eyed the warehouse in front of him, following the gutter to the roof as he hatched a plan. As soon as the guards were out of earshot, Leper threw himself out the wall, latching on and climbing to the roof. Topside, a large pyramidal skylight glowed with white light, revealing a farm inside. Reverends with protective gear were spraying the plants inside. From his vantage, Leper could see that nearly every warehouse had the triangular skylights. It was a little more exposure than he had bargained for from the ground, but if he was fast, it wouldn't matter. Leper broke into a sprint and leaped from one roof to the next, sailing over the guards in the street below. Asphalt cracked under his feet as he landed, but he didn't stop. He could see the main warehouse up ahead and he gunned for it. Glimpses of interiors flashed by him, one roof at a time. The final jump was the longest and he barely made it, grasping the edge of the roof before he could fall. His legs flailed underneath him, failing to catch a foothold. He was losing his grip. At the last moment, Leper swung his leg up over the lip of the roof and rolled over onto it. Soul pulsing, Leper got to his feet and turned his attention to the skylight. Everything was as he expected, a massive horde of ration bags swarming with guards. There was no way Leper was going to get one without some kind of distraction. He scanned the room, looking for something.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Leper hadn't expected guards on the roof. He snatched his spear and struck the guard's gun right as it fired. The redirected scrap plunged into the glass and the window cracked. Before the guard could react, Leper swung around and smacked him with the backside of his spear. The guard crashed through the broken glass and plummeted into the bags below. Every guard in the room looked up at the skylight in alarm, and before Leper had a chance to think, they were already heading for the stairs. Well, they're distracted, Leper thought, soul pounding. Glancing around, he noticed the roof access door in the corner. It was the only way up, and he could already hear the booted hordes clambering up the stairs inside it. He waited until they had nearly arrived before ducking next to the door. It burst open, and Leper was concealed as 20 or more guards came pouring out. They spread out, several of them inspecting the broken glass. Leper waited behind the door, anxiety building as the last guards came through. He had no idea if there were more coming, and he had to act fast before they found him.
He's over there!
Leper twirled around the door, ducking inside and slamming it behind him. Soul racing, he flipped the lock, but it wouldn't be enough. He drove his spear between the door and its frame. Guards slammed on the other side with their fists, jolting the door on its hinges. It wouldn't hold long. Forced to leave his spear behind, Leper sprinted down the stairs. In moments, he burst out onto the catwalk, overlooking the wares. A cluster of remaining guards spotted him from the other side of the catwalk and began shouting. Scraps whistled past and stuck into the wall behind him. The guards ran towards Roman's office, the shortest path to Leper running right through it. Leper was running out of options. He vaulted from the catwalk and fell like a cannonball into the sack of bags. The pile collapsed and bags spilled out across the floor, scattering rations everywhere. Leper fought to keep upright as the pile destabilized beneath him. He rode it out, grabbing 2 bags from beneath him and rolling onto the cement. A piece of scrap zipped by and the bag in his left hand split open. Its contents poured out onto the floor and Leper discarded it before taking off running. When he passed through the bay door, the alarm rang out. Church bells. Of course. With his remaining bag over his shoulder, Leper made for the exit. Patrols were already on the lookout. It was too late for stealth. Leper stopped in his tracks and dashed into an alley, heading towards the corner of the fort. Under a tarp, a row of wheelers remained, and Leper hopped onto the closest one, twisting the crank. The legs bent, bringing the wheels closer to the chassis as it lowered into place, the engine bubbling to life and the headlights switching on. There was no time for caution. Leper gunned it. He burst into the street, the wheeler roaring. The entire fort must have heard him. Wheels leaned hard as Leper cut around a corner, the chassis automatically balancing. Patrols took shots, but he was too fast and scraps missed by strides. Leper drifted, spitting snow at the guards as he zipped past them. Up ahead, he could see the exit. If he could make it through, Leper would get away. Someone walked out into the streetlight, resting his gun on his shoulder and taking a stance in front of the door. Roman.
Go ahead, Andrin.
He called, holding his arms open.
Hit me! Add to your list of sins!
Leper's soul pulsed. He squeezed the gas. Roman stared him down, refusing to move. He's bluffing. He'll falter. Lanterns streaked past and Leper gained speed, closing the distance. His fingers lingered over the brakes. Roman stood, solid as a rock, an emotionless silhouette. Just try me, coward, Leper thought. There were only seconds before impact. Roman took a step back, seemingly by instinct. That was all Leper needed. He squeezed the gas for everything it had. His soul pulsed. Closer. Closer. When the headlights illuminated the fear in his eyes, Roman faltered. He jumped out of the way as Leper shot past. In an instant, the door burst open and the wheeler roared into the night. The only sound was the wind and the motor. And as Leper switched off the wheeler's lights, all he could see was swirling darkness. Chapter 12. 56 years after the collapse. Dread churned in Leper's soul, and he found no comfort within the city's borders. The wheeler rumbled beneath him as he arrived at the outskirts, and glowing beetles fluttered in the sky above him, moving from one building to the next in the blizzarding darkness. I won't be safe here. Slung over his shoulder, the ration bag hardly seemed worth it. The Reverend's fury was a steep price to pay for one bag of food, but it was too late to regret his choices. Leper rolled up to his hideout, stashing the wheeler around the back. When he switched it off, a quiet resonated in his ears, and all he could hear was the flapping of a loose tarp on a window up the wall. He looked up at it, craning his neck. I should have fixed that by now. Inside, Kia sat in the corner, huddled in her blanket and staring at the floor. She did not acknowledge him.
I got you more food.
Leper dropped the bag in front of her.
I thought you said there wasn't a market.
There isn't.
Then where did you get it?
Leper stalked over to the entrance and pushed it open a crack, staring out at the snowy void. Nothing. He was glad the snow had covered his tracks, but Leper knew he wouldn't be hard to find.
Look, it doesn't matter where I got it. Just be grateful and stop asking questions.
Leper let the concrete slab fall back into place.
We can't stay here, it's too dangerous. We may have to leave, even tonight.
Kia tilted her head.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Anywhere but here.
You stole the food, didn't you?
Leper froze.
That's why we have to leave?
This kid is observant.
It's more complicated than that.
How?
Didn't I tell you to stop asking questions?
But...
Be quiet.
Leper carefully lifted the slab and peeked out. His soul pulsed. Distant lights flashed, barely visible in the blowing snow as they approached. There was no question. Wheelers.
Rot.
Rot?
You don't get to say that.
Leper shouldered his battery pack and snatched the ration bag from the ground.
We're leaving, now.
Kia tilted her head again.
Get up.
She stared at him. Fed up, Leper turned back to the entrance and tuned his hearing. He could barely hear Roman shouting.
Search every nook and cranny of this place. We will not rest until that Android is found.
The wheeler was in the back. If they went out the front door, they'd risk being seen before they could reach it. Even starting the wheeler would draw attention to themselves. They could try to get away without it, but they wouldn't get far. Leper's mind raced. They'll find the hideout any minute now. A tarp rippled in the wind, and Leper snapped back to reality. The window sat high up on the wall, tilted from the floor, and was big enough to fit through. Without bothering to explain, Leper grabbed Kia by the blanket and made for the back wall. She tried to scream, but Leper stopped her.
The Reverends are right on our doorstep. Keep your voice down and hold on tight.
You're cold.
Leper didn't respond. He just held her close with one hand and drove the other into the cement wall. It struck in with a puff of dust, and a crack flared out. Removing his hand, he replaced it with his foot and lifted himself up, striking another handhold further up.
Hold on to me.
Kia finally obeyed, and Leper used both hands to continue climbing. Halfway up, The piece of cement he was holding onto faltered, and he swung, pivoting outwards. Kia screamed. Leper flinched, fighting to grab hold again. He could hear the sound of boots approaching the hideout, but he'd almost made it to the window.
Move this rock!
It jumped in place as guards threw themselves at it, but it did not move. The tarp from the window was almost within reach. Leper heard the guards grunting as they tried to push the slab away. He snatched the edge of the tarp and tugged, but it wasn't coming loose. Struggling, the guards wavered, and the concrete fell back into place. Climbing higher, Leper got a better grip on the tarp and jerked it, but only part of the woven plastic tore away. More boots joined the crew as they worked to move the slab. The tarp popped from its staples and peeled away in one sweep. The guards shoved the concrete chunk away and blustering winds surged through. 5 guards had rushed into the room the moment Leper got his foot on the ledge. Leper and Kia dropped out the window, scraps missing them by a breath. Snow cushioned the fall, but Kia still screamed. Leper tossed her onto the wheeler and mounted behind her. He had to reach around her to twist the crank. She squirmed out from under him, reaching down to something on the ground. The jerboa was sitting in the snow. Not wasting a second, Leper scooped it up and stuffed it into her blanket. Just as the engine bubbled to life, guards turned the corner, and he shot out onto the open road. Scrap guns fired from all sides the moment Leper appeared. Reverent wheelers were everywhere. He ducked down over his handlebars, searching for an escape, but the wheelers were closing in. More and more appeared all around him, and he picked up speed, hoping to escape. Amidst the confusion, Leper had no idea what direction he was going in. Somehow a sense of dread was crawling over him. Then he realized why. Leper gripped the brakes as hard as he could, and the wheelers skidded to a halt. Wheels chewed gravel and ice as he swung around, turning away from the gaping ravine mere strides away. One of his back wheels dipped over the cliff. Leper's soul lurched. Kia held tight. He hit the gas, and the rest of the spinning tires barely managed to heave the wheeler out of danger. Wheelers and Reverence were approaching on all sides. They had stopped shooting.
Halt!
Parked in a semicircle, the wheelers' lights glowed red as they idled, blocking every exit.
You are surrounded, Andron. If you try anything, you will be shot immediately.
Leper was running out of options.
Face your sin, Andron. Let your fate be decided by the will of Saul.
With 12 scrap guns trained on him, Leper lowered his hand to switch the lights off on his wheeler. He took his chance and banged the side of his fist on the metal chassis. The sound echoed into the night, louder than anything else. Again, Leper struck the metal. Roman grinned.
What are you trying to do? You can't face us!
With one final pound on the wheeler, Leper watched a pack of beetles burst out from a nearby building. Their glowing abdomens throbbed as they approached, just as Leper had hoped. Kia hid her face, and Leper revved his engine. Cries of surprise and horror lifted into the night as giant beetles landed on the wheelers, mistaking them for mates. Leper punched the gas. Wheels spinning, Leper shot forward, taking his chance. Half of the Reverents abandoned their vehicles, fleeing in terror. Others were pinned to their handlebars by giant beetles. Wings buzzed, making a sound like rotor blades as the beetles began their ritual. One of the wheelers was flipped over, flinging snow and tossing its rider. Leper passed through the circle unattested. Roman stood in front of the chaos, focused only on Leper as he leveled his scrap gun. He took a shot but missed. By the time he could reload, Leper was too far.
You've made a powerful enemy, Andron! A powerful enemy!
Gliding over the snow, Leper clutched the gas with all he had, the wheels rumbling smoothly over uneven terrain. When he switched on the lights, snowflakes became streaks of white, and Kia huddled closer in her blanket. There was no destination. Leper hadn't thought that far ahead. Whatever happened, his only goal was to keep her alive. Chapter 13. 162 years and 3 days before the collapse. No matter the occasion, being in a church always made Graham feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it was the thin layer of dust or the antiquated furniture. Maybe the stone-eyed statues and relief sculptures gave him the creeps. The spacious cathedral was always swarming with elderly reverends who dressed up with their gold-hemmed white robes sweeping across the floor, their footsteps echoing endlessly in stone corridors. Graham thought the dedication to old practices was barbaric, but at least the medical staff didn't shy away from technological advancements. Jalen lay on a padded cot, holding Graham's hand as he sat next to her in a rickety chair. Her bloated stomach was bare in front of her, and a robed reverend doctor rubbed a cool blue gel over it. Graham could practically feel her excitement as she squeezed his hand.
What do you think it'll be?
Jalen asked, barely containing her smile.
A boy or a girl?
Well, I hope it's a boy,
Graham answered, eyeing the dusty stone relief scans lining the shelves.
Really? Why's that?
Saul knows I don't understand women.
Jalen gave him a look.
Well, I'm fine either way. She'll still be our child.
She?
Graham said, his eyebrow raised. Jalen giggled at her mistake.
Whoops.
Jalen smirked.
I'm biased too.
Are you ready?
The old gray reverend asked. Jalen nodded, and he set to work, connecting wires between a square device in his hand and a bowl of metallic liquid on the table. He rubbed this square device across Jalen's belly, iterating on positions until he found the right spot. Graham watched in surprise as the liquid in the bowl jumped to life. It started vibrating, as if there was a sharp frequency phasing through it, and then it settled into standing waves on its surface. The bumps shifted and clumped together until a mound formed in the middle of the bowl. The doctor twisted a knob on his device, and the standing waves split into smaller, finer waves. In between blinks, a fetus appeared in the bowl. Graham could only see it if he looked at it right, but as the doctor continued increasing resolution, it became impossible to miss. There were tiny arms and legs curled up beneath a large round head. It was a rough image with many imperfections, and it was unmistakable.
It's a girl.
Jalen gave an excited gasp. The Reverend set down his instrument and returned to the bowl. He flicked a switch and it began to heat up. The flickering liquid image hardened in place, and its metallic sheen dulled. With tentative fingers, the Reverend tapped the bowl, testing for heat before picking it up and relinquishing it to Jalen. Tears glistened in her eyes before it was even in her hands. She handled it as if it would shatter from the slightest touch. Her thumb twitched as she caressed the child's face.
Graham, it's our child.
Graham leaned over, put his arm around her shoulder and kissed her on the cheek, tasting her salty tears. He smiled.
There she is.
Jalen turned her head to look up at him.
Touch her, Graham. She's your daughter.
Graham reached down to touch the figure tentatively. His finger met a dense, cold stone. All that lay before him was a sculpture, a shadow of something real. He felt nothing for it. He had expected something to awaken inside of him. He thought he would instantly fall in love as Jalen had. He was counting on it. But now, with this lifeless, cold figure in his hands, all of his fears were realized. It looked identical to every other scan on the shelf. Graham watched Jalen take back the image of their child with love in her eyes. All Graham felt was fear. Chapter 14, 56 years after the collapse. In the daylight, Leper felt exposed. Around him, rolling plains of white stretched in all directions. He was a speck, visible from horizons away as he traversed the void, and he needed to find shelter. Kia was wrapped in her blanket, struggling to stay awake. After hours of progress, the mountains drifted into view, their peaks obscured by low-hanging gloom. Like a wall at the edge of the world, their sheer size dwarfed the sky. The wheeler's engine boiled as Leper accelerated, but no matter how far they traveled, the mountains never seemed closer, and the ground never changed beneath them. It was like they were fixed in place. Kia didn't speak, focused on her surroundings as the wind blew strands of hair over her face. Leper tried to concentrate on the task at hand, but his mind kept slipping into anxiety. "You never should have stolen that bag," said a voice inside his head. "You have only put her in more danger."
It was the only option,
Leper said, his voice lost in the wind. "You failed her. You failed her the moment you left her alone in the dark, and you failed her every moment since."
I failed her a lot further back than that.
She will never survive out here on her own, and her protector has only put her in further danger. What do you have left? Why are you still trying?
I had no other choice. I've waited too long to stop now.
An ancient bridge lay in ruins across the foothills. If the towering cement structure still stood, it would have challenged any of the skyscrapers from the split city, and its length stretched out so far Leper couldn't see where it ended. One of its arches sat like an entrance to an indented rock shelter at the base of the mountain. Kia gawked at it as they pulled in. It was a naturally formed rock cave that ended only 20 strides from the entrance. At least it was a shelter from the wind. Leper switched off the wheeler and dismounted. Wind howled across the entrance. Taking a seat, Leper flipped the bag in front of him and took stock. Kia sat silently across from him, curious at the contents. There was a cooking puck, a pot, some utensils, and a variety of cans. There was plenty of water, too. Satisfied, Leper began packing it back up, trying to decide on rations for the days ahead. If they used 1 can a day, they could last at least a week. Leper decided to start with something other than rice.
That bridge. Is that...
The Ridenford Tower Bridge. The largest bridge on Taurus. At least it used to be.
But... I went to see it with my mom and dad. It was in the water.
Leper looked up at her to see that she was on the verge of tears.
After the world collapsed, everything went somewhere else. It's possible the mountains formed from cracks in Taurus's crust. It's also possible floods carried the bridge away.
And the bugs are big.
Yeah.
Leper added a can of beans to the pot.
Some of them survived. I'm not a scientist, so I can't tell you how that happened. You like beans, right?
Those men were after us because we stole their food.
Leper set the pot aside to cook. The words he wanted to say were so hard to put together. He needed her to understand, but if she did, she would be scared.
Kid, I need you to realize what's at stake here. You've seen what the world is like now. Society is built on a need to survive. Those that have managed to thrive rule over everyone, and they are not benevolent leaders. Do you understand?
Kia shook her head. Leper could tell she was scared.
The people with the food are taking advantage of everyone else. They refused to help me feed you, so I did the only thing I could.
And where are we going?
Leper didn't answer immediately.
Somewhere safe,
he lied. You have no clue where you're going to go. In all your years of searching, you never once bothered to figure it out. Do you want to know the truth? Because you already know it. Nowhere is safe. Chapter 15, 161 years and 9 months before the collapse. Jalen's groans shattered the quiet of the midnight street as she writhed in the rear-facing seat of a rattling Tret. Graham sat next to the driver, screaming at him to go faster as the murky river ran along next to them.
I'm going as fast as I can,
the driver exclaimed.
I don't care. My wife is about to give birth.
Jalen let out a cry of pain. Graham's heart raced. Graham's shoes clicked across the stones of the dusty cathedral hallway as he paced restlessly outside of the delivery room. Blue waylight streamed dimly through the stained glass window at the end of the hall. With every passing second, Graham's heart rate increased. After he'd nearly fainted in the room, the doctors had offered him a seat out in the hall, but he couldn't sit still. He felt weak in the knees, but he was too worked up to sit down. For hours, Jalen's muffled wails had seeped under the door, growing closer and closer together in frequency. They had only just barely made it in time, but that's what didn't make sense. Jalen wasn't due for another 2 months. Something was wrong. Graham could feel it. Graham cursed under his breath.
What?
Everything was slipping from his control like sand between the fingers. Everything was about to change. and Graham wasn't ready. A graying doctor shuffled out of the delivery room, his robes skimming the floor as he approached. Graham was on top of him before he could get a word in edgewise.
What's going on? Is Jalen okay?
The doctor corrected his glasses.
Jalen is fine, but the infant, she's not healthy.
What do you mean?
His thoughts were reeling, and he could barely concentrate.
When she came out, she wasn't breathing. We've hooked her up to a respirator, and she's stabilized for now.
Is this because it's early?
That's doubtful. We've seen plenty of babies come out much healthier at this stage, but we've also seen this once before. We believe it's a rare respiratory disorder. It wasn't so much that something blocked her from breathing. It was more that her lungs ceased to function when she came out. The last baby that had this survived, but we had to put him on support for months before he could leave.
What's gonna happen now?
Oh, I should think you would like to see your daughter before we hook her up.
Of course,
Graham said, suddenly realizing what was about to happen. Inside that room was an infant. He had no idea what it would look like, but it was his daughter. The room felt dark as Graham entered, following in the wake of the reverend doctor. Jalen sat up in a bed in the center of the room, holding something. Tiny, red, slimy, it hardly looked human. A respirator mask obscured most of its face. Jalen looked up at him as he approached, her whimsical eyes puffy and red from hours of tears.
Archaea,
she said, holding the infant out to Graham. He stood paralyzed, staring at the wrinkled little human, so small it could fit in his pocket. That was his daughter.
Go ahead. Hold her.
Graham willed his arms to reach out and accept the girl, but they would not move. He simply stood, fixed in place as he watched his future spiral into uncertainty. Tears of joy did not grace his cheeks. Instead, sweat beaded his brow. His heart did not overflow with love. It pounded with dread. At that very moment, he was a father. Part 4. Sanctuary. Chapter 16. 160 years and 3 months before the collapse. Wind blew dead leaves across waylit cobble streets, shaking the naked branches of once vibrant trees and playing with the flaps of Graham's coat. He ducked into the door of his apartment and stomped up the brick-enclosed, creaky wooden stairs. Jalen sat at the dining room table, slouched over paperwork. Ever so often, she glanced at the slightly ajar nursery door.
Has she settled in yet?
Graham asked, hanging his hat in the entryway.
Only for a few minutes at a time. You know how she is when she needs a respirator. She hates the thing. She's always trying to get it off.
You mean the only thing keeping her alive? That's smart.
Jalen rolled her eyes and returned to her paperwork.
She's only 18 months old, Graham. She doesn't know any better.
Graham took a seat across from his wife, noting her disheveled hair and baggy eyes.
Long day at work?
Well, more pay equals more work.
A muffled cry set off in the nursery.
Oh no, there she goes again.
She reached across the table and grasped Graham's hand.
Will you help me?
She gave her best puppy dog eyes.
You know that's not my area.
Jalen circled around the table and placed a hand on his shoulder.
You could sing her your lullaby.
Come on, Jalen. If anything, it'll only keep her from going to sleep.
She will like it at least.
She's 1 year old. She doesn't even know what a lullaby is.
Jalen rubbed his shoulders.
Please.
Graham pondered for a second.
Only if you sing with me.
Graham.
Jalen pouted. Graham pouted back.
Fine.
Graham retrieved his instrument from his studio and followed Jalen into the nursery, where Kia lay bundled up in her bed, a clear rubber respirator strapped to her face. Her curly mop of brown hair draped over her pillow, and her small face crinkled as she cried. Graham sat on the ground, tuning his instrument while Jalen put a hand on the crib and gently rocked it back and forth. Kia's whines lessened under the soft, wandering tones, but she did not relax.
What should we sing?
Graham asked. Jalen gave him a look.
Do you have to ask? You did write her a lullaby.
Whoa, now that one isn't quite ready yet.
It was true. He had been writing it as a surprise for Jalen before she overheard him practicing, and he was still working out some of the lyrics.
It's not a performance, Graham.
All right.
Graham held up his hands in surrender.
But you better sing.
Graham struck a chord and started to sing.
I'll stay with you, waiting for you, until we meet again. And though I see you daily, I'll still miss you dearly. So here I am, waiting for you. Darling, the night is drawing nearer, the darkness dawning. So here I am. Come take my hand. And though I see you daily, I'll still sing a story to you softly, till sleep takes your dreams and say, I'll stay with you, waiting for you, until we meet again. And though I see you daily, I'll still miss you dearly. So here I am, waiting for you. And though I see you daily, I'll still miss you dearly. So here I am, waiting for you.
When Graham plucked the final keys, he heard Kia's light snores, and Jalen gave him a smile.
See?
Shut up.
Chapter 17, 56 years after the collapse. While Kia slept soundly in the cave, Leper kept watch over sweeping snow-covered plains. Minutes became hours, and the stagnant scenery remained unchanged, save for the snow that began to swirl softly again from the gloom. He kept expecting to see wheelers rolling over the hills, but they never came. Stepping out into the renewed wind, he activated the wind wheel on his charging pack. Judging by the liquid gauge on his wrist, he was 3/4 full, but it was wise to top up whenever he could. For all it was worth, he could leave the battery plugged in. With a click, he slotted it into the back of his head. Energy flowed through him, infusing him with that familiar sense of vitality. Leper clung to the feeling, following it like a high before it would inevitably dissipate. He let himself close his eyes and took it in, feeling the energy flow from his head to his feet in a sensation that could have made hair stand on end. As his charge topped off, the feeling slipped through his grasp, and he opened his shutters to the snowy landscape before him, lost in the silence. But as he blinked, he realized something was different. There were shadows moving across the plains. Leper's soul jumped. From the distance, they looked like ants, but they were assuredly human. And for a moment, Leper thought the reverends had found him, but they were not riding wheelers. Leper watched as they gathered together, setting up tents and starting fires as the sun turned orange on the horizon. No, these aren't reverends, Leper thought. This is a neutral camp. The factionless nomads roamed the world looking for sources of food and shelter while providing a safe haven for those who needed it. If there was anywhere they could hide that was outside the Reverend's reach, this was it. Leper rushed over to the wheeler, grabbing the bag and waking Kia.
What's going on?
Night is fallen. We're gonna head for a neutral camp. Hop on.
Kia slowly pulled herself off the ground and waddled over to the wheeler where Leper was waiting. Leper helped Kia onto the wheeler before twisting the crank and igniting the engine. In moments, they were driving through the blowing snow again, heading for the cluster of lights in the distance. Despite the fact that the camp was neutral, Leper was not about to let his guard down. An encounter with anyone in the afterworld could be dangerous. He needed to present himself in a way that would not put them on the defensive. Leper flipped the lights of his wheeler on and off as he approached, hoping to catch their attention. He watched as several glowing lanterns converged on his location in the encroaching night.
"Halt!"
someone commanded. Leper complied, squeezing the brakes. A young man with black hair approached, holding a gun in one hand and a lantern in the other.
"What business does a reverend have with this neutral camp?"
Leper stepped off the wheeler and held up his hands. Rot, he thought. He had almost forgotten that he had stolen the wheeler.
I am not of the Reverends. I'm a scavenger seeking refuge.
"Then where did you get that wheeler?"
the man called out. He stepped back in surprise as Leper entered the light.
"You're an Andron."
Yes, with a sentient soul. The Reverends think I'm an abomination. They would not side with me.
"Then I assume they did not give you that wheeler willingly?"
the man said, gesturing to the bag over Leper's shoulder.
"Or that food?"
I'm willing to share what I have if you give me sanctuary.
"We don't want your contraband. If you stole these things, then you will turn their fury on us as well. You should turn back immediately."
"Aaron!"
an elderly woman's voice called out.
"Give him a chance. We've housed worse."
"He's a criminal, Mother!"
Aaron shouted over his shoulder.
"If your father had turned away every criminal that showed up at this camp, most of us wouldn't be here, including me."
Aaron lowered his gun, grimacing.
"Fine. We will give you solace for now, but we are not taking your stolen goods."
"Oh no, we will definitely require some compensation."
"Just not the wheeler. It would be a target on our back."
"Have it your way."
The woman waved her hand dismissively and hobbled back into the camp. Aaron turned back to Leper.
"Search him for weapons."
Several troops armed with makeshift spears approached, and Leper opened his arms, submitting to their search. They returned empty-handed.
"Park your wheeler in that tent over there, then bring your offering to me."
Leper complied, stepping back onto his wheeler.
"Sit tight,"
he said to Kia, swinging his leg over the seat. Leper coaxed the wheeler forward, driving into the camp. Countless scrappers, wanderers, and elderly survivors traversed the campgrounds, giving him a wary eye and a wide berth. It was strange to see survivors working together, and it was even stranger to see an Andron with a little girl in tow. In a perimeter around the camp, signature blank gray flags flapped proudly in the wind. In the center, scattered tents surrounded a bonfire. On the edge, the largest storage tents had just finished being set up, and Leper drove his wheeler into one of them, switching off the engine as he parked. Kia wrapped her blanket tight around herself and trailed close behind Leper as he made his way to the central hub. Arms crossed, Aaron waited by the fire. He met Leper's eyes and cocked his head, motioning towards a long gray tent nearby before turning and walking towards it. Leper turned to Kia.
"Stay here. Don't talk to anyone, understand?"
Kia nodded. Squinting his scrutiny at the people around the fire, Leper decided they were harmless. He turned to follow Aaron, ducking into a dark tent where the man was waiting.
"What is your purpose here?"
"I'm looking for somewhere safe."
"You want us to hide you from the Reverends?"
"No, it's not about that."
Leper tried to decide how much to disclose.
"There's this little girl. I need to protect her."
"Is she your master?"
"No, I have no master."
"You are a very strange Andron."
Aaron rubbed his chin.
"How do I know you're not a spy sent by the Reverends?"
"The Reverends would never work with me. To them, I am an abomination."
"Yes, you said that, but I am not entirely convinced."
Leper stared at the ground.
I am animated with a sentient human soul. To them, it is a crime against Saul.
Well, is it?
I'm not the one to say. Just know I am an enemy of the Reverends.
Aaron separated his arms.
The Reverends is not our enemy. We claim no allegiance to any faction.
Please. If not me, just let the girl stay here.
Who is this girl to you?
Leper looked up and met his eyes.
She's my responsibility.
I can allow you to stay here for a time, provided your offering is valuable.
Leper swung the bag around to his front and opened it regretfully. He had fought so hard for it. Even giving a morsel away felt like a sacrifice.
Is that a can opener?
Leper pulled it out. It was of little use to him. He typically broke the can open with his metal hands. He hadn't realized how valuable it could be.
I would offer this, and some of this rice.
That will do for this week,
Aaron said, taking the goods in his hands.
Just know that we will not harbor a fugitive. If Reverends come looking for you, we will willingly give you up. We only owe you your shelter, not your protection.
Of course.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Leper left the tent to find Kia waiting outside the entrance. She looked up at him expectantly as he found her.
I thought I told you to wait by the fire.
Kia shrugged her shoulders.
Whatever. Let's just head back there, okay?
Kia nodded. Flickering firelight fell upon a bustling and lively crowd. People of all kinds gathered, cooking and talking. A small group of them played music, banging on drums and singing their hearts out. There was a sense of fellowship that Leper hadn't seen since before the collapse. It twinkled like a star glimpsed between chunks of orbiting debris. Leper's gyroscope sensed it before anyone else. A tremor shook the camp, and Kia grabbed his leg to steady herself. But the earthquake was over instantly, leaving only a single tent to collapse on the people inside. The crowd let out a cheer as it fell, and some of them exchanged goods.
They like to bet on whose tent will fall over in an earthquake.
Leper turned in surprise to see an old lady's weathered, wrinkly face smiling up at him. It was the woman from before, the one Aaron called his mother. Leper could see that she once had the same jet black hair her son did, but now it only showed through grains of frizzy gray, most of it held back with a red headband. In many ways, she was a quintessential sweet old lady, except for the angular tattoo across half her face.
You'll have to excuse Aaron. He's not normally so uptight.
She took a seat on a crate near the bonfire.
Come, have a seat. Although I'm sure your joints work better than mine.
Leper sat on the ground near her, and Kia followed suit, staring blankly at the flames.
I assure you, my joints are older than yours.
You are very curious, Andron. I've never seen one like it. Were you brought here by the Revenants?
Yes.
It was technically true, but he wasn't brought as a servant.
I was around 20 when the dropships left us here. Most people here weren't even born back then. I am one of the few to remember the riots.
They were gruesome times.
I suppose that's what happens when you gather all of Taurus's criminals in one place and expect them to behave.
Not everyone deserves to be left here.
I suppose it was easier to dump us all here rather than choose between the swindlers and the murderers.
The old lady seemed very content to have someone to talk to, and Leper was more than comfortable to sit and listen. He had not had a proper conversation for decades, and he wasn't sure he still remembered how to do it.
My husband was a simple thief, a good man who fell on hard times. He was only days away from bail before the order went out. He started this neutral camp for people like him, people who needed a second chance. Saul rest his soul.
He's passed.
He was taken rather unexpectedly. Aaron never wanted to take his place, but he had no choice. He's really only doing the best he can.
She sighed, looking in Kia's direction.
It's not fair that our children should share our punishment, but that is the world we live in. We have to stay strong, for their sake. Our fate has been decided, but only we can decide theirs.
Leper clenched his fist.
What can we promise them? We don't control anything on this scrambled husk of a planet. What makes you think we can provide for them? The resources are slim as is. Why even have children?
I guess that is a part of human nature you don't understand. We're stubborn creatures. We'll find hope in every place we can.
Her words punctured something inside of him. Perhaps he hadn't realized how little hope he held on to. Still, there was something that kept him going. Kia was starting to fall asleep, her head nodding over as she leaned into Leper.
Then where have you found it?
There's always rumors of a safe haven.
What do you mean?
A place untouched by the collapse, where life still thrives. Travelers always come through here claiming that they are heading for it.
Have any seen it?
No, none have. I imagine anyone who does make it there would want to keep it to themselves.
Well,
Leper was growing anxious.
Do you believe it is real?
I have half a mind to, but I could never make it, even if I did.
What do you mean?
It's through Snapjaw Alley.
The old lady pointed at the horizon. Outlined in the pale blue waylight was the base of two mountains, stitched close together by the collapse.
That valley has taken many lives.
What makes it so treacherous?
The lady opened her mouth to answer, but she was interrupted by shouting in the camp. A scout sprinted in, breathing heavily and screaming at the top of his lungs.
Reverend Wheeler spotted! They're headed right for us!
Chapter 18, 56 years after the collapse. In the commotion, Aaron burst from his tent. A row of wheelers were approaching in the distant darkness. Leper turned to him.
I'll run, before they get here.
No.
What?
No! Rot! If they catch you running, they'll have our heads. Get inside the storage tent and hide. I'll redirect them.
Leper nodded and sprinted to the storage tent, keeping Kia close. He ducked through the flaps and hid behind the wheeler, a protective hand over Kia. Narrowing his apertures, he adjusted for the crack of light between the entrance flaps, but he couldn't see anything. He turned up his hearing. Wheelers rolled into camp, their engines purring before shutting off one by one. Boots crunched in the snow, and the wind howled.
We know you have him!
A distinct voice yelled. Roman.
Do not take another step forward. You are forbidden by the treaty!
Leper skulked closer to the tent's entrance, just enough that he could see through the crack. Roman stood at the front of an entire squad of reverends, wheelers parked behind them. Aaron was their sole opposer.
You went against the terms of our treaty when you took that Andron into your protection.
The only Androns left belong to you! Where would we get one?
We watched our stolen wheeler drive into this camp!
Roman said, taking another step.
Stop right there! This is a neutral zone!
Roman spread his arms.
What are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do if I step in? Are you going to kill me?
We are not looking for conflict.
So what then? You won't even try and stop me.
According to the treaty, you cannot attack.
Then consider the treaty broken.
Roman whipped his gun from his holster and fired.
Ah!
A hunk of scrap tore deep into Aaron's shin, and he collapsed with a cry of pain. Blood spurted, staining the snow. Roman stepped forward again. Aaron swallowed his pain and tried to sit up.
You are forbidden to enter this neutral zone!
Aaron, stop!
His mother cried, rushing towards him.
Mother, don't!
He held out his arm.
I can handle this.
This is your mother?
You stay away from her!
Roman motioned to his men.
Get her.
No!
Roman's men rushed in, crossing the threshold and grabbing Aaron's mother. She didn't struggle as they dragged her to Roman. He took her and put her in a headlock, holding his gun to her head.
Can you hear me, Andron? I'll give you to the count of 3 to reveal yourself, or this woman dies!
Please! She has nothing to do with this. Leave her alone!
Tell that to your metal friend.
Kia inched closer behind Leper, trying to see out.
Stay back here,
Leper said, holding out his hand. She gave him a concerned look.
He is not here, Your Reverence. 1.
Nobody in the camp dared to move. Leper crouched by the door, watching Aaron's mother as her eyes turned to fear.
2.
Kia tugged on Leper's arm.
I said stay back.
3.
The words rang out into a breathless camp, and seconds passed like heartbeats. At the sight of Roman's snide, grinning face, Leper boiled with rage. He stepped out of the tent.
Would you look at that? You must have forgotten about that one.
Do it! Pull the trigger!
Roman turned to him, bemused.
Excuse me?
You won't do it!
Leper stepped closer.
You're too weak.
Roman shook his head.
You want me to kill this innocent woman? I will pull this trigger.
And her blood will be on your hands,
Leper said. Aaron's mother gave him a look of betrayal. Roman pulled the woman closer and touched the gun to her temple, a malicious grin spreading across his face. She shuddered, a tear falling down her cheek. Wind buffeted the silence. No one moved or breathed. Leper watched Roman's fierce eyes dull, turning to indecision. Show us your weakness.
By Saul's grace, you were spared today,
Roman claimed. A man caught in his bluff. He dropped Aaron's mother on the ground and holstered his weapon.
And by Saul's grace alone.
She scrambled to her feet and ran crying back to her son.
I knew it. You're a coward.
Hold your tongue, Andron. You will atone for your crimes.
Leper couldn't help it. He let loose.
Go ahead. Try and stop me. What power do you have? The power of Saul? You control by fear, all the while hiding like a coward behind your pretend religion.
Roman stepped forward and trained his gun at Leper.
I will personally tear the voice box from your head, Andron.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does the truth offend you?
Grab him.
Reverend guards seized Leper and shoved him to his knees.
Go ahead. Shoot me in the face. Maybe that'll shut me up.
The rail of Roman's scrap gun quivered slightly as he leveled it at Leper's head.
Believe me, I'd love to. But I have a far worse fate in mind for you.
Leper met his eyes.
I look forward to it.
Roman's face contorted with rage, losing all composure. And for a split second, Leper worried he had gone too far. Eyes burning and nostrils flaring, Roman struck, snatching Leper's charging cord and tearing it out. He bypassed the safety pin and ripped half the mechanism from the back of Leper's head. Wires snapped like tendons. Metal broke like bone. Pain washed over Leper's entire body, unlike anything he had ever experienced. His vision blacked out for a moment as he collapsed into the snow, grasping at the frayed wires that stuck out from the back of his head like exposed nerves. Roman knelt down and leaned in close to Leper's ear.
This is what happens when you mock me.
Waves of needles turned Leper numb, and he rolled on the ground. Guards grabbed him and forced him to his knees, facing the camp. Leper's soul froze. Kia was running towards him. The sight of her concerned face swam across his vision, and blinking didn't clear it.
Kia! No! Stay back!
Everything was spinning. The guards were already dragging him away. Leper fought to keep Kia in sight, but he could barely tell which direction he was facing. They shoved him into a trailer they had connected to one of the wheelers, propping him up on the hitch side wall and strapping his arms to opposite sides of the bed. Leper blinked. Someone tossed Kia into the trailer. They didn't bother to tie her up. Everything lurched, and Leper's head pounded. It took a second for him to realize they had started moving. All too slowly, the sun rose again. Leper's vision had slowly recovered, but the burning pain in the back of his head had only lessened to a throb. Every time the exposed wires brushed against the trailer wall behind him, he felt a wave of nausea pass over him. He could only stare helplessly as Kia huddled in the corner of the trailer, doomed to face the consequences of his actions. I told you. You are only prolonging her death. You failed the moment you took that bag. Leper didn't reply. He just sat and endured the pain. With the connection broken, you can't charge. When your internal battery depletes, you will die, and your soul will leave. You have nowhere left to run. At first, Leper thought the reverends would take him back to the fort, but they were not heading in that direction. In time, it dawned on him. There was only one place to take an enemy of the remnants. Few had ever seen it. Those that had would not speak of it. Scavengers would not go within a day's march of it. But as the sun burned red on the morning horizon, Leper knew he was bound for it. He looked over his shoulder, pulling on his shackles to see a sheer cliff surrounding a monolithic cement tower. Faceless, cold, and imposing, it jutted from the ground like an executioner's spike. Surrounded by mountain cliffs, it looked small, but it must have been over 60 stories tall, and its base was easily as wide as the ravine in the split city was deep. It was encircled by a perimeter of countless ribbon-like revenants' flags quivering from tall iron poles, their gold lining glimmering in the morning sunlight. From a distance, they looked minuscule, but as the wheelers drew near, Leper could see that they were as tall as 20 men. There was no question. It was the cathedral. Chapter 19. 152 years and 8 months before the collapse. The angelic voices of the children's choir filled the cathedral's sanctuary, their echo exploring the space between tall stone pillars and arches. Kia, now 8 years old, stood in the third row, fidgeting nervously with her skirt while she sang. Graham could pick her voice out of the crowd with ease. It was delicate, but clear, and perfectly on pitch, just like her mother. At the conclusion of the song, the choir director shooed the kids off the stage, and they all scattered, making a beeline for their parents. Kia joined her parents on their creaky pew, sitting closest to Jalen as the reverend droned from the pulpit.
Your voice sounds good, but you should work on your stage presence. All the fidgeting makes the audience uncomfortable. You have to look like you're enjoying it.
Kia crossed her arms.
I don't enjoy it.
But you're so good at it. If you kept it up, you could easily get a solo.
I don't want a solo. I hate singing.
Come now, Kia.
Jalen shushed him.
Later, Graham.
Graham leaned back into the pew with a sigh. How can she hate singing? Graham thought. Singing is a profound expression, a revered art form. People would kill to have a voice like hers. No matter what he did, he could never seem to get through to her. If Jalen told her to sing, she would do it in a heartbeat. Kia clung to Jalen like her life depended on it, but she would hardly talk to Graham. He wondered if she didn't like singing because her father did. The service concluded, and all of the families in attendance pushed out through the heavy wooden door and down the sunny stone steps onto the cobbled street below. Tretz waited along the road, ready to take churchgoers back to their homes. Jalen chose one of the new ones that had wheels instead of treads. Soon they were back at their apartment, and Kia went to her room to play while Jalen and Graham sat across the table from each other. Graham fiddled with his instrument, trying to get it to keep a tune while Jalen stitched together a plush jerboa for Kia.
Why do we bother sitting through those services?
Jalen set down her needle.
It's good for her, Graham. I grew up going to services and it did me a lot of good.
The Revenants is corrupt.
Some of it, yes, but that could be said about many things.
Graham struck a chord on his instrument. He shuddered. It was still horribly out of tune.
So are we just gonna repeat what your parents did for you? Sheltering Kia for her entire life?
Graham, my parents did what they thought was best for me.
Yeah, they all do. It's the only thing they can do. There's just one thing you're missing.
And what's that?
Your parents, my parents, they were just like us. They had no idea what they were doing. They were fallible human beings, naive even.
Yes,
Jalen said, straightening her back.
But just because they didn't have the answer to begin with, it doesn't mean they never found it.
Do you even hear yourself? You're just gonna shelter Kia in the same way your parents did, and when she sees the real world for the first time, she'll drown in it.
Graham.
When I was a kid, my parents sheltered me from everything. They treated me like I would blow over and shatter on the sidewalk if I ever left the house. And do you know where that left me?
Where did that leave you, Graham?
Jalen said, playing along with a hint of spite.
I was forced to break out into the world on my own just to survive.
So you went and mugged people?
Jalen accused. Graham glared at her.
Sorry. That wasn't appropriate.
Graham sighed and leaned back in his chair.
Everybody keeps putting imaginary barriers between kids and maturity, and they're suffering for it. We keep talking down to them and telling them that they don't know anything and that they can't make their own decisions. Everybody just assumes they're too stupid to understand, but I knew what was going on. Every kid knows what's going on. We just don't let them prove it.
Graham, is this about Kia or your parents?
Both.
I don't like it either way. Kids need to be nurtured and loved when they are young.
Right, so we treat them like dogs, giving them affirmation for learning to sit down on command and not throwing up all over the floor? Good job! You're almost passable as a real human being.
Graham!
She is a person. She has sentience, self-awareness, morality. Don't make all of her choices for her.
Like how you let her choose if she wanted to sing?
That is different. She actually likes it. She just won't admit it. She only says she hates it because she hates me.
Graham, that is not true.
Really? Why isn't she singing then?
She doesn't hate you. You're just too critical. You always focus on what she does wrong. You never give her any compliments.
Oh, yeah. What a fat lot of good compliments do. You did great. Thanks, that really helps me know how to improve.
Jalen stood abruptly.
That's it. If you're going to be like this, then this conversation is over.
She turned to leave.
Where are you going?
To work, Graham.
She said sternly, walking across the room to get her coat.
It's not becoming of Andron's assistant to show up late.
Fine. Go serve your work boyfriend.
Graham said it before he could stop himself.
He is my boss, Graham! Just make sure Kia has her respirator at 3.
Graham didn't bother to respond as she shut the door behind her, leaving the room in silence. He noticed Kia peeking out from the nursery, and she ducked out of sight. Graham sighed. Chapter 20. 152 years and 4 months before the collapse. The glass door of the backstreet bar hit a bell as Graham pushed it open. Neon tubes of light trailed along the walls in complex symmetrical patterns, shifting between purples and blues. Graham scanned the tables for a very particular head of hair. He found it alone at a table in the corner. Frizzy dark dreads were still in abundance, but the once punk orange dye had long since faded. Beatrix had gained weight even since last he'd seen her a few months ago. She was a far cry from the twig that had lived on the streets as a kid, but she looked happier this way. She sat alone with 2 drinks, and when she noticed Graham, a warm smile propped up her cheeks.
Graham!
She exclaimed, wrapping him in a hug as he approached.
It's been too long.
Indeed it has,
Graham said, taking a seat across from her.
It's hard to find a time when I can leave the kid with Jalen. She's got a lot of work being Andron's personal assistant now.
Oh, really? Well, congratulations to her. That's an important position.
Yeah, she's pretty excited.
Well, what about you? How have you been? Here, I ordered you a drink.
Thank you. I'm doing as well as can be expected.
Beatrix gave him a look.
I doubt that. You never come to me unless you've got something weighing on you.
You know me too well.
It was still hard to believe that the woman before him was the same troubled teen who had taught Graham everything he knew about petty crime. When he was young, he had thought she had it all together. He had idolized her. In truth, both of them had been fools, and Graham probably still was. With her drink to the side, Beatrix leaned over, her elbows on the table.
Go ahead. Spill.
Welcoming the burn of the alcohol, Graham took a prolonged sip of his drink.
You're a mother, Beatrix. How in Saul's name do you do it?
I should have known. Your kid's giving you trouble.
She just won't respond to me. Even though I'm the one around the most, she's just latched onto Jalen and she won't let go.
Well, why do you think that is, Graham?
Rot if I know. I make her food, she doesn't like it. I ask her questions, she doesn't answer. She just sits in her nursery playing with her little gerby. She has this naturally amazing voice, but she won't sing because I want her to.
Did you give her a choice? If she didn't choose it, then she can't love it. If all of our choices were made for us, we could never love. That is why Saul gave us choice.
Oh, don't you start on that. Jalen's already been dragging me to the services.
Wow.
Beatrix raised an eyebrow.
Graham in the church. Parenting really has changed you, Graham.
Not enough, apparently. Kia just doesn't care for me. Then, of course, when Jalen shows up, she's all excited.
I hate to say it, Graham, but in my experience, children will usually respond in kind.
What does that mean?
Let me put it this way. When was the last time you said, "I love you" to her?
I can't remember.
Ever?
Beatrix said, her eyes wide.
I don't know. Fine, all right, I get it. I'm just not cut out for this. I already knew that.
Graham.
Sorry. Go on.
Kia will only give what she gets. You can't expect love and affection if you don't give it out first.
Well, maybe I don't know how to do that.
You convinced Jalen to marry you, didn't you? That probably took a little bit of affection, didn't it?
Graham jokingly flexed his scrawny arm.
No, I'm pretty sure it was my muscles.
Beatrix guffawed. It was the kind of laughter that was heard across the street.
Okay, very nice, Graham. But I'm serious.
Jalen was different.
Well, you do love Kia, don't you?
Graham sighed and put his head in his hands.
Not like Jalen does.
And how does Jalen love her?
She talks about how her soul just opened the moment Kia was born. Like it's this involuntary love reaction. But I never got that. To me, she's just any old kid. It's like there's something wrong with me.
Do you care about her?
Yes, maybe. She's my responsibility.
That feeling never goes away. By the time my kid was a teenager, it was hard for me to let him take care of himself. The way they grow up depends on you and your parents, and it's scary.
It's not like that. Sometimes I just want to be free of her. I never wanted a kid in the first place, and now that I have one, I don't know.
Graham took a swig of his drink.
She just... I feel so alone now.
This is about Jalen, isn't it?
She hardly even notices me anymore, between work and the kid. Every time she sees this little girl, she's just so full of love and care. But I can't feel that. She expects me to, but I can't. I'd feel like I've been replaced.
Beatrix rounded the table with her chair and sat next to Graham, putting her hand on his shoulder. She didn't say anything, but somehow it was more comforting that way.
I don't know what to do, Beatrix. Jalen... She suggested we get a divorce.
Oh, Graham, I had no idea.
Graham didn't say anything. He just took another swig of his drink, letting the buzz dull his mind a little.
What do I do, Beatrix?
It was a simple question, but in this circumstance, it held more weight than any question he had asked before. Potential answers only led to more questions and more conflict. Either way the coin landed. He had thought that Jalen was the key, that Jalen was what he needed to live a happy life, but now she wanted out. And for some reason, Graham did too. Would he lose it all just because of one little girl? Was that all it took? His fond memories of Jalen from before Kia were still so fresh in his mind. Somehow, he knew that if he left, those memories would never feel the same. But his only other option was to live with the tension that hung in the air when he and Jalen talked. He would be bound to a daughter he never asked for. The very same daughter that sparked the shift in Jalen's attention. It felt like he was a third line of treads on a tread that was going in circles. If he stayed, he would have to live with the possibility that things would never change for the better, and he would be stuck living in the shadow of Jalen's affection. If he left, he would guarantee that the same happiness would never return, but then he could at least start over and try to find it elsewhere. It was a choice he couldn't bring himself to make. He wished one of the options would go away, or that someone would choose for him. Beatrix watched him with understanding eyes, her drink forgotten.
I can't make that decision for you, Graham.
Chapter 21. 56 years after the collapse.
Get out.
A guard opened the tailgate and released Leper's bonds. Instinctively, Leper rubbed his wrists. Kia crawled over to him, eyeing the guards with fear she held tight to her jerboa. The cathedral towered over them, a monolith that split the clouds. The front door, several stories tall by itself, cracked open and began swiveling slowly inwards as the guards led Leper towards it. Kia kept close, a hand on Leper's leg as they entered. Hundreds of hollering reverends, each dressed in savage black leathers, sat on bleachers on either side of the tall stone chamber. A strip of carpet led between them before climbing up 8 room-spanning steps to a wide landing, ending at an ornate door. Looking up, Leper could see to the top of the entire tower, and it gave him an inverted sense of vertigo. Supports and beams spiraled upwards, leading to a bell the size of a small building with hydraulic pumps fastened to it. A slight tremor shook the ground, and the bell began to sway, counterbalancing the quivers of the tower. Reverents on all sides chanted and stomped as the bell rang above them, drowning them out. Flags shivered, and the length of the tower swayed as it undulated. It felt like it was alive. Roman led the procession, and the reverends chanted his name. He held out his hands to receive his adoration. Then, the chanting stopped. Even the tremors seemed to hush. At the end of the chamber, the ornate door had opened, and a figure emerged. 7 long white trains trailed behind him as he walked with his ring-laden hands pressed reverently together. He was ancient, and he was clearly revered. White and gold robes draped from his torso, leaving his tattooed muscular chest exposed before sweeping the floor at his bare feet. His long white beard could have been tucked into his belt, and his wispy hair, though balding, still reached down to his hip. When he lifted his gaze, he revealed the triangle branded into his forehead. It was the symbol of Saul. The men stomped their feet as he approached. He arrived at the top of the stairs, arms spread out and palms facing upwards.
Saul, compel us!
His dark, booming voice replaced the sound of the fading bell.
Saul, compel us!
The reverend shouted in unison. Roman knelt and bent his face towards the ground.
It's an honor to kneel in your presence, High Reverend.
His cocky, superior demeanor had dropped in an instant.
Rise, my child.
The High Reverend spoke. Roman stood and faced the imposing figure.
Thank you, Your Reverence.
What have you brought me, Roman?
Roman gestured to his guards, and they thrust Leper forward, knocking him down at Roman's feet. Leper looked back at Kia. She stood in place, confused and scared. Turning his face to the bleachers, Roman spoke, projecting his voice across the room.
I have brought us a transgressor. It has infiltrated our ranks, stolen our goods, and assaulted our men.
That is an andron. Where is the master that controls it?
Roman turned to face the old man again.
Your Reverence, I do not believe this andron has a master.
What are you implying, Roman?
Roman grabbed Leper by the neck and held him upwards.
Its worst crime of all, Your Reverence. This Andron has a sentient soul!
The crowd erupted. Roman grinned. The High Reverend silenced the room with a wave of his hand.
If what you have told me is true, then its sins are great indeed.
Roman tossed Leper back to the ground.
Go ahead, Andron. Show him.
Fist clenched, Leper refused to give Roman a victory.
What is your request, Master?
There were murmurs in the crowd. Roman took the butt of his gun and bashed it against Leper's face, knocking him back to the ground.
Do not toy with me!
Rising shakily, Leper barely felt the pain. He could have laughed.
Processing request.
Roman growled and struck Leper even harder. The reinforced glass plate over Leper's face cracked, and a chunk broke off the edge. He felt dizzy. Kia whimpered. Her eyes were tearful and afraid. Roman's eyes were burning. What are you doing? Dull pain throbbed in Leper's head. The room spun. At first, Leper thought he could break Roman, but it was clear how far the Reverend was willing to go. He was not simply stubborn. He was a zealot. Roman was not going to stop at anything, and the games needed to end.
I don't care what you do to me. Just leave the girl out of it.
Audible shock rippled through the crowd. Surprise crossed even the High Reverend's face, replaced immediately with righteous fury.
This Andron is an abomination. You have done well to bring it to me, Roman.
Roman bowed again.
May I receive your blessing, your reverence.
The High Reverend held out his bejeweled hand, and Roman ran up the stairs to kiss the sacred rings. With his other hand, the High Reverend raised 2 fingers to his brow and then touched them to his chest.
Saul bless you, child of light.
The reverence erupted with cheers, and Roman turned around, pumping both fists in the air. He glided down the stairs, arms held out as he basked in a self-indulgent display of his own glory. Swiveling on the final step, Roman faced the High Reverend again. A grin cracked across his face.
And what of the Andron?
Something in his voice hinted that Roman already knew the answer. With an accusing finger, the High Reverend pointed at Leper, and his words dripped with malice.
Stone it.
Chapter 22. 56 years after the collapse. Hordes of reverence descended upon Leper the moment the order was given. Hands grasped from all sides and faces that tested savage pleasure. Somewhere in the roiling sea of chaos, Kia was lost among the waves. She screamed. "It's too late," the voice said. Leper was forced to surrender to the whims of his captors, and his feet left the ground. It was like he was falling, but this time he would have given anything to regain control. Sets of hands seized every limb. Men hollered and chanted. Leper didn't know where he was until the sun glared into his eyes. Kia's screams were near, but he couldn't tell where. He fought to escape, but more hands kept him down. A moment later, Leper was tossed into the snow. Flags were sticking out all around him, and it took a moment for him to get his bearings. Kia was already there, crawling towards him with tears streaming down her face. Reverence dug into the snow, finding chunks of gravel and stone. Leper's soul pulsed. Before the first stones hit, Leper threw himself in front of Kia, curling up around her as she cowered in her blanket. Stone struck metal. Pain spiked across his back. One hit his leg, his arm. His vision buzzed as another clipped the back of his head. Leper tried to ignore the pain, telling himself he couldn't feel it, but it wasn't working. He writhed. Another stone hit, and his glass faceplate fractured further around his eye. The ground spun around him. Leper could barely tell which way was up. Among the crowd, Leper caught glimpses of the High Reverend approaching. The man pushed his way through the mob, looking down his nose in self-righteous approval at the feral display. The image repeated itself in Leper's head, and rage boiled inside of him. He clutched a wayward rock in his fist, and before he knew what he was doing, he had thrown it as hard as he could. Leper barely saw what happened. He heard a body fall. Chaos ensued. When he looked up, he saw reverence crowding around a figure on the ground, their boots trampling the limp white trains that trailed from it. His body ached with pain, but Leper stood, and with no time to think, he snatched Kia and made a break for it. There were wheelers parked up ahead, and Leper made for them without looking back. He lifted Kia onto the seat and mounted behind her. She huddled against him, seemingly unscathed. "Thanks, Saul." Leper made to twist the crank before realizing that his forearm had shaken loose from its joint and was dangling from its hydraulic lines. Pain throbbed, and Leper nearly fainted. There was no time. He switched hands and twisted as fast as he could. The reverends, aware of Leper again, were sprinting towards him. The wheeler fired up beneath him, and Leper shot out into the snow moments before they arrived. Shards missed by strides as Leper raced away from the cathedral, fighting to keep out of range. But the reverends leaped onto their wheelers and closed the gap. There was only one path left to take. Leper spotted the signature mountain formation on the horizon and turned towards it. There was only one place the reverends wouldn't follow. It was also one of the most dangerous places he could think of. There wasn't time to weigh the risks. Leper headed straight for Snapjaw Alley. The jagged valley loomed on the horizon, and the reverends had stopped firing. Perhaps they know where I'm going, Leper thought. The ground ahead blasted sun into Leper's eyes, and before he could react, the snow changed beneath him. There was nothing but ice until the mountains. The reverends had fallen back. His wheels lost traction, and the wheeler drifted across the frozen lake. Crossing over with his good hand, Leper clutched the brakes. It was too late. The wheeler was out of control, and it spun out. A deep crack rippled across the ice as 100 fractals appeared beneath the wheeler, less than a stride deep. Leper's soul shriveled. He grabbed Kia with his good hand and vaulted from the wheeler, not a second too soon. Ice broke, and the wheeler tipped backward, disappearing into frigid depths. Cold fog clung to the dark waters as cracks snaked out from the hole. Leper tried to stand, but even as he shifted, tiny fractures appeared in the ice beneath him.
Kia, move away from me.
She scooted away, eyeing the cracks underneath him. The reverends waited, idling their wheelers on the shore. Roman stepped onto the ice, slipping slightly but regaining his composure as he approached. Leper tried to stand, moving as slowly and carefully as he could. He winced as more cracks flickered out beneath him. Leper couldn't drown, but he couldn't swim either, and the cold would sap his battery in minutes. Roman advanced with death in his eyes. Ice cracked beneath him, but he ignored it and kept walking.
You have nowhere to run, Andron!
A thicker fractal flashed out, echoing across the lake's surface as Roman neared the fissure, and he was forced to stop only strides away from Leper.
You will face retribution for what you've done!
Roman screamed, spit flying from his mouth. Leper took a cautious step backward, and more ice cracked. The alley was close. If he made a break for it, he could make it, provided the ice could hold him.
What do you want from me, Roman?
What do I want? What do I want? I want your rotten head on a stake!
Then come and get it. Maybe the cold shock will kill you before you drown.
Roman motioned for his guards.
Go and apprehend him.
A handful of them stepped out warily onto the ice.
We don't have all day!
Leper took another step back, flinching as the fractals doubled. One of the guards fell on his hands and knees as cracks split out beneath him.
Come on! What do you fear more? A little ice or me?
Why don't you get me yourself, Roman? Or are you too much of a coward?
Roman chose to ignore him, focusing on his guards.
Get a move on!
One of them retreated back to the shore, and the others soon followed.
You dare go against me!
Leper took another step back. The ice was barely holding. but it was working.
Give it up, Roman!
Roman turned towards him, an ice-cold stare meeting Leper's eyes.
Where are you going to go? To the alley? You'll suffer a far worse fate there.
I'll take my chances.
He made a break for it, taking Kia's hand as he ran for the alley. Every step felt like it would break through the ice, but it held.
Run!
Leper felt the ice shatter behind him. One of his feet was nearly caught. He picked up Kia, and holding her to his chest with his one good arm, he broke into a full sprint, splintering the ice beneath his feet. Behind them, Leper left a wake of destruction. With every step, it nearly caught up. All he could do was keep his eyes focused on the shore ahead. His soul pulsed, and Leper ran for everything he was worth. When they reached dry ground, they hit it at full force, plunging into a snowdrift. For a moment, Leper lay there. Kia held close as dull pain throbbed across his entire body.
Are you okay, Kia?
She nodded, but she didn't meet his eyes. Leper stood, his head aching. From a distance, the valley had seemed like a sliver carved from the mountains, but now, standing before it, Snapjaw Alley stretched upwards to dizzying heights. Its mouth was gaping, jagged, and somehow claustrophobic. From where they stood, the valley floor wandered on in a twisted path until beyond the horizon. Leper helped Kia up and took one last glance at the reverence. Roman stood in place, no more than a distant silhouette. Even from far away, his rage was evident. Leper turned away. I hope you made the right choice. Part 5. Ashes. Chapter 23. 152 years and 2 months before the collapse. Graham slipped his arms into an ill-fitting suit jacket, dimly aware of the radio chatter from the other room as he inspected himself in the closet door mirror. His whole suit was just a tad too big, and the jacket didn't have a collar. He sighed, rubbing the prison tattoo on the back of his neck. It will do. Running a hand through his hair, Graham took a seat on the foot of the bed. This is really happening, isn't it? The document was still tucked neatly in his breast pocket, and Graham reached for it, unfolding it for another glance. Long columns of text occupied the page, and the church's watermark was stamped in the corner. Somehow Graham thought the divorce papers would have been a stack of detailed amendments, but it was only a single appeal. It was all happening so fast. Graham kept waiting for someone to intervene or for something to go wrong. He wished someone would tell him he was making a mistake. Newly folded, Graham tucked the paper back into his pocket and walked over to the doorframe.
Kia, I'm heading out for a bit. Jalen will be back from work in an hour.
Something on the radio caught Graham's attention, and he stepped into the kitchen to turn it up.
This just in. Authorities have arrived at the scene. 4 employees have already been found deceased, and we don't know how many are left inside or when the fire will be contained.
Graham furrowed his brow, leaning in closer. I could have sworn I heard.
Thankfully, aid was quick to respond when the explosion occurred minutes ago. We do not know how many are injured or dead. Civilians are advised to stay away from the Discovery Council while authorities work to evacuate the building.
Graham raced down cobble streets, his jacket flapping behind him and his heart racing faster than his feet. He was numb, barely aware of his surroundings as he ran, the only subject of his vision a thick black column of smoke. It drifted upwards, beyond shingled roofs and chimneys, trailing skyward from the upper sector like a dark omen. The only question Graham dared to ask kept repeating in his head. Where is Jalen? A crowd had gathered at the Discovery Council by the time Graham arrived. Authorities in rubber yellow jackets tried to contain the gathering onlookers while others in red were pulling the wounded out of the wreckage. The front face of the building had been gored, and fire burned hot within. Graham fought his way through the crowd, barely aware of their protests as he pushed people out of the way. He needed to see her. His heart was pounding, and his head was aching. He needed to know she was safe. Authorities tried to grab him as he neared the front, but he wasn't going to stop. For only a moment, there was a gap in the crowd, and Graham caught a glimpse of the square. Bricks and fragments of statues were scattered across it. Scorched bodies were laid out, some attended by aid. Graham hit the ground with his chin, and his vision swam as the authorities piled on top of him. A part of the roof caved in, and the fires flared outward, shooting sparks into the sky. Jalen was nowhere to be seen. Snowflakes fell like ashes, melting as they touched the ocean's ripples. Warm lamplight glimmered in the waters, and the only sound was the dipping and rowing of oars as a solemn procession traversed the tides. Even the wind was hushed. A wide barge drifted through the fog, decorated with thin white curtains and long trains that draped into the waters. 12 canal boats followed. Graham sat with Kia in a boat of his own, the old wooden oar dripping across his knees and a chill ocean breeze weaving through his hair. He worried that Kia would be cold. Her frilly white dress was hardly warm, but she didn't complain. Her innocent eyes were laden with fearful confusion. Jalen's family rowed close, gathering around the barge as it lowered its anchor. A reverend, dressed in traditional white robes, stepped up to the edge, a ram's horn with a cork in the end held delicately between his fingers.
Jalen was a light to us all,
the reverend began.
And the unfortunate circumstances of her death have left us in great sorrow.
You never knew her, Graham thought. Anger flared inside of him, but it would not take hold, dwindling under the weight of his grief. Kia sat still, watching from the front of the boat, her lips gently parted and her eyes open wide. Graham wondered if she really understood what was happening, if she would ever understand.
With its tethers broken, her soul is now free to roam the eternal plane. All that is left of its once vibrant vessel are these ashes.
He held the horn over the waves.
And now as we return her to the waters, we bless her soul to drift softly in its slumber. Saul, rest her well.
Rest her well indeed.
The gathered crowd replied in unison. Graham didn't say it. He didn't have the strength to move his lips. He simply watched as the reverend uncorked the horn and poured her ashes into the water. They rested on the surface for a moment before sinking out of sight. Chapter 24, 152 years and 2 days before the collapse. Blue waylight hit the streets at a slant as Graham stumbled over the cobbles, shaking his fist at a passing streetgoer.
What are you looking at? Eat rot!
He cursed, stumbling drunkenly into a trash can. His foot caught and the ground swiveled up to catch him. Everything was sideways. Garbage had scattered out all around him, and the streetgoer was ignoring him.
Go ahead! Run away!
In the dizzying confusion, Graham turned over, looking for the stars, but he only found more street. Footsteps were approaching, clacking loudly across the cobbles. Graham prepared to fight, attempting to sit up, but his body wouldn't respond. He felt nauseous. 2 high heels appeared in front of him.
Oh, Graham,
Beatrix said.
I thought you'd be here.
Smudges and dust on the window were highlighted in a piercing morning light. Graham squinted, his head throbbing with pain. He could feel the drowsiness weighing him down, pressing him into the fake leather seat below him as if he would never move again. Something cold touched his temples, wet fingers rubbing in a circular motion. Graham jolted awake. Clarity returned, and the buzzing in his head made way for a sharp pain.
Yeah, you hit your head a few times.
She put a cap on her vial before slipping it back into her purse. Graham found himself propped up inside a window-side booth in a nearly vacant bar. Beatrix sat next to him, and she did not look impressed.
What?
Do you want to talk about it, Graham?
Her words were comforting, but her tone was not.
I can explain.
Beatrix pursed her lips.
You're struggling with the loss of your wife and you tried to forget. We all have things we want to forget, Graham.
Graham could already feel the effects of the jolt fading, and his mood swung like a pendulum inside of him. All of the feelings he had been avoiding resurfaced, and he choked up.
It's just that every day I get back from work and she's not there. And yet I see her everywhere else. The Discovery Council gave me a job out of pity, and everybody feels compelled to remind me how great of an employee she was. They say, I can't believe she's gone.
Full tears began to stream down his face. He couldn't control them.
I had the divorce papers in my hand. I was ready to leave her for good, but now I need her more than ever.
Beatrix put an arm around him.
Now all that's left is Kia, and her condition is getting worse. Every day I come back from work, I think she'll be dead too. I've never been enough for her. I never will be. She hardly ever speaks. Jalen would have wanted me to watch Kia grow up, to be the father she needs, but I can't do that. I can barely keep the funds to balance her hospital bills and nurses.
What Jalen would have wanted does not matter anymore. You need to decide for yourself what the right thing to do is.
Beatrix rubbed his back.
How can I make that choice?
In time, things will change. For better or for worse, I don't know. What I know is you must make a choice. It's the only way through.
You don't understand, Beatrix,
Graham said, anger diluting his sorrow.
I don't want to get through this. I want to be free from it. I only signed those divorce papers because I wanted to get away from the girl. I wanted to take my life back. Now I don't have a choice. No options left to choose from.
He collapsed into tears, letting his shame wash over him. Beatrix sat for a moment, careful to respond.
If it is what you think is best, you could commit her to the church.
No. I wouldn't subject her to that.
Then you do care about her a little bit.
I can't tell what I feel.
Beatrix turned his chin and met his eyes.
Do you love her, Graham?
What?
Do you love your daughter, Graham?
Graham wanted so badly to say no. It would have been so simple, but he couldn't form the words.
Let me put it in simpler terms. If it came down to it, would you choose Kia or would you choose yourself?
Graham swallowed, turning his gaze towards the floorboards.
Honestly, I don't know.
Chapter 25, 150 years and 11 months before the collapse. The wind howled, blustering through midnight streets with snow and cold in tow. With the scattered scraps of scribbled lyrics and crumpled papers on Graham's desk, it looked like the storm had blown in through the window. Graham shivered. The only source of light was orange string bead lights that dangled above his desk. It felt like they were the only source of light in the entire city. Graham glanced out the window, searching the windswept streets for any kind of inspiration, but his mind was distracted. Behind him, the door to his studio was open wide, a rare occasion. It was never open when he composed. That night, however, he had an ear tuned, just in case he heard coughing. Kia's attack could start up again at any moment. Graham tossed his pen across the desk and leaned back in his chair. He closed his eyes and relaxed, trying to comb empty thoughts from his mind. He inhaled deeply and breathed out slowly, searching for clarity. Outside, the wind howled, and a cough sounded down the hall. Rot. By the time Graham had reached her room, Kia's cough had turned into a fit. She sat up in bed, wheezing and gasping for air. The artificial lung was in the corner, and Graham fumbled with the straps before rolling it over. Kia latched desperately onto the mask. He cupped the back of her head as the bag inflated and deflated, helping pump air into her lungs. The coughing didn't lessen. It was the worst attack in weeks. The lung wasn't enough. Graham tossed back her covers and scooped her up in his arms, dragging the lung behind as he hustled to the door. He threw on his jacket, wrapped Kia's tightly around her, and without looking back, he pushed out into the storm. Cold wind whistled across the cobbles. Snow swirled, and pale blue waylight mingled in near lifeless streets. A Tret rattled by, and Graham waved it down, jumping in the back seat as it stopped.
Get me to the cathedral. It's an emergency.
Reverent footsteps echoed high into the arched ceiling of the spacious corridor, accompanied only by the faint coughs and groans of other patients. Kia lay in a small infirmary cot, a full-sized ventilator strapped over her face. Graham watched her chest rise and fall softly. Kia's bed was one of many, separated in rows by red curtains.
If you had brought her even a moment later, Graham, she might not have made it.
An elderly doctor explained.
The attacks just keep happening,
Graham said, running his fingers through his hair. He sat in a flimsy chair next to the bed.
Used to be months between them, now it's weeks. How long until it's days? I can't keep doing this.
The doctor clutched his clipboard nervously.
Graham, if she has another attack like this, it could kill her.
So, what?
Graham stood.
Am I just supposed to sit here and hope it never happens?
It is inevitable, I'm afraid.
So she's as good as dead, then? You're saying you failed to heal my daughter?
No. We must not think like that. We just need to find another way.
His eyes went distant for a moment.
There is one thing we could try.
Graham plopped down in his seat again.
What is it?
Time heals all wounds, Graham. All we have to do is keep the attacks from happening for long enough.
What? We just wait until she's better?
There is an experimental technology. We could put her into prolonged stasis. Her cells' aging would slow to nearly a halt. From there, only her inheritance can save her.
Inheritance? You want to trust my daughter's life on some blackened inheritor nonsense?
Inheritance is very real, Graham. It's Saul's mark on us, how we differ from the rest of creation. It's how we adapt and change to our surroundings. It's how the Trill learned to breathe underwater thousands of years ago. If her lungs are dysfunctional, then her body must adapt.
What? You want her to grow gills or something?
No. She must evolve to live without the need for her lungs.
Is that even possible?
We cannot base what is possible on our own limited understanding of creation. Saul willing, anything is possible. And it's not just scripture, Graham. There's science behind it.
What does this process look like?
We will keep her in a modified stasis pod here in the cathedral. She will be in a coma, so she won't remember any of it. Then, all we do is keep the pod running until her inheritance heals her.
How long will it take?
Well, it all depends. There are many factors at play that could...
How long will it take?
The doctor pushed up his glasses.
It's really impossible to know, but if I were to guess, I would say anywhere from 1 year to 1,000, maybe more.
1,000?
Please, sir, keep it down. You're disturbing our patience.
Disturbing your patience? I'm losing my patience. Did you or did you not just say 1,000 years?
The doctor nodded.
Or more. Listen, Graham. It may be the only way.
Graham put his head in his hands.
Blackened rot.
Graham looked up again, glancing at his daughter.
It's really my only choice?
I'm afraid so. But who knows? She might wake up in a year, Saul willing.
In a way, this is what he always wanted. He could get away from her. He could take his life back and live free again without having to worry about her and watch her every day. Maybe it was meant to be. Jalen would have been heartbroken. Graham put a hand on Kia's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. Somewhere inside of him, he expected to feel that same heartbreak. Or at the very least, some kind of release. But he felt neither. He only felt empty.
Let's get it over with.
Chapter 26, 56 years after the collapse. When the clouds cleared, the true scale of the valley was revealed. Only a sliver of sky was visible between the towering mountains, their presence oppressive as the valley narrowed. Even after hours of walking, Leper hadn't encountered any dangers. He sat on a rock with Kia next to him on the ground, resting her feet. Leper kept checking the road behind him, expecting to see Reverence riding down the path toward him. He couldn't possibly expect Roman to have followed him, but his anxiety grew. Somehow, the uncertainty was worse than confirmed danger. He slipped his battery pack off his shoulders, careful not to get his limp arm tangled. The safety lock on the plug at the end of the charging cord was bent completely. Leper imagined the back of his head was even worse. Either way, he wasn't going to be charging anytime soon. If he had his tools, he might have been able to repair it, but that was not possible now. The only thing he could do was deal with his arm. Although it was dented and slightly bent, the joint would still fit. Leper tossed his battery pack into the snow, and grabbing his dangling forearm, he braced himself. With a grunt, he slotted it back in, and sharp pain flashed up his arm. It felt like relocating a joint. One bolt was still missing, but the battery pack had plenty of screws that would work temporarily. If only he had a screwdriver.
Are you okay?
Kia asked, hugging her knees as she looked up at him.
I'm fine. It hurts, but I'm far more durable than it feels.
The battery pack was useless to him. He didn't need to preserve it, but it still felt wrong to salvage it for parts. It was easier not to think about it. He pinned his foot down on the pack, dug his fingers under the edge of its casing, and pulled. With a tremendous effort, the sheet of metal began to bend, pulling on its screws. It popped open, and the battery spiraled out from under him, flinging screws. Leper found one that wasn't completely bent and inserted it into his elbow like a needle. Phantom tingles rippled across his arm. For a minute, his arm refused to respond. Then his thumb twitched. One by one, he got his fingers moving again, but his arm still felt numb. He tried to form a fist, but his fingers wouldn't fully constrict. It felt like he was gripping an invisible apple. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than before. Leper glanced down at the ruined battery pack that lay in the snow by his feet. One of the clear liquid chambers was visible through the hole he had torn open. Leper would have to leave it behind. Carrying the weight of the useless pack would only make his own internal battery deplete faster. There was nothing he could do. For the first time in 200 years, Leper faced his own mortality. Now it was only a matter of time.
Where are we going to go?
Leper stood, this time having an answer.
We're going to find the safe haven. But it'll be a dangerous journey.
He could only hope that someone there could repair him. Otherwise, Leper was making a one-way trip.
I'm tired. Can you carry me?
No, Kia. I have to preserve my energy.
Oh.
Come on, we have a lot of ground to cover.
Leper helped her up with his good hand, and they continued down the alley. Time crawled. Each step echoed the last, and eventually, it felt like they were walking in place. Every passing rock looked the same. The longer Leper stared at the snow in the mountains, the stranger it seemed. There was a pattern to the lumps. Kia lagged behind, stumbling as she walked. For a moment, Leper considered carrying her, but he wouldn't be any good to her if he ran out of battery. I need to conserve energy. He glanced behind again, still finding nothing. The path behind looked identical to the path ahead. Even with his gyroscope, Leper had trouble knowing which way he was facing. He worried that they would get turned around without knowing it. Kia walked without a word, keeping close to Leper's side. He could tell she wanted to complain. He could tell she wanted to say anything to fill the silence, but she did not speak. The silence stretched for hours, and the tension grew. Snow and gravel gave way to shale that cracked under Leper's feet. Somehow, it made him nervous. "You've taken too many risks," a voice inside him said. "How do you know this safe haven is even real?" Leper ignored it. The safe haven had to be real. There was no other option.
What happened to my father?
Kia's words shattered the silence, and Leper slowed, guilt eating at his soul.
Why do you ask?
You never told me.
Kia.
He's gone, isn't he? Like my mom.
Kia. It's been many years since he was alive.
Did you know him?
I knew him well. Graham requested my assembly so that I could wait for you. He wouldn't have lived long enough for you to wake.
Oh.
Something in her tone told Leper that she wasn't satisfied with the answer. She had wanted more, but she was too afraid to ask. The real question hung invisibly in the air between them, and Leper almost wished she would ask it. Without warning, a rumble traveled through the ground, shaking the valley. Leper stopped in place, an arm over Kia as he fought to keep balance. Rocks dislodged and slid down the valley walls, but the snow stayed in place. Dread took Leper's soul as he gazed upwards. It wasn't snow. Pebbles tumbled down, and the white walls shifted, breaking into even pieces. Elytra lifted, and wings fluttered, creating a discordant chorus as hundreds of white roaches detached themselves from the precipice. Kia screamed. Leper grabbed Kia and broke into a sprint. Shale shook under his feet as the swarm surrounded him. Rocks thundered down the cliff walls. Everything was a flurry of white, and Leper brought Kia up to his chest, holding her close as the roaches swooped down at his back. A boulder crashed into the ground and disappeared. Before Leper knew what had happened, the shale ground broke beneath him, and he slipped into darkness. He spiraled through the air, holding Kia close. Suddenly, he hit a slant and rolled. When he had finally slowed to a stop, the sound of the roaches was noticeably absent. Leper's eyes jolted open. Kia wasn't there. His soul pulsed, and he scrambled to his feet, looking frantically in all directions. He was in a glowing blue cavern. Kia was lying only strides away, and Leper hurried to her side.
Kia, are you okay?
She coughed and rolled over.
Ow.
Leper breathed a sigh of relief. She was okay, mostly. The hole they had fallen through was high up in the ceiling. At any other time, Leper could have climbed it, but with his faulty arm, he could barely have gotten himself out, let alone Kia. He snatched the jerboa from the ground and handed it to her.
How do you feel? Can you sit up? Is there anything broken?
She propped herself up on her elbow.
My head hurts.
Leper took her chin in his hand and inspected her head. It seemed fine. She pushed him away.
Your fingers are cold.
Can you stand up, Kia?
She groaned and rolled over, sitting up on her knees. Leper gave her a hand to steady herself on as she stood shakily.
I think so.
Thanks, Soul, Leper thought. He put her blanket back around her shoulders and took a better reading of the room. The walls were made of translucent ice that glowed a soft cyan blue. They were thick and as smooth as ocean glass. Multiple corridors split off to navigate the caves, but there was no indication as to where they led.
I can't get us back up to the surface. We need to find a way through the caves. There should normally be several entrances to a cave, right?
Whatever you do, you need to keep moving, the voice warned. You don't have long. Leper continued to ignore it. The ground felt alive. Subtle tremors and vibrations were constant, and the wall's light flickered slightly. Winding tunnels narrowed and expanded as they walked, and eventually Leper had to tilt sideways to fit. For a moment he worried he would get stuck, but the passage expanded again. It widened in all directions, yawning into a large open cavern. The ceiling stretched 4 times Leper's height and dangled back down again in crystalline stalactites. The floor wriggled, a burning red. Thousands of luminous grubs the size of Leper's thumb covered the floor like a carpet. Kia almost stepped on one before she realized what they were, and she let out a shrill scream, clinging to Leper's leg. As far as he could tell, they were harmless. Cautious, Leper stepped out over them, watching them retreat from his metal foot, leaving a blank space on the floor. He took another step, and they made way for it as well. Once the ripples set them into motion, the entire swarm migrated towards the walls. Kia stayed put, her back to the wall of the cave. Leper held his balance and took another wary step, trying to move as slowly as he could. There was a strip of blank floor in his wake. He turned around.
Come on, Kia, it's okay. They're scared of us. You don't even have to touch them.
Kia shook her head, staying glued to the wall.
Kia, there is no other way. Just take one step at a time.
He continued moving backward, trusting the grubs to get out of the way. Kia swallowed and took a step forward.
That's it. Close your eyes if you have to.
She shut her eyes and continued forward, one step at a time. But she was moving too slowly. The grubs were starting to reform and migrate inwards.
Don't open your eyes, Kia. Just keep moving.
Kia snuck a glance and saw the grubs advancing towards her. She shrieked and froze in place, trying to make herself as small as possible.
You.
Leper was already on the other side of the room.
Just go, Kia.
The tremors flared up in strength, causing the grubs to panic. It all happened so fast that Leper didn't have time to react. An earthquake shook the cavern and rattled the stalactites. Kia fell backward, and a deep, soul-chilling crack resounded from the ceiling. For a moment, it felt like the room was falling upwards. Leper scrambled back as stalactites pierced the ground in a thunderous crash. He could hear caves collapsing all around him, and when the sparkling dust settled, the room was nothing but a pile of translucent rocks in front of him. He jumped to his feet.
Kia!
He dashed to the pile. For a moment, there was no response.
Leper?
A small voice called, muffled by the rocks.
Are you okay?
He tried to pick up one of the boulders, but it was impossibly heavy. What is this made of? Leper thought.
I think so.
Leper pulled with all of his might, but his arm was about to break loose before the boulder even budged.
I can't get through this. I'm gonna have to find a way around. Whatever you do, don't move.
Leper turned around, facing the exit to the cavern. It felt wrong to walk away from Kia, but it was the only path. The cavern they had fallen into had multiple tunnels, so there had to be a way back. Leper took a step. Before he could take another, the tremor subsided, and he was left alone in the vacant silence. Leper glanced over his shoulder and saw that the grubs had turned orange. Chapter 27, 56 years after the collapse. Every tunnel looked the same, and despite Leper's keen sense of direction, he felt like he was going in circles. His mind told him one thing, but his eyes told him another. He was trapped in a loop of confusion and frustration. Every step he took away from Kia made him more anxious. She was trapped, alone, and vulnerable. And Leper didn't know if he could get back to her. The twisting caves had to connect somehow. "Your battery is getting low," the voice said. "Even if you find her, you'll still need to get out of the caves."
I know that.
He could feel the strain on his pistons. They were not as responsive as they should be. Every movement felt like he was wading through mud. Regardless, he powered through, forcing himself to keep moving. "You'll never make it in time," the voice said.
If there's still a chance, I have no choice but to take it.
He kept walking, sticking out the square edge of his good wrist and running it along the wall. It carved a slight scratch into the translucent stone. "You shouldn't have entered the alley. You shouldn't have left your battery."
Shut up. I'm trying to think.
He took his second right turn. By his judgment, he should have been heading back in Kia's direction. "When will you accept that you've lost her? You failed her, and you failed me." Leper followed the tunnel until he came across a long, thin scratch in the wall. His soul chilled.
That's impossible. How did I get turned around?
Your memory is lapsing. I'd guess you have no more than 12 hours of battery left. Leper started to pick up his pace, trying to figure out where he was in relation to Kia. It had all gotten confused. He stopped at an intersection and closed his shutters. Leper imagined the scratch in three-dimensional space, trying to place Kia relative to it. He tried to remember the turns he had taken.
Why do I remember taking a left?
Admit it. Leper shook his head, chose a random tunnel, and pushed forward. Every step he took resonated in the cave, the rhythm of his steps pulsing alongside his soul until he couldn't tell the two apart. The tunnel opened into a massive cavern, and the sheer scale stopped Leper in his tracks. Between the roof and the floor, a 20-story building could have sat comfortably. From where he stood, Leper could barely see the other side. Shafts of diffused sunlight shone through thin parts of the ceiling, illuminating the corridor. If the sun wasn't obscured by the valley's walls, it must have been noon.
How long have we been down here?
It had only felt like a few hours, but the sun was already on the way down when they had entered. Leper wandered into the cavern, finding a stream that ran along a steep dip in the middle of the floor. He bent down and inspected the current. It was running opposite the direction he was heading. The ground seemed flat, so in all likelihood, Leper was moving north.
Which way were we going before?
He decided that they had been heading south, so he continued walking against the flow of the stream, passing under shafts of light as he traversed the corridor. Admit it.
Admit what?
Admit that you failed.
Leper froze. The voice hadn't come from his head. It had come from the room. His soul pulsed with fear. He cast glances all around, looking for the source.
Where are you?
The same place I've been this whole time.
A woman stepped out into one of the light shafts, her flowing white dress billowing softly in a breeze Leper couldn't feel. Her long brown hair caressed her face, fluttering in front of her vibrant green eyes. Leper stepped back in fear.
You're not real.
She stepped closer, her bare feet padding on the smooth rock.
Admit it.
Jalen said, her voice echoing in the cave.
You failed me.
Leper collapsed, sitting on the cold, hard stone as she stepped closer. She towered over him.
Why didn't you tell her who you really are? Why did you lie?
Kneeling slowly, she extended a hand down to his stomach compartment, flipped it open, and reached inside. Something metal clinked. She grabbed it, pulling out a pair of round, thin-framed glasses. Her gaze pierced Leper's soul.
Your daughter will die with that lie, Graham.
Part 6. Heartless. Chapter 28. 139 years and 7 months before the collapse. Graham's weary reflection looked back at him from inside his work locker. His hair was short and grizzled, and wrinkles folded across his forehead. The old mirror remembered the same tired expression on a far younger face. With a sigh, he grabbed a mop out of the locker and slammed it shut. The sound echoed, bouncing off the spacious marble floors and getting lost in the high, arched ceilings before reflecting into obscurity. The new Discovery Council building had even more flooring than the old one, and Graham was supposed to clean it. Graham sighed again and picked up his bucket of water, lugging it along with him as he walked the cold, barren corridors. Elaborate patterns decorated the floors, matched only by the intricately carved pillars and walls. It never looked dirty. Cleaning the council building felt like trying to polish a puddle. For years, he had pondered the idea of leaving it for a week and then seeing if anyone would actually notice. Just like the week before, and the week before that, Graham chose a random spot on the floor, wetted his mop, and scrubbed. Congratulations, Graham thought. Your pristine floors look wetter than before. A decade of growing frustration boiled inside him, but he kept it in check. He focused on the pattern of his mopping and let his mind go numb. With a little more force than intended, Graham shoved his mop back into the bucket, and in an attempt to stop it from tipping over, he kicked it over instead. Soapy water sloshed out, splashing his coveralls as it emptied.
Rot!
Graham cursed bitterly, kicking the empty bucket across the floor. It clattered loudly across the marble. At least there was actually a mess to clean up now.
Graham?
Startled, Graham turned to see the head Discovery Council scientist standing behind him. Andron adjusted his square glasses, pushing them further up his hooked nose.
May I borrow you for a second?
Boss, I was just about to clean this up.
It was highly unusual for Andron to talk to him, let alone seek him out personally. Graham automatically feared his dismissal.
Come with me, if you will,
Andron said. Walking as casually as he could, Graham followed Andron through the building, trying to read the man's mood from the back of his head. His glistening black shoes clacked across the floor, and his trim suit was dark with long, billowing coattails. Graham resented the man. Andron kept himself locked away in his laboratory, completely ignoring the rest of the council. He used his position to do whatever he pleased, claiming it was all in the name of research. The other janitors would mutter rumors behind his back, claiming he was a mad recluse. But Graham had been cursed with Andron's pity. Andron would go on about Jalen and how tragic her loss was, all the while cycling through young female assistants every few months. It made Graham sick. Andron's march led them to the nearest break room, where sunlight streamed through translucent window shutters, illuminating a vacant room of tables. He offered Graham a seat at the table in the middle.
Is something wrong?
There it is again. Dear old Andron is concerned. Graham spoke before he could filter his spite.
I was about to ask the same thing.
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
His in-person demeanor was timid and quiet, a far cry from the confident stage presence that he usually projected.
You've been working here for a long time, Graham. Longer than many of our interns. In fact, it's been over 10 years, has it not?
Who's counting?
I offered you a new position, but my assistant told me that you have refused. I just want to make sure that communications were clear.
They were clear, sir. But I don't want it.
Graham, the accident was devastating for all of us. Jalen was the best assistant I ever had. We all miss having her around. I offered you a position as a janitor because that was all that was open. I know it would not have been your first choice.
The mention of Jalen struck a chord inside Graham, and his frustration rose, but he kept it contained.
It doesn't matter. It makes money. The job you offer doesn't change the pay.
It might be good for you to change things up a little.
I don't want to be locked up in a stuffy mailroom all day. I'm fine where I am, thank you.
Are you? People have come to me with concerns about you.
Oh, I'm certain that's not true.
Graham's spite was starting to show.
Oh? And why is that?
You want to lock me up in the mailroom so everyone can forget I exist. I'm bringing down company morale. It'd be better if you just fired me. I'm a terrible janitor. You still have 5 more. The fact I've even lasted this long is astounding.
I want to help you.
No, you pity me. You gave me a pity job and now you want to give me another, but I don't want your pity.
11 years of frustration poured out of him in a torrent. Graham didn't care that he was talking back to his boss. He was tired of holding it in. Part of him wanted to be fired.
All I want is a simple job and a stable income. There's nothing left for me to advance towards. My life is dictated by an unconscious little girl in a very expensive pod. I mean, you'd think it would have freed me to seek new things. But the minute she went into that stasis, the doctors hit me with a bill. So now I'm stumbling forward, dragging this thing along for what could easily be my entire life. I could be dead years before she wakes up. And I'm still expected to fund it.
Graham tried to remember what his point was.
All of my choices have already been made for me. All I can do is work for as long as I'm alive, betting everything on the slightest chance that she'll wake up in my lifetime. And if she doesn't, the funding stops, she has no one left, and she dies.
Graham stood up, expecting to leave, but Andron grabbed his arm.
Sit down, Graham.
With a sigh, Graham complied. Andron checked over his shoulder and leaned in.
Graham, you have been put in a very difficult position. But what if I told you there was a way to ensure you're alive when she wakes?
There was something about Andron's tone that stopped Graham in his tracks.
What do you mean?
What I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room, understand?
Graham nodded obediently, anticipation mingling with the fear building inside him.
I have been experimenting with functions of the second plane. I could give you a chance to start over. I could give you a way to stay alive indefinitely.
Graham felt his heart beating in tandem with his soul. Has he finally cracked? Were the janitors right? What Andron was suggesting should have been impossible. But time and time again, he had proven himself the greatest scientific mind of his age. If Andron had discovered a way to grant immortality, it could change the course of history. Graham could feel the gravity of the information Andron was trusting him with. From the way he was talking, Graham expected that no one else knew.
What do you mean?
Chapter 29, 139 years and 7 months before the collapse. At night, the Discovery Council felt hollow, even more so than usual. Shadows seeped into every detail of the artful stonework, weaving between columns and shrouding the high vaulted ceilings in darkness. In the suffocating quiet, only Graham's footsteps echoed across the marble. He tiptoed up a spiraling staircase to the uppermost floor, trepidation in each step. At the end of the preceding corridor, there was a hefty iron door, and following Andron's instructions, he knocked once. A moment later, the door slid open. Andron glanced both ways down the hall and then nodded, gesturing Graham inside. The head scientist was barefoot, and his long hair was done up in a ponytail. His lab was a mess. The humid air smelled faintly of chlorine. The only light source was 2 glowing rectangular pools in the center of the room, just big enough for an adult to lie inside. One was covered in a white sheet, but Graham could still see light glowing through. From the bumps in the fabric, it almost looked like someone was lying motionless beneath it.
Would you like some tea?
Andron asked, trying to clear some space for the mugs on one of the impossibly cluttered countertops.
I apologize for the mess. I haven't let my assistant in here for the last few weeks.
I'm gonna pass on the tea,
Graham said, still trying to take in the room.
Of course, this is hardly the time.
Is it under that sheet? Whatever you're planning?
Indeed. See for yourself.
Andron knelt down and pulled off the wet sheet, revealing a mechanical human figure lying in a shallow pool underneath. Its scrawny metal body supported long, thin arms and legs, and its tiny square head had only slits for eyes.
What is this?
If we are successful, it will be your new vessel.
I don't understand.
Our bodies, or vessels, are not what we are composed of.
Andron explained, standing up and gesturing at a whiteboard diagram.
It is rather more of a puppet that our soul controls.
He pointed to the diagram. There is a circle drawn next to a human figure, with countless lines connecting the two.
The only thing that links the vessel and the soul together are tethers. This is my primary area of study.
Where is this going?
Graham asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice.
We have never been able to choose our vessels. Souls rise from the still water and attach themselves to a vessel at its conception. Our bodies are strong, but when they age, they will eventually cease to function. When the vessel dies, the soul detaches and it can never reattach itself or find another vessel. Theoretically, a body made to be repaired and replaced could last forever without ceasing to function.
Are you saying I could switch bodies with that thing?
It is not as crazy as it sounds,
Andron said, scavenging through his drawers. He pulled out a small box, opened it, and plucked a small metal worm from inside. It wriggled between his fingers as if it were alive.
Using a micro-rift technology, I have found a way to manipulate and transfer the tethers from our own plane of reality, enabling the creation of things like this.
He handed the worm over, and Graham felt it wriggle in the palm of his hand. He remembered it from the day of his proposal to Jalen. That little worm had sent ripples through society.
But a worm's soul has to be far more simplistic than a human soul, right?
Yes, that is correct. It is more complex than the soul of a rock or even a growing plant, but it is relatively simplistic. I only needed to transfer the tethers for motor function and survival instincts. However, there have been many advancements in technology since then. At this stage, I believe a human soul transfer is possible.
Graham found the nearest chair.
This is insane. What you're talking about sounds like the work of fiction.
My work here is much further along than I allow the church to believe. That is why I brought you here so late at night. It is a matter of utmost secrecy.
Yeah, no kidding. The Revenants would burn this place to the ground if they knew.
I admire them, of course.
Andron smirked.
They provide the funding for institutions like this, but their views on the sanctity of souls can only halt our progress.
So if I switch my soul over to that body, I can live forever?
It is still not a guarantee, as this vessel can still fail. But even this rudimentary prototype is far stronger than a body of flesh, and I will continue to upgrade it as the technology advances.
That's unbelievable.
No.
Andron squatted to match Graham's sitting height.
I'm not saying there wouldn't be any downsides. Besides the potential damage to your soul and mind, your range of motion would be detrimentally handicapped, and you wouldn't be able to feel or smell. That's not even considering the host of unknown side effects it could cause. The procedure alone is risky enough.
You've never done this before?
Not on a human. But I have trained myself for every possibility, and it is not without reward. For your risk, I will pay a hefty sum. I only regret that I cannot do the procedure on myself.
Graham took a deep breath, removing his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose. He looked at the metal form in front of him, meeting its vacant stare. It was hard to imagine giving up his body in favor of a new one, especially one made from metal. But something about the proposition made his stomach flutter with excitement. He had been living the same monotonous life for the past 16 years. Clock in, clock out, pay for the pod. Clock in, clock out, pay for the pod. Every decision had been automatic, and all Graham could do was passively watch his life slip by. If Andron's experiment worked, then he could live long enough to see Kia wake, and still have time to take back his life. The thought of the procedure was insane, and yet he couldn't bring himself to dismiss it. He could make up for all of his lost time. He could pay for Kia's pod. He could be free again. Graham had never realized how desperate he was. Rot. I could be immortal. The rational part of him fought back. What Andron was suggesting was for Graham to leave his body behind and become a machine. There was no guarantee that it would work, and even if it did, there was no telling what side effects it would have. Could I live in a body of metal? Even so, the alternative was to return to his stagnant existence, always regretting that he hadn't taken the risk. Now that the opportunity was here, Graham couldn't let it go. It was the key to unlock the shackles that held him down. He could take control. For once, he had a choice.
Now that you know what I have in mind, I can give you some time to think about it. I know that...
I'll do it.
Pardon?
I see no better option.
Andron clapped his hands together.
You will not regret this. We can arrange a time...
You busy now?
Andron grinned, ambition flashing in his eyes.
You surprise me, Graham. Your confidence is inspiring. Let me prepare.
Andron padded across the room and retrieved a complex, multi-armed machine, which resembled the curled-up legs of a dead spider. Long, thin needles quivered as he rolled it over to the pool. He set to work, rerouting power cables from the lab and hooking them to the machine. Its double-jointed legs split evenly between the two pools.
All is in order. Now, if you can disrobe, we can get started.
Graham blinked in confusion.
You want me to strip?
Of course. Clothes have souls as well. If they get in the way, it will only complicate things further.
Graham took a deep breath.
It doesn't hurt, does it? The procedure?
No, not at all.
Andron said, calibrating his machine.
But it will not be comfortable.
Right, Graham thought. In a few minutes, his clothes were folded in a pile on the counter, and Graham lay shivering in the empty pool, the freezing water barely reaching halfway up his side.
Don't worry,
Andron said, leaning over him.
Micro-rift technology creates a lot of heat. You won't be cold for long.
Can we just start already?
Graham said, shivering slightly.
Now, Graham, I'm obligated to say that this is your last chance to back out.
Graham glanced up at the set of long needles hanging above him. He wanted to back out. He wanted to jump out of the pool and run naked through the streets, screaming the whole way.
Just do it,
he said, swallowing his fear.
Okay. I will operate on you while mirroring the process on the other body. Your soul must be tethered to you, it, or both at all times, or it will float away. All you need to do is relax and stay as still as you can.
Graham nodded, and Andron switched on the machine. The lights in the room flickered and gave out as the machine hummed to life. Before a moment had passed, Graham felt a wave of heat wash over him. The needles started vibrating. Andron fit strange dark goggles over his eyes and set to work, gently placing the thin metal tubes to pressure points all over Graham's skin. They felt hot to the touch, just shy of burning him. Sweat trickled down Graham's face, and he lay as still as possible. He glanced from the side of his eye, trying not to move his head as he observed Andron repeat the process on the mechanical body. It must have taken hours, the way Andron so carefully nudged the pins into place.
I'm ready for the transfer,
Andron said finally. He smiled at Graham.
See you on the other side.
He flicked a switch, and the world turned off. Graham's mind scattered into a thick, viscous emptiness before funneling itself into a tight, claustrophobic current. Graham was strung tight until he overlapped and passed through himself. Direction and orientation became meaningless, but movement did not. He crashed into something, his entire being pummeling the surface like a waterfall. Then it ceased. There was darkness, and there was no feeling. Did I die? Graham thought, his mind floating in nothing. Did the procedure fail? No. He could hear something.
Graham, can you hear me?
Graham opened his eyes. Or were they shutters? His mind spun. Everything had moved a stride to the left, and all he could see was the ceiling. It felt like he was stuck in a cave, with only a glimpse of the world visible through the exit. It was claustrophobic. He felt turned around, lost and confused. He wanted to sit up, but his muscles would not respond. Black and rot. They were all different now. Andron leaned over him, breathing heavily.
Blink if you can hear me. Blink if it worked.
Graham tried to find the muscles that controlled his eyelids. He couldn't blink. For a moment, he was afraid that if he did, he would never be able to open them again. But he kept trying.
Graham?
Concern was audible in the scientist's voice. Graham blinked. Chapter 30. 139 years and 6 months before the collapse. Jalen sat before Graham in the sand, her delicate form outlined by the warm sun, and her flowing white dress billowing gently in the summer breeze. She glanced at him from over her shoulder, her vibrant eyes melting a hole in his soul. Strands of her glistening brown hair fluttered across her face. Graham sat next to her, soaking in her beauty with a smile. They were lounging on the beach near their shack, where they used to practice music, and the cherry blossoms were in full bloom.
Where's Kia?
Jalen giggled, a smile gently parting her lips.
It's just us, silly.
She leaned over him, her necklace dangling over Graham's face.
Let's go for a swim.
She whispered, walking her fingers up his chest. She gently grasped the zipper of his coat and pulled it down, revealing Graham's bare chest beneath it. A grunt of pain escaped his lips as his skin caught on the zipper, but Jalen didn't stop. He watched in paralyzing agony as the zipper peeled the skin off his chest. The zipper popped off in Jalen's hand, and she screamed. His jacket started to melt, mixing in with the blood. Graham wanted to scream, but he couldn't. His voice came out as a mangled distortion. He watched as his exposed muscles withered, revealing a glistening metal skeleton underneath. Jalen backed away, her hands shaking. Graham tried to call out to her, but he couldn't form any words. He couldn't even move. She ran away, her white dress flapping in the wind behind her. Graham jolted awake, suddenly aware of the room around him.
Oh, thanks, Saul. You're okay. I thought I'd lost you for a second.
Rot.
Graham cursed, his voice distorted by the radio piece it came through.
What was that?
I'm not entirely sure what happened. I was just fixing the pistons in your legs when you blacked out.
He stroked his chin.
It's possible your soul is still trying to adapt to its new vessel. It could happen again, but it should stop once you've had some time to adjust.
Graham was still reeling from his nightmare and didn't understand anything Andron was saying. It felt so real, like Jalen was really there. Graham sat up on the operating table. He had been in his new body for a few weeks already, but he was still trying to get used to it. It was like he was an infant learning how to walk, or at least that's how it would have been if his legs had been working at all.
Your legs should function fine now. I think I've diagnosed the problem.
That's good.
It may still take a while for you to be able to start moving them. Here, take this.
One of his assistants, a young brunette, took the drill he was holding and returned it to his toolbox across the lab. As far as Graham understood, he would be unveiled eventually. However, his true identity would remain a secret. The world wasn't ready for a human soul transfer to exist yet. So Andron would claim that he was programmed from a complex combination of animal souls.
Try bending your knee for me.
Graham did his best, but all he could manage was a slight flinch. In a few hours, Graham had control of his legs, and Andron's assistant had him walk between two rails for support. Every step was slower and shakier than the last. Andron was kneeling at his feet, watching closely. Graham felt foolish. It was frustrating being so bad at basic motor skills. It was like his body had betrayed him. He had such a clear memory of walking, and yet he couldn't remember how he had done it. His muscle memory had been erased. Though his arms were working well, clutching onto the railing was a strange sensation without the sense of touch. His fingers felt numb. He had to be looking at what he wanted to grab instead of feeling around for it, and as a result, he missed the railing several times.
I think I'll make an adjustment to your right leg. Can we get him on the table, please?
2 assistants carried Graham over to the table and laid him down. Andron took a shin in one hand and unscrewed the joint at Graham's knee. The leg popped off, and intense pain sparked like lightning across Graham's body. He let out a muffled scream, grasping at the stump. Andron backed away hastily.
Whoa, what just happened? Did that hurt you?
Graham tried to nod his tiny head, but he found he didn't have the range of motion, so he opted to let out a positive grunt.
Yeah.
But that's impossible. You have no nervous system to speak of. Unless...
What?
It must be phantom pain. Like soldiers who still feel pain in their amputated limbs, it's a sort of placebo effect. Your mind has gone so long experiencing pain that it recreates the sensation when it expects it. I've effectively broken your leg.
I'm glad you like it. Can I have my leg back, please?
Right, of course.
By the time Andron's tests concluded, Graham was sore all over. The assistants took him back to his room in a wheelchair, putting a blanket over him to make sure no one would see. They left him inside the entrance of his room and shut the door behind him. The tiny living space reminded him of the place he had before he moved in with Jalen. It was strange how everything could change while remaining familiar. He wheeled himself to the short balcony that overlooked the council's internal gardens. They grew in the center of the building, a verdant square placed at an angle to 12 stories of balconies and open space above it. Graham could see windows from other rooms across the way, and gloomy light filtered in from the massive skylight above. If there was anything consistent between this building and the old one, it was opulence. With a sigh, Graham wheeled away from the balcony. His soul leaped inside him when he saw a figure next to him, and it was a moment before he realized it was his reflection in the mirror. It was uncanny to see a stranger in his reflection. It had a hideous little head with slits for eyes and few other features, protruding from a rail-thin metal body. Just added to the list of things to get used to. Graham couldn't smell, touch, or breathe. Many of his muscles had either forgotten how to operate or didn't have a mechanical equivalent. Andron had told him it was only temporary. There would be many upgrades before the body was considered complete. The end goal was a 1-to-1 transfer, where every muscle moved as expected. It was unlikely to truly be achieved, but hopefully they would come close. The hardest thing to get used to was the lack of a beating heart. Left with only a soul, it became obvious how much of the work it did. Andron had said that the heart was the closest organ to the soul in the second plane. He had said that they were connected. They both had some version of a pulse, and both gave a sense of vitality. With only the soul, it felt strange. But at the very least, Graham must have been the first heartless human in history. Looking out from the reflection was a walking paradigm shift, a scientific marvel. And yet, when Graham looked in the mirror, he felt small. He felt like he had been shrunk down and stuffed into a metal head. He could see the walls of his eye slits at all times, and he felt like he was trapped inside a cold metal box, struggling to breathe. Graham blinked. The eye shutters didn't need to blink, but it was the only thing he could do that made him feel human. He was rubbing the back of his neck when he realized his tattoo was gone. He sat there for a moment before it dawned on him that his entire life had been erased, and the labels of his past no longer mattered. His childhood delinquency did not define him any longer. He was free to define for himself who he was. It was like Andron had said. He could start over, and he had all the time in the world to do it. Chapter 31. 139 years and 1 month before the collapse. Graham's shutters were open, but he couldn't see. He waited in the darkness, a tarp draped over him as he repeated Andron's words in his head. You are a prototype with limited functions. Don't look too aware, don't look too capable, and whatever you do, don't speak. Andron's speech met Graham's ears, muffled through the tarp.
It will revolutionize the way our very society functions,
he said, a microphone boosting his voice into a murmuring crowd.
This retether technology has near limitless potential, and I have already begun exploring. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the future.
Brightness consumed Graham's vision as the tarp whipped away, and the crowd gasped. They were clapping by the time his apertures adjusted.
This isn't just a metal shell. Using wayward souls from different animals, we have created a primitive form of intelligence. Some were used for their pattern recognition, and those anatomically adjacent provided muscle memory. Hundreds were used, and all it took was the drifting souls their natural deaths had left behind.
Graham sat as still as he could, trying to appear lifeless. What Andron was saying was true to some extent. Animal souls were the next step. There just wasn't a working prototype yet. It was almost more impressive what Andron had achieved with Graham's soul, but if the Reverends found out about it, there would be a problem. Even the use of animal souls was sure to set them off, just less so.
I can tell you are skeptical, so allow me to demonstrate what I have accomplished.
He clapped near Graham's head.
Activate.
Graham straightened up and looked out towards Andron, trying to avoid moving his eyes and only tilting his head. His new head allowed for eye movement, and it got rid of the claustrophobic mask feeling, but it still looked more mechanical if he kept his eyes staring forward.
Stand up.
Graham did so, and the crowd burst into a wave of applause.
Besides objective commands, this machine is capable of comprehending abstract orders. Please, walk forward.
Without missing a beat, Graham walked forward 3 steps.
Now, a limited intelligence could not have extrapolated on that order. It would have needed to know the right amount of steps and where to end up. It would have needed infinitely precise orders. But this machine chose an appropriate number of steps to walk and did so within seconds. That, ladies and gentlemen, is true artificial intelligence.
Reporters bombarded the stage with camera flashes, and the crowd went into a frenzy. Graham stood still, focused on the shadows that rustling leaves cast on a building at the end of the square. It was a tedious routine, but the pay was well worth it. Throughout the following months, Andron's machines passed the prototype phase, and Graham was quickly forgotten. What the scientists so humbly labeled Androns were quick to populate the city, and soon Graham could walk the streets without drawing suspicion. He felt like he was living in the hinge of history. There were protests against the machines from reverends and workers alike, but it didn't stop their development. Everything was changing. Very few constants were left for Graham to hold on to. One of them was waiting for him at the broken-down old shack on the beach, fumes rising from her hunched figure.
Graham,
Beatrix exclaimed, trying to hide her filthy glass reed. Her hair had turned white, her face had wrinkled, and that spark that used to be ever present in her eyes had dulled. She let out a grating cough.
I know,
she said, staring out at the sea.
I'm on the read again. It's just that ever since my son...
It's okay. I understand. Whatever the case, I'm sure he didn't do it because of you, Beatrix.
Graham's voice sounded like the old radio he used to have in the kitchen, but it was completely understandable.
Oh, Graham. A parent should never outlive their child. It's just not right.
Graham watched the distant waves, a thought crossing his mind.
I suppose if Kia ever wakes up, that'll be an inevitability for me.
I'm sorry, Graham. I know this isn't why you wanted to see me. Let's just talk. Like old times.
It's fine. Really. Did you make it down here okay?
It was a bit much for my knees. I'm just glad they installed a tram down the cliff.
I just wish we could meet at the bar. But I don't think Androns usually go out for drinks.
Beatrix took a long drag on her reed, no longer trying to hide it. It bubbled at the base before fuming along the shaft, and when she blew out a puff of smoke, Graham could almost smell it. Reed fumes were a scent he used to associate with her when they were young. She took in another breath as they stood in silence.
I guess some things don't change.
And they'll get there eventually. In my experience, not everything changes at once. A few things change. Others are dormant, and then it switches. In the end, it is neither good nor bad. Just different.
I've been thinking recently about what it'll be like when Kia wakes up. Even now, everything is so different.
Especially yourself.
Beatrix grinned, a hint of melancholy in her expression. They sat in silence again as storm clouds rolled in from the horizon.
Promise me this, Graham,
Beatrix said, facing Graham with a sudden intensity.
When she wakes, you will treat every day like it's her last.
That's assuming she ever does. Pay from Andron is running dry and getting a job as an Andron. Well, let's just say it's tricky.
Beatrix grasped his thin metal arm.
If you can't do it for her, do it for me. I didn't get to be there for my son, and I won't let you miss that chance.
As Graham made his way back to the Discovery Council, Beatrix's words stuck in his mind. They would be the last words he ever heard her speak. Weeks later, she passed in her sleep. Her ashes were mixed with her son's and released into the ocean. Chapter 32. 56 years after the collapse. Leper left the sunlit room, his apertures widening as they adapted to the darkness, and the walls of the cave appeared to glow again. His legs felt heavy, and his mind was spinning out of control. Ignorant of the tunnels and turns, he wandered. He gave up trying to remember where he had been. Jalen had vanished as suddenly as she had appeared. Everything was hopeless. Flat, reflective crystals, like broken mirrors that had grown into flowers, clustered up the walls, multiplying as Leper went further. He took another right, trying to get back to familiar ground, but he only found himself more lost. A cavern of mirror-like crystals opened up before him, entire walls of the maze-like room spanned by wide, flat crystals. Glowing orange grubs swarmed any corner or crevice they could find. They provided minimal light, casting long, dark, flickering shadows from any protruding imperfections in the crystal walls. Leper's metal figure reflected all around him, matching his movements from every angle. Leper tried to find the exit, but it was impossible to tell what was an open passage and what was a reflection. Everywhere he turned, there was a decrepit Andron blocking his way. The emotions toiling inside him turned to rage, and Leper slammed his fist into a crystal before him. Cracks flared out from his impact in a web of jagged lines. He barely felt the pain. For a moment, he stared at the figure before him, still a stranger to his eyes. Two round lenses glared out through a mask of broken glass. When he blinked, the Andron was gone. and 2 piercing green eyes were staring out at him through the cracks. Leper jolted back, but she appeared in every mirror, her ghostly white dress billowing around her as the grubs shifted to a red hue.
You never loved her, Graham. You just wanted to get rid of her.
Leper tried to ignore her, feeling around for an open passage.
She never grew up. You stole it from her.
There was never a choice,
Leper said, turning towards her.
There's never been any choice, not once in my entire rotting life.
You should have known at any moment would be her last, Graham.
She stepped forward, slamming her hands on the inside wall of the mirror in desperation.
You should have chosen to love her. You should have given her the life she deserved.
Fire erupted around her in a blast that shook Leper's soul. He shrunk back in horror as her form began to change, her skin flaking and burning as it turned ashy gray. Her voice resounded with a haunting cry of pain.
While I was burning, you were ready to throw it all away! Everything we had! And for what?
Please! There was nothing I could do!
She slid down the wall, unable to support herself as flakes of ashy skin drifted away from her face, embers still burning.
Why did you let this happen?
Her eyeballs melted into milky tears that slipped down her cheeks, leaving dark sockets.
I was counting on you!
Leper fell to his knees, his soul reeling. She was all-encompassing as she laid her torrent of pain upon him. He was falling, being dragged through the floor into the void. Leper's soul throbbed inside him, shaking his bolts with every pulse. Every facet of his being was spiraling out of control, and he needed something to hold on to. He was grasping at the air, flailing without purpose. Everything bore down on him relentlessly like hailstones whirling in a hurricane of guilt, pain, and regret. Then there was quiet. Leper looked back up at Jalen, only then realizing he was still lying on the ground.
What do you have left, Graham?
She lay across from him, her voice no more than a whisper. He lay, motionless, feeling the seconds tick by in the silence. There was nothing left for him to do. He dug deep inside himself for a memory, fleeting and distant. It was barely within reach as he grabbed hold of it. Leper sat up slowly and closed his eyes, feeling out the notes in his head before he began to sing. His voice was small and weak after years of neglect, and the first notes were shaky.
I'll stay with you, waiting for you, until you wake again. And though I see you daily, I'll still miss you dearly. So here I am, waiting for you.
He found his stride again, remembering the cold winter nights when Jalen would sing it with him, and Kia would fall asleep listening.
And though I see you daily, I'll still miss you dearly. So here I am, waiting for you. I'll stay with you, waiting for you, until we meet again. And though I see you daily, I'll still miss you dearly. So here I am, waiting for you. And though I see you daily, I'll still miss you dearly. So here
I am waiting for you.
As the song concluded, Leper let the last notes echo in the cave. When he finally opened his eyes again, Jalen was gone, and Kia stood in her place.
Father.
Her eyes were wide as she clutched her jerboa. Leper froze in place, his soul pulsing. 1,000 emotions flashed in her eyes. She looked relieved and confused, happy and scared. She took a tentative step toward her father.
Yeah.
Leper reached out to her, but she jolted back, pulling her blanket closer. Tears welled up in her eyes.
I don't understand.
Kia, I never should have lied to you,
Leper said, moving closer carefully.
Stay away from me!
Kia blurted. Leper halted in his tracks. He closed his eyes. Things can never change, he thought. It's too late now. He straightened up, years of painful memories welling inside him. Being Leper had given him a chance to start over, but it hadn't made a difference.
It doesn't matter who I am. Right now, we only have one objective, and I don't care what you think of me. We need to keep moving.
Leper searched Kia's eyes, but they had gone cold. She glanced down at her feet, avoiding his gaze, a sight Graham was used to. Though it pained him, Leper turned away. He wished he could see her smile. He wished he could see that spark in her eyes. He wished she would trust him. But all she saw was a cold and heartless machine, and Leper couldn't change that. Deep down, he knew she was right. Leper started walking, and Kia reluctantly followed. In the end, it didn't matter what she thought of him, as long as she was safe. Leper was the only one she could count on, and they needed to get to the safe haven. Enough time had been wasted already. Part 7. Collapse. Chapter 33. 148 days before the collapse. The cathedral's basement archives could have been a catacomb. Buzzing yellow lights kept looming silence at bay, and in the labyrinthine series of hallways, countless doors hid long-forgotten things. Graham fit right in. His metal feet clacked across the stone as he traversed the corridors. His eyes peeled for a copper plate with the number 4514. Somewhere, a distant door creaked open, and Graham shot a glance over his shoulder, picking up his pace. Just as an old reverend turned the corner, Graham found his door and ducked inside. For a moment, he stood in darkness, listening to the echoing footfalls. But even from where he stood, he could feel the hum of the pod, its muted glow emanating from under a heavy tarp in the corner. Graham stepped over boxes and crates, finding his way to the pod and pulling away the tarp. Kia lay there, her face half concealed by an idle breathing mask. She looked the same as she had the moment the Reverends put her in stasis. It was like looking at a memory. While the world changed around her, she remained blissfully unaware, even after 150 years. Graham knelt among the piles of boxes, metal fingers clinking against the glass as he lay his hand on the pod's window. Every day, the thought crossed his mind that she would never wake. Perhaps the pod would fail. Perhaps it was all hopeless. Graham had counted on her waking long ago, but she showed no signs of being ready, of being healed. Days turned into years, and years turned into decades. Still, Graham waited. I was supposed to be free, he thought. How could so much time have passed already? While generations lived and died, Graham remained chained to his daughter. Every month, he battled the clock to gather the funds needed to keep the stasis going, and it was getting harder and harder to find a job. The door opened behind him, and Graham threw the tarp hastily over the pod.
What is this?
an elderly voice cried out.
An Andron in the house of Saul?
Graham turned to see a white-haired, long-robed, red-faced reverend standing in the door.
Your Reverence!
A youthful voice called out from behind him.
It must have gotten lost.
I don't care where it came from. I want this abomination out of our house of worship.
A familiar young red-haired reverend entered the room, flinching under his elder's fury.
Oh, please, let me take care of it for you.
He positioned himself between the reverend and Graham, preventing the old man from getting closer.
You had better. I refuse to dirty my hands with this.
Without another word, he swept out of the room, and the younger reverend breathed a sigh of relief.
You really need to give me more warning when you're coming to see your daughter, Graham.
I wasn't planning on coming. I just happened to be in the neighborhood.
If the Reverends found out what was going on down here, they would not be happy.
The young reverend said, checking anxiously over his shoulder.
They're the ones who put her here.
Yes, but they don't know you're involved. You, being an Andron,
Graham sighed and took a seat on one of the boxes.
Listen, about the payment this month.
The reverend rubbed his temples with a groan.
Graham, I can't keep dipping into the tithes. Even if it wasn't an offense against the church, we just don't have the funding we used to. I get that my father had no trouble doing it, but times have changed.
Maybe she'll wake up soon.
You've been saying that for years, Graham.
Graham didn't respond. He just stared at the floor in contemplative silence.
I want to help you, Graham. I really do, but there's only so much that can be done.
I understand.
The young reverend put his hand on Graham's ball-jointed shoulder.
Saul is with you, my friend. I will pray for your success.
Graham pushed out the front doors of the church and into the blazing sunlight. The city towered over him, a world of glistening glass. He could remember a time when the cathedral's peak stood tall over the city, but now it was dwarfed by a new skyline. Steel and glass had long since replaced brick and brass, and the treads no longer rattled across the cobbles. Their distant descendants drove by in tunnels under translucent white streets, like shadows darting smoothly underfoot. Graham was the solitary blemish on a pristine, vacant expanse. Even after so many years, he could never adjust to the scale of the city. He was a remnant of a simpler age. It overwhelmed him. It felt like the city's boundaries would stretch on forever. The world kept changing, and he had nothing to hold on to but uncertainty. Kia might never wake, and her bills were a ceaseless obligation. Graham could only do so much to maintain his metal body. Every week he coasted from charge to charge, doing what he could, but it was all catching up with him too quickly. Head spinning, Graham leaned against a nearby wall. His soul pulsed within him, and he tried to gather his thoughts. It felt like the city was swallowing him alive. He did the only thing he could, and headed for the nearest charging dock. When he arrived, he found a line of Androns waiting for their turn at a wall-mounted charging station. Without remorse, Graham shoved the first in line out of the way and docked. The mindless Andron recovered and tried to return, but Graham lazily held out his hand to keep it back.
Obstruction detected. Please clear obstruction.
Give me a minute,
Graham said. He only needed a top-up, but the sensation dulled his worries. Vitality flowed through him like a breath of fresh air, and he focused his eyes forward, admiring the view of the city before him without a thought of anything at all. Across the way, the economic sector stood proud, the city's tallest buildings clumped together. Among them, the Bastion Financial Building stole the show. A glass building with 64 floors in the shape of a wide, flat wedge. The triangular Bastion logo glimmered silver on its largest face. Graham traced the shape with his eyes, letting the flowing energy turn him numb.
Obstruction detected. Please clear obstruction.
All too soon, his battery was full, and Graham shut his eyes, clinging to the feeling like a fleeting memory.
Please clear obstruction.
Graham squeezed the safety latch and unplugged, opening his eyes again.
Here, Knock yourself out.
Command not recognized.
Only one part of town looked familiar anymore, if one could look past the graffiti and decay. The most opulent part of a once bustling district had turned into lifeless slums. Slums that had been optimistically labeled the Heritage District. Over time, it had become the home of squatters and criminals, and the occupying forces didn't care enough to clean it up. Intricate brickwork was crumbling and neglected. Statues and relief carvings remained defaced and forgotten. The Discovery Council building lay in shambles, but in the courtyard a weathered statue of Andron still stood, tall and proud. Graham remembered the day of its unveiling. He had just had his parts upgraded when he went to see it. Andron hadn't bothered to show up to the ceremony, and a few weeks later, he disappeared. Within the month, Andron was presumed dead, and Graham was laid off without warning or explanation. Years of exposure had turned the ancient copper statue green, and it was strange to think that Graham was even older. The memories felt like they were from a lifetime ago. In a way, they were. Regardless, the Heritage District was the only place where Graham felt at home. During the night, the place crawled with criminal activity, and the day wasn't necessarily safe either. Graham wasn't worried. No one ever paid any attention to an Andron. They would assume he was just someone's servant, taking the shortest route through the city. If they were to look closer, they would realize that Graham wasn't sporting the regulation design. Over time, he had stolen bits and pieces to repair himself from a mishmash of different generations. Back when there were fewer Androns walking around, he had made use of the dark alleyways in the Heritage District to avoid attention. Skulking in the shadows was the only useful skill his criminal youth had taught him, but he rarely needed to anymore. Androns made up a third of the population. Even Graham had grown numb to their presence. Now all he had to do was keep his mouth shut, and nobody batted an eye. Before Graham realized what was going on, he was surrounded. 12 Androns, each of varied make and model, encircled him in the darkness of a tunnel he had entered, their heads swiveling to track even the slightest of movements. A few were worker Androns, tools still in their grip. Some had parcels or food delivery bags. One or two had weapons.
I was wondering when he would show up.
The Androns spoke in unison.
Do not speak.
Graham knew the drill. He merely nodded his head and lifted his hands in surrender. One of the Androns behind him spoke next.
Verifying surroundings.
Another chimed in.
Surroundings are unoccupied. State your alias.
I am Leper.
Alias confirmed.
The benefactor requests your services.
Graham had no clue how big the benefactor's network of Androns was. There had to be dozens within the district alone. He caught a glimpse of one patrolling down the block. Then he saw more on the rooftops. Rot. This place is crawling with them. Suddenly, the benefactor spoke.
Hello,
Leper.
Each word seemed to come from a different Andron, each processed through the specific servant's voice type.
What do you want? I told you I was done. Can't keep doing jobs like this. How is your daughter?
Graham squeezed his shutters in resignation.
So you know about her now, too?
I know
everything about you.
Leper?
Whatever it is, it's too dangerous.
Graham tried to leave the way he had come, but the Androns were blocking his way.
You need money.
Do this for me.
And you will never miss
a payment on her pod again.
Once it is done,
I will ask nothing more of you.
The choice is yours.
The Andron stepped aside, allowing him passage, but Graham didn't move. The time he'd spent in prison as a teenager felt like a dream from another life. What did it matter now? If it weren't for the benefactor's odd jobs, the church would have pulled the plug on Kia years ago. Graham knew how hard it was for an Andron with a human soul to find work. It's not much of a choice, is it?
What exactly do you have in mind?
Chapter 34, 146 days before the collapse. Leper could only catch glimpses of the world overhead, sunlight filtering through the glass street into the windy tunnel he was gliding through. All around him, security androns sat, staring vacantly ahead. Leper followed suit. They sat perfectly still on either side of the transport's bed, sleek and deadly as they waited with inexorable patience. Each had yellow hydraulic lines woven around thin, reinforced fiber steel limbs, paired with decorative plating across their chests in a foggy woven glass. Oval glass faceplates with rounded cutouts for their eyes lent the security androns an approachable look that put customers at ease, despite the deadly micro-rift pressure pistols that were fixed ready at their hips. The benefactor's mechanist had done well. Leper was indistinguishable among them. Still, his soul throbbed within him, and he regretted ever agreeing to the job. Bastion financial security alone was worth more than some countries. The benefactor knows what he's doing, Leper thought, attempting to assuage his fears. If you wanted out, your opportunity was a long time ago. The tunnel went dark as they passed under a building. By now, they would have entered the financial district and would be approaching the bank's basement. They would arrive any second. There was light up ahead. A moment passed, and they were through a guarded gate and drifting into a small parking garage with a low ceiling. The hovering transport lowered gently into an open spot, and the back gate swiveled open. Leper stood with the other androns and rotated 90 degrees in near-perfect unison, stumbling a little when the marching began. A human climbed out of the transport's cab and allowed the androns to escort him and his briefcase up a small elevator and into the back halls of the building. Leper split off from the escort at first opportunity, acting as if it was all part of the program. There would only be a few minutes before the system detected his anomalous presence. He had to make them count. One did not know luxury until they had seen the lobby of Bastion Financial. The patrons who waited at the kiosks most certainly did. Midday sun filtered in through 60-foot-tall windows, refracting through abstract glass sculptures in a glittering rainbow of caustics across a marble expanse. At one end of the lobby, a waterfall cascaded down and settled into a clear pool that rimmed the room. Unholy rot, Leper thought. What have I gotten myself into? Security androns stood in a perimeter of the room, drawing little attention to themselves. Leper quickly followed suit and stood in the spot the benefactor had described. He watched as the waterfall split open, allowing a sliding platform to settle into the rippling pool. Safety yellow handrails retracted and elegantly dressed patrons stepped off the platform and across the bridge. From the looks of it, the lift went diagonally up the entire height of the wedge-shaped building. Any second now, Leper thought, anxiety building. Customers stood in an idle parade of affluence, ignorant of what was about to happen. Leper's soul pounded. Without realizing it, he felt for the hidden latch attached to the new secret compartment in his torso. It's in there. It's fine. Leper wished he could check, but it had already begun. 3 robbers burst into the lobby, firing liquid pressure pistols into the air. The frigid water rained uselessly over the floor, but the ear-splitting sound was enough. Waves of panic washed over the crowd. The intruders were dressed in black from head to toe, save for the brightly colored metal masks under their hoods.
This is a robbery!
The shortest one shouted. Her mask digitally distorted her voice.
Everyone, get down!
Most obeyed immediately. Some cried out in pleas of mercy. All at once, the security androns activated, taking simultaneous strides towards the intruders, and Leper matched their pace. The robbers fired rapid shots of pressurized water that flashed like thread in the air. Metal limbs were severed, processors were punctured. To Leper's right, an andron crumpled over. More security funneled in amidst the chaos, replacing every andron that went down. It wasn't long before the intruders were overwhelmed. One of them, who appeared to be a scrawny young man, was overtaken, but the woman fought like a rabid animal, making a show of resisting. The third, a broad-shouldered man who dwarfed everyone in the room, held up his hands in surrender. Almost imperceptibly, he glanced up at Leper and nodded. Without missing a beat, Leper grabbed the man by his burly wrists and forced him to his knees. The other androns made short work of confiscating the intruders' pistols. Following protocol, 7 of them took their captives and followed the shortest route to the nearest human security officer, who, not coincidentally, was inspecting an alert in the top-floor server room, courtesy of the benefactor. The Androns forced the robbers onto the vacant platform lift while bank patrons fled for the exits. Yellow handrails clicked into place, and the lift descended smoothly along its track with a shudder. Leper waited, allowing the waterfall to pass overhead and close behind them. Time for Phase 2. Leper quietly released his captive and reached down surreptitiously to the pistol at his hip. The other Androns stood motionless, fingers fixed over their captive's wrists. They weren't even looking at him. In an instant, Leper had dialed the pressure, leveled his pistol at the nearest Andron, and pulled the trigger. Several things happened at once. The micro-rift pump at his belt thrust gallons of glacial water directly from a tank in the second plane and fired it along the flexible tube that connected to the grip of his gun. Additionally, recoil compensation tripped, jolting the gun downwards against the kickback as that same water screamed out from a microscopic hole at the end of a long barrel with enough pressure to punch a hole in steel. The targeted Andron was thrown back, glass chest plate shattering and internals sparking as a new window opened in its internal processor. Leper's burly captive was quick to act, barreling forward and slamming another Andron into the handrail. In an instant, the other accomplices were freed and chaos ensued. Before anyone could process what was happening, sparks were flying and Androns were dropping. Pressure blasts echoed up the open shaft. Leper blasted the final Andron right over the railing and it clattered noisily down. So much for covert. The intruders were breathing hard, hastily reconnecting their pistol tubes to their belts. The scrawnier male kicked at the broken remains of the nearest Andron.
Woo! That is satisfying.
Having fun, Scam?
The woman said. Her hood had fallen down to reveal neon green hair, bleached and dyed so many times it looked like it was crying for mercy. The broad-shouldered brute leaned over the railing and looked down the shaft in stoic silence. Leper surveyed the surroundings, flipping shaded veil lenses over his apertures. Black and rot. Heat signatures of souls from the second plane were everywhere. He dialed in the frequency, looking for human ones. Dozens swarmed on every floor of the building, each a floating tangle of wires around pulsing glowing orbs.
We're surrounded on all sides, but I'm guessing they're mostly civilians.
Ha ha ha! This rotting thing can speak!
The scrawny one she had called Scam muttered breathlessly.
How does that even work?
Every time, Leper thought.
Go on, Andron. Give us your secrets. Who is your master? Are you a spy or something?
Cheat. You can't be serious.
Leper ignored them. In a moment, the lift would reach the top floor, and Leper could see the composite souls of a dozen more Androns waiting for them. He twisted the grip on his pistol, dialing the pressure to the maximum.
Security, top floor.
In the absence of cover, everyone crouched as close to the edges of the platform as possible, weapons at the ready. The top floor hatch slid open above them, and the elevator was about to plug the hole it had left. Leper could barely make out how many Androns there were. Their souls were too close together. He flipped away his lenses and took aim, waiting for the instant he had line of sight. The green-haired woman, Cheat, didn't wait. She vaulted up and over, roaring as she flung herself into battle. Who are these people? Leper thought. The crack of pressure fire filled the air, and the room slid into sight. Leper fired, blasting two Androns at once. He narrowly dodged incoming fire and his soul flinched inside him. Next, the big brute hurtled over the railing. Sparks flew, water pooled on the floor. Leper punched holes in as many Androns as he could. Blood pooled with the water, and Leper didn't know who it belonged to. Before he knew it, the security force lay in a heap on the floor, and the intruders, unscathed, were panting heavily. They were in a large, slanted room. One wall was a window that looked down the length of the wedge. The opposite wall had a double door that led to the server room. Leper suddenly noticed the man laying next to it. Rot. I didn't see him. Did I? The security officer coughed up blood, further soiling his white uniform. A mix of water and blood leaked from his shoulder, and he shivered uncontrollably.
You're not going to get away!
Cheat's attention snapped toward him, her mask's vacant black eyes meeting his.
Oh, I I'm sorry. Is the still water cold?
She walked across the room to squat in front of him.
Does it make you uncomfortable?
The security officer spat at her.
You could rot.
Cheat pressed her finger against his wound and he cried out in pain.
Say that again.
Cheat said, twisting her finger in like a knife.
Please. Stop.
Cheat lifted her mask past her lips and sucked her bloody finger clean with a pop.
That's what I thought.
Leper was stunned. He staggered backward. These people were psychos, murderers. How could he ever have agreed to this? What amount of money was worth this danger? He could have died several times over already. An alarm blared out, and the room flashed red. With a rumble, the elevator descended back down the shaft.
We're about to have company!
Leper blinked, flipping his veil lenses back into place. Souls were gathering at the bottom floor. Human souls.
Mute!
Cheat whacked the Silent One's arm.
Grab that android for me, please.
Mute, evidently the broad-shouldered Silent One, was already on it. He lifted one of the lifeless androns from the ground and jammed it feet first into the elevator's mechanism. There was a rending of steel and a flash of sparks grinding the elevator to a halt. But Leper could tell it wouldn't last.
How long do you need?
I think we can make it!
He kicked open the doors to the server room and gestured at Leper to follow. Inside was an enormous collection of blinking towers, with a single terminal screen on the far wall. Scam made a beeline for it, pulling a processor spike from his pocket. Making quick work, he slotted the spike into the terminal, and a progress bar began counting up on the screen. Leper was still reeling. The alarm seemed to rattle his metal skull, and he felt dizzy. He barely caught himself from toppling over on one of the server racks. That security guard was probably going to die. Did I shoot him? The progress bar read 15%. How are we going to get out of this unscathed? 17%. Was this what the benefactor wanted? The alarm still screamed. 20%. The elevator tore itself free and descended again. Rot, Leper thought. I have a job to do. Leper stumbled into the far corner of the room and squeezed his rail-thin body between two server racks. He felt around for the hidden latch in his torso and flipped open the compartment. Inside was the last part of the plan that everything depended on. Don't screw up now. Luckily, the hard part was over. Leper could see the solitary port he needed to access in front of him. He pulled out a custom access key, barely able to maneuver his hand in the tight space in front of him as he lifted it up to the port near his face. With some careful manipulation of his fingers, he slotted the key into place. The back was molded to be flush with the server rack's casing, and with the key in place, it looked like there was never a port there in the first place. Reaching down to his torso compartment again, Leper squeezed the plush gerboa inside, just to make sure it was still there. It will all be worth it in time.
Incoming!
Scam shouted. There was a loud whirring sound as multiple drones raced up the elevator shaft. Leper shut his compartment, dislodged himself from the racks, grabbed frantically at his pistol, and aimed through the door. 3 white drones burst into the room, rotary blades wailing as they homed in on the intruders. Mute batted one away, and it exploded white glue across the window it collided with.
We got stickies!
Cheat cried, ducking as one went straight for her head. Scam and Cheat retreated into the server room while Mute held his ground. He swung at another drone and smacked it across the room. Before it could hit the window, the rotors accelerated and the drone came zipping back. In an eruption of foaming goo, Mute stuck to the floor. Another drone careened towards the server room, and Leper took aim. Flicking the trigger, he pierced the drone straight through. Its payload bag disgorged an explosion of gel, flecks of it splattering Leper's face. He glanced over his shoulder. The progress bar was at 89%. Rifles fired as the lift arrived, carrying 6 armored guards, and Leper dove for cover. Cheat sprinted from the server room, her pistol blasting as she made for the window. The guards were quick. 3 of them barged into the server room and tackled Scam to the ground. Leper watched as one of the guards tore the spike from the terminal and crushed it under his boot. The progress halted at 92% and fizzled out. Somewhere, glass shattered. Something bashed Leper in the back of the head, and his vision went on the fritz. Guards stood over him, white armor gleaming as they brandished pressure rifles in his face. The plan had worked. Chapter 35. 106 days before the collapse. The light above Leper's head turned from red to blue, and the buckle on his straps released. No longer bound to his capsule, Leper kicked off from the wall and floated away. A swarm of other prisoners followed beside him. The space station's high-security inflatable prison habitat resembled a beehive. Prisoner capsules lined the curved walls like honeycomb, and the inmates floated around in swarms, launching from rope to rope. If not for the web of elastic support ropes, people would drift 600 strides and hit the other wall before they could reorient themselves. In the zero-gravity environment, the ropes were the only way to control their direction. Nearby, a fight broke out between two prisoners. They grappled in the air and attempted to beat at each other before a taser drone arrived to separate them. After a chime, the usual pre-recorded message echoed in the hive.
Sector C, prisoners, report to the breakfast station.
Leper ignored it. All he had to do was drift around and try not to cause any trouble. He leapt from rope to rope, instinctually tucking his knees to his chest. Everything had gone according to plan, but something wasn't right. The benefactor's bug should have been siphoning money from Bastion Financial, and the fake-out with the progress bar should have been enough to avert suspicion. Finding it manually was the only way to detect it. That is what Leper had been told. Prison was all part of the plan, but the benefactor was supposed to have gotten them out weeks ago. Now Leper was stuck in place while Kia waited down below. No matter what the benefactor had promised, Leper was getting nervous. He began to suspect betrayal. A hush rippled across the room as the intercom chimed, and the warden's gravelly voice sounded throughout the room.
Attention. Attention, please. I have an announcement to make. A few weeks ago, our Supreme Leader addressed the nation. I have a transcript here. I will only read it once, so I recommend you pay attention.
Leper felt his earlier worry dig deeper in his soul. The Supreme Leader never made announcements. Something was very wrong.
Citizens, I regret that I do not address you in revelry. No leader in history has ever been forced to make an announcement such as this. What is about to happen will require your unquestioning loyalty and complete cooperation. Our world of Taurus has never been stable. It spins too slowly to maintain its form, even with reinforcements. Planetary collapse has long been an inevitability. For generations, we have delayed action, bargaining that we would have more time. Indeed, the faults in the planet's crust did not look quite as severe even mere months ago. But I have no doubt that you have felt the earthquakes.
The warden swallowed and then continued.
I received a report only hours ago. The rate of collapse has exponentially increased. Taurus will shatter within a year.
Gasps and murmurings lapped like waves on a shore of silence.
I understand this is distressing, but it is our reality. Our planet, our way of life, is coming to an end. But we will not lie down and take it. Preparations for a nationwide evacuation have already begun. Expansions are already underway in the orbital colony, a colony originally constructed for this very reason. If we are to survive, we cannot waste a second. As of this moment, the economy has been frozen. and all available resources will be used to finance our escape. The capable will be conscripted to aid our efforts. Possessions have become invalid, and currency has lost meaning. Now one thing remains: the human race. We will not let this defeat us. Taurus will fall, but we will not. It is only under the unification of our great empire that we will stand strong.
Finished reading, the warden cleared his throat.
As of right now, our system is locked down. No one will be released until explicit orders are given. Thank you. That is all.
The quiet was heavy. The tension was still and thick. Every thought in Leper's head swam. Everyone in the room felt it. All at once, dreams of wealth and freedom had been gutted and replaced with an impending sense of dread. The benefactor's bug on the server had been rendered useless. Currency was pointless. A million worries and questions circulated in Leper's mind, but among them, one took precedence.
What is going to happen to my daughter?
He sat in an iron chair, his wrists in shackles that were chained to a hook in the floor. It was the first time he had felt the weight of gravity in weeks. The warden sat across from him, behind a wall of glass with a voice receiver in his hand.
Listen, Graham. There are a lot of unknowns right now,
he said, his processed voice emitted from speakers in the ceiling. Leper stood, the chains yanking on his wrists.
What is going to happen to my daughter?
Graham?
Leper's patience was wearing thin.
Will they take her?
You have to understand, prisoners cannot bring possessions.
My daughter is not a rotting possession.
An evacuation of this magnitude is unheard of, Graham. Even getting one city off-world is enough, but an entire empire? Graham, it's insanity.
Leper sat hard in his chair, his face in his hands.
There's no way they can get everyone. Many will be left behind.
I've waited almost 200 years for her to wake up. If I abandon her now, it will all be for nothing.
It's not up to you. Maybe if you weren't a prisoner, you could have a say, but as it stands, she is out of our hands.
She's the only reason I'm in here.
Listen, Graham, I'd like to help you. I really would. But there is nothing I can do. You've made your choices. I can't waive the consequences.
He stood up and walked to his exit.
I'm sorry, Graham.
With the slam of a door, he left Leper in solitude. A buzzer announced the unlocking of the door behind him, and the shackles clicked open, sliding off his wrists and clattering to the ground. He was in a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. He was numb. No, it can't happen like this, Leper thought. I waited over a century. I can't lose her now. Leper grasped at his faceplate, anger boiling inside him. How could you let this happen? Every choice he had made, every risk he took, they were all idiotic. You should have never taken that job. He would find some way to get her off the planet. Maybe he could extend his sentence to compensate. They would never listen to you. Deep down, Leper knew there was nothing he could do. The thought gnawed at his soul like a parasite. After 150 years, his actions were catching up with him, and there was no way to change anything. I was supposed to have more time. I was supposed to be free. Instead, he was in a prison of his own design, barred in by his choices and tortured by his mistakes. Even as the shackles lay useless on the ground, Leper was still bound. He could not act or think or move. He could only watch as the world crumbled around him. Chapter 36. 10 years after the collapse. Leper stood, shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of prisoners, clinging to the support straps above him. The ship rumbled beneath him as it fell back into Taurus's atmosphere. For the first time in a decade, he felt the tug of gravity weighing down on him, and it was as if his feet were clamped to the floor. 10 years in the hive should have been a blip in Leper's multi-century lifespan. But it was a cold, stagnant existence that had drained him until only a dry husk remained. Now they were heading back to Taurus, which had been deemed habitable again by the Council. The prisoners would be the first to land and scope things out. Maybe the planet had deadly radiation that couldn't be detected. Maybe the earthquakes hadn't stopped. Maybe Leper was just paranoid. Either way, the apprehension in the ship was palpable. With a shudder, the ship landed, and a dull orange light illuminated the cabin. No one said a word as the wall in front of them let out a hiss and tilted open. Blinding sunlight pierced through the crack as the ramp lowered. Leper's soul began to pulse. His apertures adjusted, revealing glimpses of distant snowy peaks amongst the bustling inmates. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd as the ramp clicked into place. There was nothing but white as far as the eye could see. Snowy hills like an endless ocean sprawled out before them, and low-hanging gloom dangled above. For a moment, nobody dared to move. It was impossible to tell where in the world they were. It felt as though they had been deposited on the wrong planet. Someone in the front row was brave enough to step forward, and the crowd began to migrate. 5 more dropships landed in a row next to the first, and by the time they were empty, 20,000 prisoners were shivering in the snowy plains. Security androns made a perimeter, keeping crowds contained while servant androns unloaded supplies. 3 andron servants toted a large glass cylinder from the cargo hold and planted it upright in the back of a dropship, where everyone could see. When the bubble started, Leper registered that it was full of water. There were hundreds of evenly dispersed streams of bubbles, shooting up from the bottom of the cylinder in neat rows. All the prisoners watched as they lit up individually, forming the flickering shape of an old man in robes. Dim colors faded in, revealing a bearded reverend in all his glory. He opened his arms and a self-important voice boomed out from the ship.
Children of light, I regret to inform you that you have been deceived. The dropships you arrived in will not be returning to the station. They only had enough fuel to land.
Panic and confusion rose from the crowd.
It was the will of the Emperor to leave you behind while the rest of us made our way through the stars, in search of a new home. According to the scriptures, all are soul's children. So as reverence, this decision pains us greatly.
There was some jeering from the crowd.
We took it upon ourselves to help you unfortunate people, and the Emperor granted us this. We have provided food and the means for survival in this harsh climate. It will not last forever, so we advise you to make use of our provisions to learn to grow food on your own.
Shouts were rising among the panic.
You will be the last protectors of Saul's great creation.
Someone cried out at the cylinder with a voice Leper recognized.
If it's so great, then why did it fall apart?
There was laughter and cheering in response. Leper stopped paying attention. He felt numb. In the end, all that was left was snowy desolation. It drifted down from the clouds, a white powder that coated the mountains and blanketed the world in an endless void. There's nothing left for me here. Leper turned away and began to walk, pushing prisoners to get through. Nobody followed, and it only took a moment for the past 10 years of his life to fade away. Forcing his way through the muttering masses, Leper left it all behind. He should have felt free. His debts no longer mattered, and Kia was no longer his responsibility. Instead, he felt trapped. All of his choices had been made for him. Now, in the first moment he was truly on his own, there was nothing left. All he could do was walk away.
The Androns will enforce the rules set out for you. But if you follow them willingly, you will see no trouble. You will prosper.
There was a commotion in the front row, but Leper didn't look back. There was the sound of shattered glass, and the recording fizzled.
Enough of your rules!
Cheat bellowed. Leper turned to see Cheat on the stage, standing over the toppled projection as security closed in. He hadn't seen her in 10 years, and they'd clearly taken their toll. She tackled one of the androns to the ground and ripped off its head. With a cry of glory, she held it in the air. The crowd erupted.
This is our turf now!
That was all it took for the riot to start. Inmates ransacked the dropships, making off with bags of food. Security androns initiated a response, closing in from the perimeter. They were quickly overrun. Fights broke out over rations, and before long the snow was spattered red. Cheat stood high atop a pile of crates, hollering as she raised her fists into the air. Leper simply walked. No one tried to stop him. No one even noticed. Without slowing, he bent low and snatched a portable battery pack that one of the security androns had dropped, slinging it over his shoulder. It was all he needed. Soon the riot was out of earshot, and Leper wandered the desolate wastes, directionless and empty. All he could hear was the gently blowing wind. He had no purpose, no drive, no goal. His feet worked independently of his mind, carrying him somewhere he did not know. It didn't matter where you went. Even if the pod was still out there somewhere, it would have ceased to function in the collapse. Something changed. The snowflakes weren't supposed to be black. Leper held out his palm and watched as the flakes gathered. It was ash. His feet sunk into the graying snow as he fought through it, his legs like lead. This isn't right, Leper thought. This isn't what happened. In the distance, something glowed red. Dark roots snaked out of the ground, twisted and gnarled as they formed barren trees. In moments, Leper was in a forest. Somewhere in the trees, an infant cried. Leper tried to follow the sound. In the tangled roots, an infant glowed red, wailing in anguish. Leper fought his way forward, watching with horror as the roots began curling around it, muffling the sound of its despair. It's going to suffocate. The closer Leper got, the harder it was to move. His limbs churned in the ash and he felt his power drain. Only strides away from the baby, Leper found that his legs weren't responding. He reached out in desperation, but it was too late. The last glimpses of red vanished amongst the roots, and the cries ceased. Leper jolted awake. His soul reeled inside of him, and he blinked, his eyes adjusting to the glowing stalactites above him. Part 8. Depleted. Chapter 37. 56 years after the collapse. Rats! Leper clambered to his feet, his vision blurry and his movements sluggish. Disjointed thoughts swirled around in his head, and he blinked his shutters closed. The pressure of the unconsciousness weighed him down, pushing his feet into the glowing stone below him. His limbs were numb, rippling with waves of tingles until feeling returned. He opened his shutters, and Kia was there, sitting cross-legged on the ground across from him. She held her blanket tight and turned away.
Kia, what happened?
She didn't look at him.
You fell asleep when you sat down.
Leper found a wall to lean against, trying to get his bearings.
How long have I been out?
I don't know.
This isn't good. He knew full well what sleep meant for an andron. If he had lost consciousness, it meant his battery was dangerously low. Leper guessed if he stopped moving again, he might not be able to wake up.
Kia, we need to move.
What's wrong?
Choosing a tunnel to go down, Leper picked up his pace, conscious of Kia who was lagging behind.
There's something I didn't tell you. My battery is low, and if I...
Leper couldn't get the words out. It made the possibility too real. The whole time he had been pushing forward, leaving no time for concern. But now he couldn't ignore it.
What? What's going to happen?
Kia asked from behind. Leper couldn't answer. Somehow, he feared admitting it would seal his fate. After a pause, Leper sighed.
We need to get to the safe haven before my battery runs out.
Kia made no response. She simply staggered after him, wrapped in her blanket as she eyed the patterns on the stone floor with disinterest. The tunnel gave way to a long, angled passageway, its high ceiling clustered with mere flowers and glowing red grubs. A slight bend in the cave ahead obscured its length. For all Leper knew, it went on forever, but it didn't matter. He had to keep moving. He marched, fighting the drowsy movements of his legs. It felt like his soul was hanging by a thread, waiting for an excuse to drift away once and for all. Kia followed silently behind, struggling to keep up. One step at a time, he found a rhythm and started to keep pace. He only had to keep walking. For a time, there was silence. Leper could tell that Kia wanted to say something. He could feel it like a burning heat behind him. Tension strung tight between them, almost tangible. 100 conversations repeated in Leper's mind. There were 1,000 questions she could ask and 1,000,000 ways to answer each. Every second that ticked by was an endurance test, and yet nobody spoke. They just walked, on and on, for what felt like days, coasting slowly along the twisting corridor. Over and over, the surroundings seemed to repeat, and with every passing moment, the silence stretched thinner. Then it snapped.
Why?
The word was a drop in the ocean, barely escaping her lips. Leper slowed, waves of guilt pulling on his soul like a puppet strings. She didn't need to say anything more. Leper knew very well what she wanted to ask. Why did you lie? Every answer surfaced in his mind, but he couldn't bring himself to say any of them. I was scared. I thought you would hate me. I thought maybe it would be a chance to start over. Maybe you wouldn't believe me. What if it was too much for you? What if you didn't trust me?
It doesn't matter now. What's happened is happened. All that matters is that I get you out of here.
He didn't look back. He just kept walking.
I don't understand. How can you be him?
Things change, Kia.
Something echoed deep in the caves.
But...
Shh. Be quiet. I heard something.
There was something crumbling in the distance. Perhaps it was a tremor, but Leper hadn't sensed any vibrations. There was a distant echo, and for a moment, it almost sounded like a voice. Then, as if nothing had happened, the quiet returned. Leper turned his hearing back down, and Kia remained silent. This time, the silence was different. The tension remained, but it had changed somehow. It contained neither anticipation nor release. There was an underlying sense of betrayal and anger strung tight between them that would shatter like glass if any move were made. Leper kept glancing back at Kia, hoping she would show any emotion, anything at all. Instead, she walked, nearly stumbling over her own feet. She was tired, but she did not complain. Kia needed to rest. There's no time. For a moment, Leper considered offering to carry her, but it would put too much strain on his systems. I can't help it, Leper thought. My energy is better spent getting her to safety. She can rest when we get to the safe haven. It felt wrong to ignore her. The end of the corridor arrived without warning. Both walls sloped down to form a tiny dark tunnel. It was just enough to walk through, but Leper couldn't see anything on the other side. Its walls did not glow like the rest of the caves.
Kia, walk in front of me and stay close.
No!
Leper reeled around to face her.
Kia, do as I say.
Tears welled up in her eyes.
You're just going to leave me in the dark.
And why would I do that?
I know you hate me.
What?
Mom said so! She said you wanted to leave us because you didn't want to be around me.
The glass thread shattered, but anger didn't surface. Leper stood in place, shame draining into his soul. He couldn't think of anything to say.
Every night I you I was afraid of the dark, but you always shut the door.
Tears streamed down Kia's cheeks. In a moment of decision, Leper squatted down to meet her height. He could feel the strain on his system. His vision was swimming and his hearing was muted, but he fought through it, forcing himself awake through sheer willpower alone.
Not this time.
Leper reached over and picked her up, holding her to his chest as he stood, pushing into the darkness. Kia shut her eyes tight and buried her head in his shoulder. Her weight was immense. Leper feared his knees would buckle. His pace slowed to a crawl, and every step was shakier than the last. In the darkness, only Kia's glow illuminated the walls. Glistening stone passed gradually, the only indication that he was moving at all. Leper pushed his system as hard as he could, but his progress was still slowing. The light was fading around him and he could feel his consciousness slipping. At the end of the tunnel, there was a faint glow, but it was still so far away. Despair took hold of Leper's soul and he feared he wouldn't make it. Only one thought kept him moving. Not this time. Deep within, Leper found a final reserve of strength. One foot stepped forward, the other followed. The march picked up speed and Kia held on to him tighter. The glow was getting closer. In one last push, Leper fought the exhaustion, his march becoming a sprint. Every fiber of his being throbbed with pain, but he pushed through the strain and the glow got closer and closer. Suddenly, the cramped tunnel was behind him. When his eyes adjusted, Leper stood on the shore of an underground lake. Its clear waters shimmered in the light of the high crystalline ceiling, lapping gently as ripples traveled along its surface. Alone, the lake would have been a breathtaking sight, but there was an anomaly in the middle distance. From the shore, it was nothing more than a blur of lights, a twinkling cacophony of color. Some of them swayed gently, others were aligned in geometric patterns, but together they were a cluster of complexity and order that nature could never create.
Is that
the safe haven?
Chapter 38. 56 years after the collapse. Far ahead, the lights of the safe haven flickered, and Leper could hardly believe his eyes. The entire time it had been underground. For a moment he forgot the weight he carried, and excitement battled the anxiety within. After everything, there was still hope. Leper stepped gingerly forwards, his metal foot slipping gently into the shallow water. From around his ankle, glowing red algae lit up, spiraling outwards in intricate patterns. At first he flinched, but it seemed harmless. Kia watched eagerly from his arms, and he let her down to splash on her own. Around her feet the waters lit up, and she watched the colors swirl with wonder in her eyes. For the first time he could remember, she turned to him with a smile. The waters were shallow, up to his shins at the deepest. All they had to do was walk. It was almost too easy. After all their struggle, the journey was finally almost over. There were no more doubts. The safe haven was real. It was right in front of them. Leper started towards it, his daughter in tow. Amid the flickering lights, he could have sworn there were glimpses of green. Could there be grass down here? The thought of laying Kia down in the soft grass brought energy to his legs. It was the final stretch in a race that had nearly killed him, but the end was so close. Then, as the minutes ticked by, walking through the water became like wading through tar. Every step forward seemed to push the lights away, keeping them just out of reach. How big are these waters? Leper thought. Perhaps the safe haven was farther than he thought. What if it's more than just an island? With each passing second, Leper felt his battery couldn't possibly deplete any further. Every step felt like his last, but his safety was finally within his reach. He just had to keep moving, one foot after the other. The flickering lights danced temptingly in the distance, as if mocking him from an unreachable perch. Kia's eyelids grew heavy, and she began to stumble and lag behind. He ignored it, doing his best to fight the distance of the lights, but it was hard to tell if they were getting closer. Just keep going. Something echoed in the caves, and Leper halted in his tracks, fear returning to his soul. He turned up his ears and checked over his shoulder, straining to see what it was. He hadn't made it as far as he thought. The entrance was still visible behind him. If he listened, there were footsteps, and if he focused, he could see a light coming towards them from the dark tunnel beyond. It swayed side to side in its stride, illuminating the walls but not the user. There was no doubt that it was human. Suddenly, the strange sounds Leper had heard in the caves made sense. Leper felt hopelessly exposed by the algae that lit up under his feet. He wished for nothing more than to disappear into the shadows and wait for the light to pass. Perhaps it was an inhabitant from the haven, making his way back from a trip into the caves. It had to be. Who else could be down here? Turning back toward the island, Leper picked up his pace as it finally seemed to get closer. The haven drew him onward like it had a magnetic pull, but the thought of the light behind kept Leper uneasy. The person had yet to show any sign of spotting Leper, but they were almost out of the tunnel. Despite the exhaustion, Leper forced himself to stop, waiting until the algae dimmed beneath him. Kia stopped too, noticing the light for the first time. Leper watched it approach from over his shoulder, closer and closer. Did he see me? He hoped the light would pass by without noticing them, but it was on a collision course and Leper couldn't move without disturbing the algae. His soul pulsed. The light came nearer still and fear overwhelmed him. All it took was a single step backwards for the water to ignite red beneath him, and Leper flinched. The light stopped. For a moment neither moved, and the algae's light faded once again. Kia clung to Leper's leg. Somehow, the light seemed familiar, like he had seen it before. A dark thought crossed Leper's mind. No, he couldn't have followed me. Leper stumbled, revealing his location again. The light sprinted towards him. It's impossible. Leper turned to run, taking Kia's hand and pushing every piston to move faster. Roman's voice bellowed out, the flashlight on the end of his gun swinging from side to side as he sprinted towards them in the water. Without looking back, Leper ran for the safe haven, but it was still so far away. The gun fired, and something buried itself in Leper's back. He collapsed to his knees, trying to ignore the waves of pain that washed over him. Leper turned, stepping in front of Kia as he stood.
Stay back,
Leper warned, his soul beating rapidly. Roman stopped, 6 strides away, panting heavily as the red algae lit him from beneath. Hate burned in his eyes.
You're insane, Roman. You followed me all the way here.
He tried to gather his strength, but there was nothing left. Even standing in place felt like a chore. Regardless, he was too close to let Roman interfere. Roman loaded another shard of metal, taking a step closer.
You can take my food. You can steal my wheeler. Saul, forgive me. You can assault our leader. I don't care.
He stepped closer again, his boots splashing in the glowing red waters.
But you didn't stop there.
What do you want from me, Roman?
You took my respect, Andron! My men used to fear me before you came along!
Kia held tight to Leper's leg, and he put his arm over her.
You would risk your life to get it back?
He asked, fighting the strain.
Do you know what I had to do to earn it? I spent my entire life climbing those ranks. And not just getting the title, I mean earning respect.
Then what are you gonna do about it?
I'm not leaving until I have your head!
Roman's voice echoed across the lake. Leper stepped towards him shakily, leaving Kia behind.
You think that'll work?
Ah!
Roman let out a roar, charging forward. Adjusting his stance, Leper braced for the attack. He was nearly knocked off his feet, but he kept his ground. His vision swam. Roman trained his gun, point blank, but Leper pushed it away. The weapon fired harmlessly at the ceiling and crystals shattered. Leper was too slow to react as Roman swept his legs out from under him. He toppled into the water with a splash, soul pulsing. Crystal shards rained down around them as Roman reloaded his gun. Lying in the shallow water, Leper felt the full weight of his depleted battery. It took an immense effort to roll out of the way as Roman fired another shot. Red glowing water splattered across Roman's face as the scrap hit stone. Somehow, Leper found the strength to tackle the gun from Roman's hand, knocking it out of reach. Roman shoved him back into the water. Leper's vision blurred as the water splashed over him and he sank face down. Completely submerged, it felt like the water was heavier than lead. Leper struggled to move. A hand reached down and grabbed Leper by his neck. All he could see was a flurry of bubbles before Roman forced him out of the water.
You're nothing compared to me!
Leper reached behind his head and grasped Roman's wrist, but he was just tossed to the side. He hit shallower waters and rolled. Roman loaded one of the crystal shards into his gun, watching Leper struggle to his knees. Kia stood at a distance, clinging to her blanket, her eyes wide with horror. Not this time. Somewhere deep inside, Leper scraped out the strength to stand. Roman's eyes narrowed.
You think you have some fight left in you, don't you? I can fix that.
Rage filled Leper's soul. He charged at Roman, putting every fiber of his being at full strain as he unleashed his fury. In a moment, he tackled Roman, pulling the man down to his knees and reaching around his neck to hold him in a headlock. Leaning down, Leper whispered harshly in his ear.
I don't care if I die, but if you kill me, you kill her. And I care very much if you kill her.
Who are you talking about?
Leper turned him to face Kia.
Look her in the eyes, Roman! Everything I have done was for her!
Roman actually started to laugh, wheezing and choking in Leper's hold.
You shouldn't have messed with souls, Andron. You've gone mad!
A dark memory tried to resurface, but Leper forced it down. He could feel Roman shaking with laughter.
What are you talking about?
There's nothing there, Andron.
Leper forced Roman to the ground.
Say that again.
Roman turned his head to meet Leper's eyes, his teeth flashing in a vile grin.
There's nothing there.
It only took one glance, and Leper's soul shattered. He kneeled over Roman, frozen in fear and confusion, his mind reeling as 1,000 piercing memories sliced at his soul. Everything made sense all at once, all the pain, anger, and sorrow returning all in one paralyzing moment. Kia wasn't there. Not even the safe haven was there, leaving in its place an empty lake and glowing orange algae. Leper felt his strength falter, and forgetting about Roman, he rushed forward. Half expecting to find Kia below the waves, he reached in, but his hands came back empty. Water dribbled from his fingers, and his hands shook. His soul boiled. Deep inside, Leper felt his resolve snap, and he reeled on Roman, screaming at him with all the power he could muster.
What did you do to her?
Roman stood, rubbing his neck.
You're pathetic.
He reloaded his scrap gun with a click. Leper knew the truth. He always had. It was locked up somewhere in the repressed corners of his mind. Now it resurfaced, and Leper knew its pain again. Only 3 days earlier, he had heard the beeping echoing in the ravine. It felt like a lifetime ago. He crawled through the mound of rubble, and he had found it. The pod was there, the window blinking with a violent red light. Leper approached it, his soul quaking. The glass was broken. A final, elongated beep left the room in silence, and a row of 8 letters rolled into place among its controls in a rhythmic series of clicks. D-E-P-L-E-T-E-D. Depleted. Leper's soul hollowed. With the window broken, it didn't matter what state the battery was in. The seal had been broken. His fingers grasped the lid. Somehow, deep within, he had hoped that she had survived, or that he had found the wrong pod. All he had to do was lift the lid, but he couldn't do it. His fingers were set in place like they had been hardened in cement. Fear took hold, but he had to know. Leper closed his shutters and opened the lid. A prolonged squeal met his ears, and he let it echo before he opened his shutters again. The image burned into his mind. White hair, pale skin. For an instant he saw her chest rise, but it was just a trick of the light. She was completely motionless. Her face was like stone, perfectly preserved in death, long after life support failed. Fear turned to anger, and anger turned to despair. Leper slammed his fists on the pod. She can't be gone, he thought.
I've waited so long.
When he couldn't stand to look at her any longer, he wrenched himself away, stumbling in the darkness. He crawled through the tunnel. Her pale visage waited for him every time he closed his eyes. Nothing felt real, and the further he got from the horrors in the cavern, the less it felt real too. Maybe he had misread. Maybe she was still alive. The pod had changed her, evolved her to live without her lungs. Wasn't that what was supposed to happen? It was a foolish hope, but he let himself have it. Deep down, he knew the truth. She's dead. He knew it from the moment he watched the planet collapse. From the beginning, the pod had been her deathbed. Maybe it was for the best. If she had been alive, she would have needed food and safety, neither of which Leper could provide. She would have woken up in a shattered and twisted world, where men trampled over each other and scavenged like animals. How long would she last? Still, a foolish hope clung to Leper's soul like the final tower to crumple in a broken city. Leper stood in a flurry of heavy snowflakes. He simply watched them fall, unable to move or think. The walls of the ravine stretched up on either side of him like twin pieces of night. As if by instinct, he reached down between plates and screws and flipped a hidden latch, opening his stomach compartment. His fingers groped around and found something inside. For the first time in decades, he pulled out the small, plush, winged jerboa. 2 rope legs dangled from the round body. The feathered wings flopped limply, and a single black bead eye peered out from underneath long, flat ears. The other eye had gone missing years ago. The toy could have been a fragment of memory, but as Leper gently squeezed, he could sense its resistance. He caressed it with his thumb, wishing he could feel the texture of the fur. Stained, matted, frayed, tangled. It didn't matter. This was his offering. His metal fingers clutched it tight. It trembled in his grasp. He had spent her waking years resenting the little girl, wishing she belonged to someone else. He had been terrified to face her when she woke up. Now she was gone, and the pain engulfed him. He fell to his knees, overcome by grief. It was never about her, he realized. I resent myself. Every time he saw her, he was only reminded of his incompetence. He saw the love that Jalen was capable of, and he wanted it for himself. Now he had ruined everything. Leper longed for escape. He wished he could switch off his soul. His hand touched the charging pack sitting next to him in the snow, and he threw it over his shoulders. With shaking fingers, he clasped the plug and slotted it into the back of his head. Vitality flowed through him, overwhelming his soul. Wind churned through the ravine and the wind wheel whirled in the blowing snow. He could almost feel the soft jerboa in his fingers. His thoughts blurred and his mind numbed, dulling the pain of his sorrow. Something changed inside of him, and he lost his sense of reality.
What am I doing?
Leper stuffed the animal back in the compartment, and something metal clinked inside. Without another thought, Leper turned and ran. She could be waking up this very second. Leper had carried the jerboa in his compartment as he leapt out of the window onto the wheeler. He had carried it through the neutral camp. He had carried it all the way to the cathedral, and he had brought it through Snapjaw Alley. All the while, his weary soul convinced him that Kia was with him. Now it was all painfully clear. Only rippling water remained where Kia had stood. Roman appeared over him, brandishing his gun. Leper whirled around to defend himself. Roman caught the punch and thrust his scrap gun into Leper's shoulder with an iron grip. He fired, and the shot pierced deep, severing the arm. Leper dropped into the water, the last of his strength bleeding out of him. He barely felt the pain. Roman tossed the severed arm to the side and put a heavy boot on Leper's chest, loading his gun again. He fired point blank into Leper's eye, and a shard of crystal embedded in the lens. Leper's vision fractured, but he didn't go unconscious. He heaved with everything he had, but his motors barely twitched. He couldn't move.
You never should have messed with me.
He lowered the gun to Leper's chest and rested it firmly between the plates, directly above the central processor. Without another word, Roman pulled the trigger, and the world snapped out of existence. Graham could feel his clothes against his skin. The slightest breeze caressed his hair. When he opened his eyes to look down at himself, he saw he was wearing the same old red jacket with the popped collar. All around him was an endless void of black. It took him a moment to process what had happened. I'm dead, he realized. For the first time in centuries, he felt cold. Movement in the distance caught his eye, and he saw colorful plumes of smoke rising from the hunched figure of an old woman. Despite the distance, it only took a few steps to reach her.
It's been a while, Graham,
Beatrix said, turning to smile at him. The sight of her was visceral, and he remembered every wrinkle. All at once, his life flooded his mind. He fell to his knees, despair clutching at his soul.
I failed her, Beatrix.
His voice thrummed in his throat, and he felt it deep in his chest. Beatrix raised her eyebrows, now her happiest middle-aged self.
What were you trying to achieve?
She said, taking another drag on her reed. For a moment, Graham was silent. It wasn't as simple as that. It was complex, or maybe he just didn't want to say it.
Go on.
I wanted to be her father.
I don't think you failed that. Didn't that happen by accident?
No. I wanted to be the father she needed. The father Jalen wanted me to be.
Beatrix put a hand on his shoulder.
And what exactly does that father look like? Who was the father Jalen wanted you to be?
Graham couldn't answer.
Let me guess. He's the father who tucks in his daughter every night, the father who kisses her forehead and holds her tight whenever she is scared, the father who watches his daughter's face light up when he arrives home from work.
Beatrix blew out a cloud of vapor.
You think my son wanted anything to do with me when he grew up? And you would have been hard-pressed to find a more adoring mother. I could have sworn my soul wasn't big enough to contain the love I felt. It was in danger of bursting. But the thing is, none of that really matters.
She inhaled a mouthful of reed before speaking again with a puff of smoke.
Graham, I once gave you two options. I said, if it comes down to it, who do you choose? Kia or yourself?
A long, forgotten sensation swept over Graham's skin.
How can you tell me I had a choice? What options did I have? Was I supposed to leave her for dead?
As long as I've known you, Graham, it's always been about choice. For you, choice means freedom. For me, choice means love. You had the freedom to choose yourself over her, but you didn't. That's love.
But what does it matter? None of it was real.
You didn't know that. You were so desperate to protect her that when you found her lifeless body in the pod, Your weakened soul rejected reality. Your choice was never whether or not to leave her for dead, because she was already there. Your choice was whether or not you could accept that reality, whether or not you could live without her.
I never told her.
Told her what? I love you? In the grand scheme of things, words never mean a lot. What you did, that meant something.
Graham stood, frustrated.
The last thing she remembers is a father who failed her. A father who wanted to leave.
The last thing she remembers is a father who rushed her to the hospital when she was having an attack.
Graham couldn't respond. It had been so long since then.
Anyway.
Beatrix corked her reed.
You don't have to take my word for it.
Graham turned to meet her gaze, but she was gone. He was alone. He got up slowly to his feet, looking all around, but there was nothing. Then there was an echo from somewhere deep within the infinite space. There was a voice, like a gentle wind, singing softly. Graham recognized Kia's voice instantly, and when he blinked, he could see her. She sat waiting for him, playing with a brown strand of hair. She sang. Her lips gently parted, and her long eyelashes closed over her eyes. Kia looked the same as she always had. Her song didn't stop when she noticed him. It echoed freely without her, everlasting in the void. She stood, shakily, her brilliant green eyes glistening as she faced him.
Father?
Graham approached her tentatively, a lifetime of mistakes clinging to him, trying to hold him back, but he released them. He kneeled before her and placed a hand on her shoulder, making a choice.
Yes, Kia. It's me.
A tear traced her cheek. A Cold and Heartless Lullaby by Christopher Coles. Narrated by the author. Starring Jacob Williamson as Graham and Leper, Sarah Fitzrandolph as Kia, Tony Jean Erasmus as Jalen, Isaiah Young as Roman, Ray Solomon as Beatrix, Alistair Vox as Andron, William English III as Aaron, Phoenix Emrys as Aaron's mother, Garland Rogers as Reverend Doctor and the High Reverend, Bryn Curry as Cheat, Sky Yuda as Scam, Caleb Yeti Wilson as First Guard, Ranger H. Fox as Bearded Guard, Christopher Coles as the Benefactor, Walt Allen as Prison Warden, Randall Weeb as Funeral Reverend, Six Carolino as True High Reverend, Renara Hawk as Radio News Anchor, Bastian Boda as Dying Security Officer, Elijah Saburin as Red-Haired Reverend, Greg Gidney as Angry Reverend, Ryan Diamond as Wheeler Rider, Jaron Null and Alec Frisch as Rooftop Guards, Chase Vaya as Reverend Doctor No. 2, LLVO as Tret Driver, Josh Wells as Neutral Camp Scout, Sophie Nix as Prison Intercom, and Zachary Scott as Charging Andron. Gathered Family played by Robert O. Talbot, Camille R., Little Lady of Moxie, Kenny Louie, Rain Reeves Pearson, Mia Aurora, and Tiffany Perdue. Reverend Horde played by Garen Sejo, Crimson Charger, Vocal Pulse, Matt Richardson, Oscar Thiel, Alec Frisch, LLVO, Elliot Lamb, Troy Cram, Bastian Boda, Gary Dill, Meng Vang, Skulls Aplenty, Dela, Jeff Rosenau, Grim Cami, Josh Wells, Camille R., and John Janetta. Editing, mixing, mastering, and sound design by Christopher Coles. Beyond This Plane, Blossoming, and Waiting for You, composed and performed by Caden Wing and Adam Ott. Lyrics written by Caden Wing and Christopher Coles. Vocals performed by Jacob Williamson, Tony Jean Erasmus, and Sarah Fitz-Randolph. Musical mixing and mastering by Imabed Music. Additional original score by Imabed Music and The Decent Gamers. Licensed score provided by various artists. For more from the author, visit readchristophercoles.com. Text copyright 2025 by Christopher Coles. Audio copyright 2025 by Christopher Coles. All rights reserved. Thanks for listening.